What's going on today? Rust Dog got the belt today. Congratulations, Rust Dog.
Good morning, everybody.
Tapia? Good morning. What's up, Sean? Good morning. Warren, we are up in here. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, might have
Happy
to
Monday. Yeah, Warren looks sick.
What's up? What's that? Good to see you, Christian. Good morning, Tio. What's up, man?
Yeah, Dad, dude, what's up?
Good morning.
Tyler Jennings, Sean.
Spencer's here.
Zabo.
Zabo, what up?
Team.
Bruh? Manny, good morning.
Manny, what's up?
Tyler Jennings, they just were. It turns out that draw against Cape Verde wasn't as bad as it looked at the time.
Turns out, hey, shout out Cape Verde.
Cape Verde could play a little bit. We got 30 seconds to the legal. Yeah. Yep. All right, now we're locked in. Here we go. Who the? Oh, that's got to be the new guy for the wake up call, huh? Or the old guy. He's in for Katie this week. He used to be on the show. Now he's not. Rain is his name. Here we go. So come on with me. Oh, hell yeah.
Vibes are immaculate. It's a happy
Vibes
Monday.
are way up for
It's
you.
a happy Monday.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's Tuesday for you.
It is. It's Tuesday. We got a new Avengers trailer this morning. Had a good weekend. Gonna have a good weekend coming up. We're on the radio right now. Hey, things are looking up. But hey.
So you mentioned that Avengers trailer that came out this morning, like literally 5 minutes before.
Yeah,
the
I
show
watched
started.
it at like 6:45.
Right, half an hour before the show started.
What's up, dude? Talk to me.
I need to catch up, I guess. I thought we were all done with the Avengers thing. Like, I just thought, I thought that, and this isn't a shot, like, this is not anti, I'm not like, it's not real cinema. I was all in.
Yeah.
I was like midnight showings, or they now do 2 p.m. showings on Thursday for a movie that comes out Friday.
Maybe. I'm not familiar with I go Friday night or Saturday usually.
That's a thing that happens.
Okay.
It used to be. Remember when we were growing up, if a movie dropped Friday,
yeah.
Like I worked at a movie theater in 2008 into 2009. Oh my God, that was so long ago. I worked at a movie theater.
That's probably like prime years for working at a movie theater.
Bro, it was great.
Yeah.
I had a blast.
Like all the things that people say about it probably happened in that time period.
Yes, 1,000%. And I have a story about that.
Nice. Hell of a start to Monday.
Dude,
hey, log into the jump, ESPN 1320.
So we have sports to talk about too.
Yes.
I promise. We had a World Cup final. I have a question about the Kings. Is LeBron going to finally sign somewhere now that Summer League and the World Cup are over? Lou Dort got traded. And what does that say for team building in the NBA now? We got a bunch of stuff coming up. 49ers rookies reported to training camp. I'm ignoring Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
We've got a whole bunch of stuff. But when like Twilight came out, it was chaos on Thursday night into Friday because it was like midnight and 12:15 and 12:30. Like,
that was a wild 2 weeks in middle school, by the way. I remember those wars.
Yeah, dude, It was crazy.
I remember the times.
Yeah, Jacob versus Edward.
Oh, there was people wearing like paper signs. Like they were really into it.
Oh yeah, dude, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
And so there's this huge thing is like midnight showing. You got to get to the midnight showing. And now they've watered that down so much. I went and saw The Odyssey, which came out on Friday, last Friday, at 7:30 p.m. on Thursday. That's dumb. You shouldn't be able to do that. But anyways, I digress. I used to go to the midnight show or the whatever show it was for whatever new Marvel movie was coming out.
Yeah.
And then Infinity War happened. And It was Infinity War and then
Endgame.
Endgame. Thank you. Endgame happened.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow, what a run. And it turns out it just kind of kept going. And then there were TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were like one-off movies. And I kind of lost track of it. Like when, spoiler alert for Avengers Endgame coming, in case you're new to this.
5, 4, 3, 2. All right.
When Tony Stark does the snap.
Yes.
That was it for me. I let go of the rope at that point because I thought we were all done.
Yeah.
But then it just kind of kept going. And now I feel like I need to catch back on because that Doomsday trailer looked
I can probably
good.
You don't need to. Yeah, it was great. Brought a smile to my face. I don't think you need to watch like all the TV shows and all that. Like you don't need to go through everything. Maybe just catch the few movies that you need to. Honestly, I don't think you need to catch any of the TV shows.
I think I think I'm like 2 Spider-Mans behind.
Yeah, watch the Spider-Man.
I think I'm a Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange
but even
behind.
Yeah, there's Ant-Man's in there, but even that one you can kind of trash now, given how events have turned out. There's no more Kang the Conqueror. Like you can watch the Spider-Mans, watch Fantastic Four, and then
got Fantastic Four's another one.
You have to watch Fantastic Four. You got to watch Fantastic Four. It's not that bad. And that's the thing. The movies haven't been that good since. Like Spider-Man's been great.
That's the problem.
Spider-Man's been great, but everything else has been kind of hot dog water.
I think that's the problem. I guess nothing has been super engaging. Isn't there a Hawkeye series?
Yeah, you don't need to watch that. You don't need to.
I might have already watched it.
Shout out Jeremy Renner, Modesto stand up.
I can't remember if I watched it. I might have watched it.
It was fine, but like you don't need to watch it.
Luckily, somebody will have on the internet whatever I need to watch to catch up.
Yeah, and hot dog water is harsh, but like there's a high bar to clear given everything that's kind of.
I'm just one of those people, and this is not. I don't feel like I'm unique in this. I feel like there's a lot of people like this, where I have that like I need to watch all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I need to complete the set. It's why when I'm gonna start like a TV series, I have to watch the whole. I just have to watch the whole thing. I don't care if that TV series starts to suck in season 3.
Yeah.
Like if it goes 8 seasons, I'm watching 8 seasons because I have to
complete it through.
If I'm collecting something, like I need all of them.
Mm-hmm.
If there's 7 of this thing and I have 5, I'm gonna spend my life finding the other 2.
Of course.
Right? Like that's how. So you say, oh, you can skip this movie, you can skip that show. Like I can't. I gotta catch up.
I think Disney Plus has it in order. Then
but this is the problem. I finally started watching House of the Dragon again last night.
See, I'm not.
So I'm trying to catch up on that.
I think that one I'm gonna let just once the show's over, I'll just watch it all together.
Really, really enjoying it.
I was watching
the first 2 episodes of this season.
What was the other spinoff show that happened recently? The Game of Thrones one. I don't remember what it was called, but that one was fire. I watched that one.
Yeah, I watched the first, I think, episode and a half. And I need to lock back in.
Yeah, that one. I was there weekly for that one.
And then Silo is another show my wife and I watch, and that's got a new season out.
Yo, you got a lot going on.
I do. Yes. And now this Doomsday trailer's out, and I got to catch up on Avengers.
Well, this thing coming out till December, I believe. December 18th or 16th, one of those. So you got some time.
I got a little time.
You got a little bit of time.
All right.
This is all just buffered till Batman comes out in 2028.
I watched a Batman movie in God knows how long.
I was running. I was running The Dark Knight before my wedding.
Oh, this is me. Uh-oh. All right, sorry. I'm sorry, you did what?
I was running The Dark Knight before my wedding.
The Christopher Nolan guy.
Yes.
Nice.
Not a big Christopher Nolan guy, big Batman guy.
Dark Knight was one of those movies that I was not into superheroes as a kid.
Yeah.
And I went and saw Dark Knight in theaters in, was that 2007? It was either my senior year or summer after my senior year. But I watched that movie and was like, oh
yeah, this is serious.
Like, oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
No, me, my dad, and my brother, it's been a tradition. I guess since we were little kids, since the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, where we watch like the big movies together, the big superhero.
Oh, nice.
So,
yeah,
we still do that. Like
that's awesome.
Spider-Man comes out next week. We'll get together next weekend and go watch that.
Spider-Man,
the Doctor Stranges and all that kind of get put to the side now since we live a little bit farther. But for the bigger ones, yeah. Now.
Was No Way Home the one where they brought in Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire?
Yes.
Okay, so I saw that one.
Yeah, that was great. It
was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
The new one, I get the premise, but I don't know why. Like I understand that he like had to do whatever he had to do to make them forget him.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know why that happened. Like, I don't understand the context of that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to figure that out and catch up because I do
yes.
want to watch that. I'm a big Tom Holland. Zendaya is great.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely rewatch that, get familiar, and then
All right.
we'll be all locked in.
All right, very good. I'm Kyle Madson. That's Jesse Tapia. This is The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Hey, before we get to this World Cup final, we went to a live comedy show together.
Yeah, we
over the
did.
weekend. I had a great time.
I did too.
I had a great time hanging out. Had a little sushi, had a couple beers.
Yes.
Went to the comedy show.
I didn't know what to expect because
Yeah.
the closest I've ever been to a comedy show was like YouTube Shorts.
Right.
I gave my little clips. It's like, oh yeah, this is funny.
Mhm.
But again, like I had questions that were of course answered going to the comedy show.
What questions did you have?
Well, like, so there's times where like, you know, they're lighting up the audience, kind of like not picking on, but making jokes and all that.
Yeah,
And it's
crowd
like,
work.
oh yeah, like this person's wife is sitting behind them. Why are they not sitting next to each other? Why are the tables set up this way? You learn,
Mhm.
okay, now it's just trying to fill up seats and all. Because when we get there, this was like kind of like the first, like, oh, here we go. Because of course, like you have in mind, oh, what if the comedian kind of picks you out? But I'm like, oh, like maybe I'm kind of like looking at Punchline, seeing how it's kind of laid out and stuff. Because I've never been there before.
Shout out to the Punchline.
Yeah, so I'm getting familiar and stuff. It's like, oh, there's general admission and there's the preferred seating.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, I'm sure we're probably just general admission. Cause like, oh, you want to go, blah, blah, blah. So we get there and it's like, oh yeah, you guys are preferred seating. I'm like, oh no, like we're gonna be sitting we're gonna be
Yeah,
there,
we're right there.
there.
We're right there.
So when you get there, there's chairs like literally right in front of the stage. There's tables right behind. They said it's right behind. I'm like, all right, I need to lock in a little bit. This comedian person might see us.
Yeah.
And thankfully she never saw me. She did see you though.
Yeah. So
Which was that was a hit. That was a hit.
yeah, I feel like that was good.
Yeah, that was
I feel
good.
like that was a good time. Well, because so she's doing this bit about we saw Caitlin Palufo from Netflix's Funny AF. And
Yeah, she was hilarious.
she's really funny. And she was doing a bit about stupid tattoos.
Yeah.
And this guy sitting behind us had a NorCal tattoo on his forearm that he got when he was 16. And she's talking about,
If you're listening to the show, shout out to the NorCal guy.
yeah, salute, man.
Yes.
But yeah, if I had gotten a tattoo when I was 16, NorCal star for sure. My tattoo artist started tattooing himself. That's how he got started. The first thing he did was a NorCal tattoo on his thigh.
Yeah, you either
Like,
you either made it out of there without one or you got a NorCal tattoo.
You got a NorCal tattoo or a famous Stars and Straps tattoo, and that was it.
If you were a teenager or to 25 years old in that little era, yeah, it was either one or the other.
Yeah, man, you were dialed. And so she does this whole bit. And then she goes, who else in here has a dumb tattoo?
Mm-hmm.
And I let that linger for like 5 seconds.
Yes.
And it was really clear that nobody, and I was like, all right, I got one. And so I showed off one of the ones that was easy to explain. I have a bunch of dumb ones because after my first like 3 tattoos were like, this means this, and it has this thought behind it. And after that, I'm just like, yeah, put whatever. Like if I like it, I'm gonna do it. Like it's a fun thing for me. And so I have some real silly ones, but I just picked out the one that I thought was easiest to explain what was funny or why it was dumb. And then she made a bunch of jokes at my expense, and we moved on.
They were like good jokes. They weren't like making jokes at you. Like
yeah,
it was
no.
off your tattoos, but it was like, oh yeah, no. Like I think there was someone else that got pointed. Like 3 people that got pointed out with the dumb tattoos. I think you won that.
Oh, I did for sure.
Like you were an audience favorite and all that.
I definitely won. Yeah. So that was great. And I'm glad that you had a good time because because the subject matter of her material, if you've ever watched her before, or if you've not watched her before, the subject matter of a lot of her material is very, what's the word I'm looking for? Like,
was it raunchy? Maybe
raunchy is the word. That's exactly the word I was looking for.
I've never even
raunchy.
used that word in my life. I don't even know if I could say it on the radio.
Yeah, dude, you've been to a comedy show and now you said it.
Yes.
Very raunchy humor. And I know that's not everybody's bag.
Yeah.
And I didn't know exactly where your lines were comedy-wise. So I was a little bit like, oh, okay. Like,
I don't think I have lines. I think if it's funny, then I'll laugh. Like
right.
I like a lot of things, you know.
You're
like
not offended by.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No.
Yeah, and that's just. And there's no way to ask that.
Yeah, no.
Like, hey, she's gonna make jokes about X, Y, and Z. Like, you good?
Yes, no, it's great.
So I was like, we're just gonna go.
That was great. Yeah, she was hilarious. I guess the button-up comedy can be funny, and what she was doing was hilarious.
All right, great.
Yeah.
So I was not very concerned because I know that you think things are funny. You're not one of those guys like, yeah, it's not funny.
Oh yeah.
But I was definitely a little bit like, I hope Jesse doesn't judge me.
Brother,
for
we
thinking
took
this is
me,
funny.
my dad, and my little brother took my grandfather to see The Hangover 2.
Well,
okay.
all right.
Like, nah, we're good. We're good.
Did you know there's been like 4 Hangover movies?
I've seen 3. There's been a
You
4th.
saw the third one?
Yeah, I saw the third one. I had to finish.
In
Yeah.
theaters?
Yes.
That's insane.
I had to finish the journey. I had to finish the journey with the boys. We had to go back to Vegas.
The second one was so bad that I said, or
Yeah, no, it's the one we took my grandfather to go see.
I feel like, has there been a Hangover?
I don't think there's been a 4th. No, I think there's been a 3. Also, the whole sitting in preferred seating and like, oh, I have to go to the restroom, but I'm afraid this comedian's gonna pick me out of the little audience. Like that's a little thing you got to measure out too. Like we got to the end and she's making her last joke. It's like I can't get up right here. Like if I get up during her,
no chance.
Yeah,
dude. No.
if I
chance.
get up during her last joke, she's like, oh, really? You're getting up during like it's gonna be a whole thing. So I'm just sitting there like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Oh, because the last guy who got up to go to the bathroom, we learned some things about that guy.
Yes, like his wife spoke for him while he was gone. He gets back and he's like, what is going on?
Dude.
And it's like, oh, buddy, you were gone for 5 minutes too long.
Yeah, you got up mid.
Yes.
And see, we did the right thing. We waited. We both went right before the show started. Then there's the host.
Mhm.
And then there was the opener, Irene, too. She was very funny.
Yes.
As soon as she was done, we both beelined it to the restroom, knowing host is going to come back up, do a little bit of something, and then intro Caitlin Palouffa. So we both got back right as her set was starting.
Yes.
And that's just prime.
Now there's that. I've learned things.
God
I'll definitely
bless.
go back to another comedy show one day.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good time.
No, that'll be cool. We can start going to the Punchline in Sacramento
Yeah.
together now that I know you're a live comedy guy.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Hey, a little double date action? I don't know.
Yeah.
We're friends now. So
Yeah, we're friends.
Lock in, dog.
Yeah, we're friends.
I'm Kyle Madson. He's Jesse Tapia. Spain won the World Cup yesterday, 1-0.
Yeah, they did. Oh, that game was awful for about 70 minutes.
I was fascinated by how thoroughly Argentina was just getting smoked that entire game.
They got dominated.
It was, and I kept waiting for like, okay, they're doing the playing dead thing. The onslaught's gonna come. Okay, hang on. Now it's gonna come. And then was it Enzo Fernandez gets the second yellow?
Like a dummy.
He's out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's 10. I'm like, they're screwed. Like, there's no way. They already can't get possession with 11 dudes.
Yeah, I guess for the soccer casuals, you don't get to do the whole, all right, we're going to just kind of pick our moment and attack with Spain. Like, no, they're going to hold the soccer ball for as long as they want.
Right.
And, like, you just better hope the moments that you get it, like, whatever. It doesn't work. Like, as soon as Spain beat France, like, okay, this is going to be not a boring final, but Spain's going to have the ball for about 80% of the time.
Yeah. They took 20 shots, I think, on goal.
Yeah, it wasn't close. It wasn't close. Spain should have won probably by 3.
Yeah, man. It was, I had a lot of fun watching that. Argentina had just enough chances at the very end to make it really interesting. I thought they had a cross that got punched out like just wide to the right of the net that I thought for sure was a goal when the cross went in.
Yeah.
I had a great time watching soccer though. And I feel like this World Cup, every World Cup I get really into, but this one specifically makes me feel like, and I don't know if it's because there were more teams or if because I have more friends who are into international soccer, but this World Cup moved my interest in soccer enough that I think I'm going to stick around with it.
Stick around for a little while?
Yeah, I got to find a podcast. I got to find a blog. I got to, to kind of keep up. But I'm going to pick a Premier League team. I'm going to do that whole shit.
Nice.
Yeah, man. So I'm really excited about it. I feel like at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320, phone line's open. The Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line is also open. Did this World Cup move your interest in soccer at all? Like, I know it didn't for you, Jesse, because you're already dialed. But I'm interested to see because it feels like every year is there's some World Cup momentum and everybody goes, oh, hey, now soccer in the U.S. is going to, I don't know if it's going to take off in some way that it becomes more popular than X, Y, or Z sport. But I know for me personally, I'm more invested in the sport and the players now.
Well, it was
than
fun
I
too,
ever
like
have been.
hitting up the watch parties and all that. I think that was a difference too, because I don't know if there was watch parties as prevalent in 2022.
Like
the World Cup, but it was in Qatar. Like I don't know if there's like people. Oh yeah, come watch
It's
the
in
World
the
Cup.
winter.
Yeah, it's like here it was during the summer. There was watch parties. Everyone was having a good time. Places were packed. Like that probably plays into it as well for people sticking around. But yeah, we'll see. There's just so much. It's kind of like the argument people make about why college sports and college football doesn't really catch on here in California. And people are like, oh, well, we got all kinds of the professional sports as it is. There's all kinds of things to do out here. Like, I just wonder if that's the case with soccer in America. Like, like it's great, but you got the NFL, you've got the NBA, you got the MLB, just kind of the things that we're already kind of used to already.
Yeah.
There's already just so much to do. Like, there's already so many sports we're already attached to, So
Yeah.
we'll see.
That's been my biggest thing with picking up a Premier League team is like, I just don't have room for another sport. Like, I don't have
like the Sharks are my most casual team that I follow.
The Sharks are a great example.
Like from about maybe 2010 to I guess when they lost to the St. Louis Blues, I think in the playoffs finally.
That was 2017.
Maybe around there. Maybe I don't know. Maybe around that I was like super tapped in and all that. But again, they lost. It's like all right, they rebuilt and just kind of like you kind of fall off a bit. Like that's probably the most casual team I follow.
Yeah, man. When the Sharks were really good in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s. It was like, man, growing up in the Bay Area, the Warriors were ass and the Sharks were awesome. And that's what you watched in the fall.
Because you just get into it so late, too. Like, I've been watching soccer since I was a child, like football, baseball, and all that. So, like, you just know. It's like, you just know since you have memories. Like, NHL is like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to learn all these players at this point. Like, I'm just too late into the game.
Yeah.
But I love the Sharks.
Yeah. And that's where I don't know that I'll ever get with. I have a friend who just recently picked up a Premier League team. And he's already like diehard, got the tattoo, did the whole thing. And it's like, wow, I don't know that I'll ever get there.
Yeah.
But can I get a team that on Sunday morning at 7 a.m. before American football starts, I'm going to get up and I'm going to turn on NBC or Peacock or whatever, and I'm going to watch this. Like, I think I could do that. I think I can put that level of investment into it.
Yeah, you just need to follow. You need to follow one team, follow that team for a season, kind of get your feet wet, and then after that. Like,
and I have a few friends who follow Premier League teams, and I'm going to pick one of those teams so I can talk to them about it.
There, perfect.
Like I can ask them questions.
That's probably the best thing to do. Actually, that's a great idea.
Thanks. 916-909-1320. Thank you for waiting patiently on hold. Doug, Don, you're on the air. What's up, Don? Yeah, you.
What you got for us, boss?
Hey, it wasn't. My name's Doug, but okay, I didn't expect. But sorry.
Sorry, good, Doug. What's good, Doug? Good morning. Good morning, Doug.
Took my name, and so I was just like, I was waiting for a Doug, and I was confused. Sorry.
So what's your name?
My name is Connor. Sorry, I was so confused. I was just like, oh, geez, lucky Doug, he's on the air. Okay. And then,
what's up, Connor?
I was going to let you know, I chose my Premier League team in kind of a comical way. I looked at it. I'm like, I have no idea what I'm looking at here.
Same.
And then I saw the Nottingham team, and I was just like, oh, cool, Robin Hood. I'm going to be one of those ignorant Americans and just pick it based on that. And I just rolled with that. And I've maybe watched 5 games, and I don't know. I have a few shirts. It's all right. I just tried, and I can't get into it. But I like the team, and I can rep my shirt. It's, has a little bit of perks, and Nottingham Forest sucks, and I figure I'm a Kings fan, and the Kings suck. So, it fits.
Connor, that's wonderful.
Thank
you
you
so much, man. Didn't they get relegated?
Did they? No, I don't think so.
No.
Did they? I'll look.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Okay.
Never mind.
I feel like Nottingham Forest hasn't been like the worst team, but shout out Connor. I'm glad we learned your name too.
Yeah, thanks for calling, Connor.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. That's where I want to get a little bit above that. I like having the shirt, great. I want to watch more than like a few games. Like I want it to be a thing that, okay, I'm going to plan my day around this.
That's also the thing too. If you're going to pick a Premier League team, like if you pick a Nottingham Forest or anyone that's not like one of the big top 6 clubs, even top 5, I don't know if Tottenham even counts in that. Like they're probably not going to win the Premier League either. So you got to kind of go into it knowing that.
Right.
Like it's always going to be Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea. That's the 5 right there.
Okay.
I might be missing one. At least the 5 that actually win titles.
So like I'm looking. So the team I think I'm going to pick.
Leicester City won in however many years ago, and that was like a 7,000 to 1
Right,
odds.
that was just a thing that
was insane.
Doesn't happen.
Yes, I think the Kings have higher odds for winning the title this year than Leicester did that year.
That's crazy. But like you mentioned, and that's where it's tough for me because okay, so here's where I'm at. I don't want to pick Tottenham because Tottenham's not very good.
Suck. I made that mistake like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
I'm stuck with them now.
Tottenham's not very good. That's the team my mother-in-law likes. My father-in-law and everybody else in my mother-in-law's family support Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my very good friend who just got into it, Arsenal support. So I feel like I can't jump on with Arsenal, especially because they just won the league.
Yeah, but it's the first time they won it since like 2004. It's not like they win it every year. And usually they're kind of, not a joke, but like usually they just come up short, I feel. So like I feel like that's the one you can get away with.
Then there's like Chelsea. No, everybody likes Chelsea. Everybody likes Man U. Everybody likes Man City.
Yeah, Man City would be tough.
So you just listed off all these teams, and I can't.
You can do Arsenal.
I feel like I can't, but I don't want to.
Oh.
Because my mother-in-law, who I have a very good relationship with, would disown me. And
that's a great point.
Right, and I can't have that.
Yeah.
That would be a real problem for me in my marriage.
Newcastle United it is, pal.
So here's where I think I'm leaning. I'm leaning this way. I have not officially chosen.
Mm-hmm.
I'll officially choose when I buy the kit, when I buy the jersey, I mean. I feel like I'm going to do the very basic Niner fan thing and just pick Leeds.
Yeah, that sucks. Go ahead.
Does it?
Yeah, like that's. But
I feel like then it's just like it's all in the family. It's like easy.
That's lazy.
Is it lazy?
Yeah, like
the road kit's pretty fire though.
It's like oh, I'm gonna.
But I feel like they're in that range of like, all right, they're a pretty middle of the pack team. If they get a dude or two, maybe they can make a run. They're probably not going to get relegated. They're just kind of in the mix.
I guess. Like you won't be on Premier League for long. I think then, like because I don't even know if you really like this. Is just it's just a Niners connection. That's all it is.
But I have a friend who's a Leeds fan, who's not a Niner fan. He lives on the East Coast.
I don't know. I don't know. You do you, pal. Like this is your journey. You figure it out. Some people pick it based off of FIFA selections and all that when they're playing the game.
I don't play enough FIFA to have all that. I'll do some research. I'll do some reading, and I'll figure something out. But Leeds is the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Like I'm a Tottenham fan because again, I needed a Premier League team. I liked the way they played, loved the way Liverpool played, and I went the Tottenham way. That was a mistake. Liverpool won the title like 3 years later.
That's tough.
I also like Real Madrid because in high school it was literally like wars. You were a Barca fan or you were a Madrid fan. I remember during English class, during El Clasico, it's like, I'm sorry, we're not learning today. The game is on and we're watching this. Like That's just kind of what it was. And then I got my League MX team. So those are my 3 squads right there. It's global. You don't need to have just one team too. We gotta hook you up with an MLS team too, I guess. Your local club.
Yeah, it's the Earthquakes.
Oh yeah, no. Shout out to the Earthquakes. I think they're doing.
Although John Fisher owns the Earthquakes.
Yeah, so it's kind of tough. I don't know.
I don't know.
Soccer
Did
talk.
he sell? Did he sell? He might have sold the Earthquakes. I don't know.
They're playing like he did.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. You're listening to The Jump. Kings Summer League officially over. What did we learn, if anything? And then Cam Boozer said something really interesting about the Grizzlies' identity that I would like to apply to the Kings. We'll talk about that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Good morning. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I'm not the biggest MLS guy, but it seems like the Portland Timbers games usually get pretty lit too. Like they got good fans. That's probably just Seattle, Pacific Northwest in general.
Shout out to the PNW.
Yes. What's going on, Johnny G?
Johnny G.
If I had to pick a favorite team in the MLS, I guess it'd be the Earthquakes too, but
This is sort of the way I was leaning. But I'm gonna do a little bit of additional research.
Carlos threw it in here earlier too, and it's kind of why I picked my Premier League team. Maybe just watch the Premier League for the first few weeks, see if there's a team you really like watching, and kind of you stick with them that way. That's kind of like I said. That's what I did with Tottenham. Big is one of the biggest mistakes I ever made, but
I should know this.
I'm an America fan, Manny. Shout out to the Goats, biggest team in North America. I'll call it South too. I don't care.
Sac Republic is without question my USL team. For sure.
Yeah, of course. Shout out to the Republic. Like if the Republic went to MLS, like I'd be a Republic fan. Or I guess I would root for them over the Earthquakes. And also, if you're still like a super casual soccer fan, like coming out the World Cup, you're like, I don't know if I can follow the league. Just watch the Champions League. Just watch good soccer at that point. And that's how you can stick around, I guess. All right, let's lock in for the White Stripe Bengal game on New Year's Eve. Sorry, tweet, by the way.
Schefter and Rappaport just copy pasting.
You, I think, brought up the whole Schefter might be an aggregate account at this point idea last week, and it's all I can see now every time he tweets.
Dude,
I don't know if it's him. Like, it's all just retweets and PR now.
So, I know several people who attend owners meetings and such, and they said that last year, that Ari Mayrov,
Yes.
My Sports Update,
Schefter kind of brought him into the
has-
game, I feel, too.
They have this like weird working relationship.
Mhm.
At least, again, I don't know this. I'm telling you what was
Allegedly.
told to me, like, allegedly. And I was like, huh, that's kind of strange. Like, I wonder, cool. I think Schefter pays Ari Mayrov to run his Twitter account.
I think
That's
so.
because Ari Mayrov got in the game, and salute, he's a very
He's the aggregator.
Yes, he was like the initial first aggregator, and it wouldn't shock me at all if Schefter was like, "Hey, we make money on Twitter now. Run my account, and I'll pay you X amount."
Yeah, because that's all it is at this point. It's
That's
all
my
article
conspiracy
links
theory.
and just basic tweets like that.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, for life.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, it's kind of a bar. If you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada, hazy little thing. Enjoy responsibly. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. This is The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. All right, Summer League wrapped up for the Kings. It's over.
It's over, guys. We did it. Everyone have a good time?
Can I do a hot take real quick?
Yeah.
Feel okay about that?
Yeah, I mean, I sure hope you have more hot takes, radio show and such. I mean, not crazy, but go ahead and have a hot take. Go ahead.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to participate in the conversation, please do. Phone lines are wide open now. The Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen text line is always open. Working on some stuff with Mojo's for football season, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, I had a call with them. Really excited about some of the things we got in the works. So shout out to Mojo's. and 15th. It's our favorite bar downtown.
It's great vibes.
Really good vibes. Indoor, outdoor scene. Good food, good beer selection. Okay. I cannot help this. I've tried. Okay.
No, I know. Go ahead.
I've tried talking myself out of this.
Mm-hmm.
I've tried to push this from my mind and say, hey, this is not a logical thought, but it lingers there. It's a lingerer.
Lingers.
I cannot help. And something Cam Boozer said after the Grizzlies lost the Summer League championship stuck out to me, and I think pushed this thought to the forefront of my brain. I cannot help but feel like this winning culture that the Kings were trying to establish last year, going to do everything we can. We're not going to tank. We're going to win as many games as possible. Losing's not an option, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I can't help but feeling like they've gotten complacent with that idea because they drafted Darius Acuff and now everything's hunky-dory.
What
Dude,
just happened?
Dude,
what do you mean?
We hear that they came out soft in the two blowout losses they had in Summer League, and then they decided to just pack it in, and nobody's gonna play the last couple of games.
Oh, Kyle.
It feels as though the vibes got so high because Max Reynaud is good, and Dylan Cardwell contributed, and Nate Clifford contributed, and now they drafted Darius Acuff. They got their guy. Oh my God, they got Zach LaVine's money's coming out the books. Everything's fine now. Everything's good. Everything's looking up.
Kyle.
We're done with the winning thing because we did it already. Yeah.
No.
It's weird.
No,
it's weird. I can't help it.
All right. Well, I can't help you from not helping yourself. I can't. I can only try to talk you through this and hope you figure it out. Like, brother, it's just Summer League.
Totally.
Like you drafted Acuff. Okay. Like, there's not really. We talked about it last week. There's kind of a balance between not everything means something and not all the bad stuff. Like, it's not all good and it's not all bad. It's just kind of Summer League to me is kind of like what we used to do for Pee Wee football. There used to be like a little jamboree where you're playing all the teams that day and you're just getting your little scrimmages in before the actual season starts. Like, as much as we want to compare Summer League to preseason, it's not even really that. Like, I don't think them not playing the last game really means anything. Doug Christie's not here. Summer League here more is just about, hey, I'm Darius Acuff Jr. Nice to meet you, Maxime Reynaud, because Max only played 2 games as well. Like, there's not really, I don't think it's any of that. I don't think they got complacent or anything. It's just, no, we just got to Summer League. Guys got some run. It's a glorified scrimmage tournament in Vegas. It's basically AAU for pros. So, like, you kind of leave it and start to build in preseason and the regular season when you got the real guys there.
It's an opportunity to continue establishing that culture and to continue setting the standard.
You can only
we're going to play this way and we're going to have this identity and we're going to try and win every game. And then they lost a couple and said, okay, well, we're done playing.
I don't think they were done playing. Maybe it was just part of the plan. Again, it's not about the wins or the losses. Maybe you only
think if they were competing for a Summer League title that Darius Acuff and Nate Clifford and Max Reynaud would have sat out? No chance.
Potentially.
No chance.
I mean, because the Celtics were in some Summer League playoff games, and I think they didn't play Hugo Gonzalez, and I think Mario Williams might have not played. But again, I don't know. I think Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford are. Yeah, I don't know if they're playing out. I don't know. Maybe they are. But again, like they didn't. I don't think there was any anything done to the culture they're trying to build. It's minimal progress made in summer league. Like the Grizzlies can do whatever they did. Cam Boozer can say whatever he wants for the Grizzlies. That's fine. But again, nothing ever really matters. Nothing really matters until he gets to training, until they get to training camp with the actual guys.
Here's why I say this. Cam Boozer said, like I said, I already kind of had that thought, but there's certain things that'll pop into my head where I'm like, is that just me creating a like radio talking point?
Yeah.
And when it's clear, like, okay, hang on, how would I argue against this? Okay, hang on. No, the logical side wins out. And that's initially what I thought this was. It's initially like, that's probably a lot. But then Cam Boozer comes out. He was talking yesterday post-game about the Grizzlies' identity. He got asked about this young Grizzlies team that they've traded John Morant, they traded Jaren Jackson Jr., Desmond Bane is gone. This is a rebuilding from the ground up Grizzlies team. And Cedric Howard had a nice year last year. They draft Cam Boozer number 3 overall. Like they're trying to kind of push that direction. He said the Grizzlies' identity right now is, he said, quote, speed kills, outworking the opponent. If we had Darius Acuff on this program right now, and we said, hey, what's the Kings' identity? What does he say?
Probably something like, play defense and hustle or some things like that. Like, the shout out Cam Boozer. That's very 3 keys to the game as identity right there. Like, anyone can say that. Like, I don't know. I'm sure Darius Acuff would give us an answer, but it's going to be along the same lines of what Cam Boozer said. We want to play hard and blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
Okay, no, I understand that, but they didn't. Like, they didn't do that.
Yeah, that's fine. It's been 4 or 5 games. Like, I don't care. It's summer league.
That sticks out to me. That if we were going to spend all of last year talking about winning's the only thing and we're going to play hard, and if you're not going to do this and you do the pillars and this and that and blah, and then the first opportunity you have to show that and show like, hey, here's the growth, here's where we are organizationally, here's the identity we're going to establish, you just don't do it. You play soft a couple of games.
Brother, they could have won summer league and it wouldn't have made a difference. Oh, the winning culture is there. They won summer league. Wow, here are the like. No, it wouldn't have mattered.
That's exactly where I would have been.
Yeah, you're putting too much in a summer league. I'm telling you, as your co-host, you're putting too much into it.
All right.
Like it's like they won summer league with Davion Mitchell, I think, when they beat Peyton Pritchard. Nobody gave a rat's ass about that. It didn't matter. Like, yeah, fine. If you won summer league, that's fine, but like it's not gonna make a difference. It's not really gonna have an impact on the culture you have with the guys in the locker room come preseason or regular season. Like it helps. Like guys are getting familiar, you're starting to build camaraderie. But as far as like, oh, like we made an impact this summer, like they could have won summer league and like the winning culture, like there's not really much of a difference, man.
I would have felt dramatically different if they had played the way that we expect the Kings to play, or the Kings say they expect to play.
I also expected Nick Clifford to kind of stand out and all that, and he didn't. Like that's fine. Like it's not. Well, it's like he has opportunities. It's fine, and since he has opportunities to pick himself up, the book's not written. It's not over with because we played 6 summer league games and we didn't see what we wanted. Yeah, it sucks. We didn't see what we wanted. I came into summer league with expectations. None of them were really fulfilled. Like Darius Acuff looked fine. Hope the efficiency is great and all. But again, I can't defend and be like, oh yeah, summer league was great. But also I can, not saying you're not, but just be a little bit more reasonable and be like, yeah, it's fine. It was 6 games, whatever. Like they're getting their feet wet. They just started playing some NBA action. Like once we get to preseason, regular season, like now I can make some real assessments there. Like, yeah, they had a tough summer league, so be it.
I've got red flags up is all. I've got the various sizes of red flag, but I've just got some red flags up, and that's another one. And it's really tough for me to sit here and just give the Kings all the benefit of the doubt. I'll give them some because, like you said, these are first and second year players. Even though Max Reno a little older, Nick Clifford a little older. Okay, but they're still in their second year in the league. They're still figuring out what their exact role is within this kind of Kings ecosystem. Okay, I'll buy that, and I'll buy that Darius Acuff's 19 years old and figuring it out in the NBA. He's not going to be the perfect version of himself yet. Totally, yep, I'm with that. I got it. But I also can't fully just be like, yeah, hey, everything's fine, because look.
Well, what are you concerned about?
What am I concerned about? I'm concerned that
Like why
that
did
we're going to get 3 years down the line and we're going to be at square one still. Because it turns out Nick Clifford's not that good. And it turns out that Max Renault isn't a difference maker. And it turns out Dylan Cardwell didn't carve out a role the way we thought he would. And Darius Acuff couldn't ever quite create separation enough to become an efficient enough scorer to be a 1A. Like, and I get that that's all very doomsday. And I get that's all very doom and gloom. Like, that's extreme worst case scenario that I just laid out. But if you say, what are you worried about? It's like, well, that.
Let's leave Darius Acuff to the side real quick.
Okay.
This rebuild does not hinge on the development of Maxime Renault, Nick Clifford, or like Dylan Cardwell. I think if those guys just turn out to be role players, like, you're just fine. Like, you can figure that out. Like, why do we think that Nick Clifford like is gonna be the starting two of this team going forward? Like, why do just because he was drafted in the late first last year and he was kind of like the first draft pick and we saw him go for 30 once and have a couple of 20s? Because again, like, I feel like if we watched him, like, of course I would like to see him take that step, but him being a role player is probably more realistic. Max, all rookie second team, good stats, bad team, whatever you want to call it. The last 2 seasons in the NBA were gross. They happen. Maybe there's a starting 5 there. But again, like, I don't think any of this yet hinges on the 3 guys that were brought in last year. Like, you hope they turn into something. But, like, if they don't and they're just role players, like, I think the Kings are going to be fine. Acuff, yes. If Acuff is kind of dragging, not playing well, not really developing the way he was drafted to be, like, not becoming that player, then, yeah, we're in trouble. But I think, like, if Nick is just a role player, Dylan doesn't really turn out to be anything else other than what he is now, and Max is just a good offensive player, I think you're fine. Like, I don't think your rebuild kind of hinges on those guys or anything. You don't need them to be starters going forward, I don't think. We're still very in the early stages of this rebuild. Like, Darius Acuff's running mate for this thing going forward is not on this team right now. Like, there's just
no, probably not.
Yeah, there's still so much you got to figure out. The starting 2 might not be on this team right now either, despite the fact that Emmanuel Sharp looked good for those 6 games that we saw, despite the fact that Nick Clifford is here. Like, yeah, the starting 2 is probably not on this roster either. So I wouldn't be too concerned about Nick. Like, Max was only there for 2 games. He's an incomplete for me. But like Nick and Dylan, I wouldn't be too concerned about, like, oh, they're just role players right now. I think the Kings would be just fine.
Yeah, I suppose.
And if Nick is a role player, like, I think that's fine too. Like, yeah, I think that works.
But that's a dramatically different, like, that is I don't disagree with you. It's just that's a dramatically different place to be team building wise. You went from looking like, hey, maybe Nick Clifford's the starting 2 here. And so you have Darius Acuff, Nick Clifford, Keegan Murray. That's your 1 through 3 and positionally.
But
that's a good place to be.
Yeah.
And could Maxime Renault be a starting 5? Oh my God! Now you have your starting 5. Like, holy smokes! Like, we're in a really good spot. That is dramatically different than coming out of this year and being like, well, they have Darius Acuff and like that sets you back multiple years. And so I think it matters. Like, I do. Because we last week were talking about, like, yeah, hey, this goes right. Like, 2029 could really be, we could accelerate this thing beyond the kind of 6-year window we've been talking about.
Yeah.
And now we can get this, we can trim this down to like 3 or 4 years and, or 2 or 3 years, whatever it is. And so I just have a really difficult time just in general giving the Sacramento Kings, who have historically not been very good, FYI, I have a really hard time just being like, yeah, hey, they get all the benefit of the doubt that they didn't have a good summer league, but yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter because everything's fine. Like, but also maybe it's not. Like, maybe this does portend something worse.
It's not benefit of the doubt. I'm not giving them credit for anything. It's just more that there's still a lot more time that needs to pass. Like
sure.
Like, that's all it is. It's like, oh yeah, like, no, Nick Clifford, like, again, why we bring up expectations and, oh, maybe Nick could be the 2 and maybe Max could be the 5. Like, why are we expecting Nick to be the 2?
Because I think what we saw, oddly enough, last year in Summer League for sure, in terms of his decision making and his ball handling and his scoring ability, plus what he did defensively, specifically in the regular season, made him a really, really nice running mate, backcourt mate for Darius Acuff, where he does have that size and that switchability, where he can take on a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or a Steph Curry or a Dame Lillard or whoever, like, pick your favorite point guard. And he can play that position and allow Darius Acuff to start and hide somewhere defensively. Like, that just makes a lot of sense. So the fact that he looked in summer league like, hey, you know what? Maybe the decision making is not there. Maybe the ball handling is not there.
Yeah.
That is a dramatically different outcome for this season than Nick Clifford establishing himself as the starting two.
Yeah, I guess it's all just a matter of expectations then, because like Nick, while James was in here, I was like, I'm focusing in on Nick. I don't know if he's essentially like if he's gonna be the starting two of this team, but I'd like to see him get that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And from what he's shown so far, it's like maybe he's not that. But again, like I'm not concerned, because maybe I just saw Nick as a role player with an opportunity to play himself up, and he didn't play himself up so far. Maybe he can going forward, but if he doesn't, all right, then he was just his skill set was just kind of a role player to me. Again, I bring up like he's a 10 points, 4 and 5 guy, whatever, 4 and 3, whatever you want to call it. Like that's just kind of how I see Nick. Last year was a wash. Like what we saw last year, Maxime right now towards the end of last season, like that's great. But again, there was hella teams tanking. There wasn't really any purpose. It felt like just what the Sacramento Kings were doing until towards the end of last season. So like what the rookies did last year, like that's great. But
and I guess
I don't know if that's enough to like, oh yeah, we got a potential starting 5 here. We got a potential starting 2. Like I didn't have those expectations yet for those guys. Nick and Dylan, to me, they're probably gonna end up being role players. I think Max has the most potential, but again, he has to play up to that. I'm not expecting him to.
And I think that's
like I'm not counting on it.
I think that's exactly why I use the word complacent, because it feels like the Kings, and I know, again, I know that playing 2 more summer league games is not going to dramatically alter the trajectories of these players individually, but I'm talking about the Kings from an organizational standpoint, like their mindset of like, we're going to go try and win every single game.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they just went, all right, pack it up, we're done with summer league, even though Darius Acuff had not proven much. He'll take on a role and he'll take on a ton of shots. Great, love it. Nick Clifford certainly didn't prove anything. Max Reno certainly didn't prove anything.
What would one more game have done for you though?
It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not anything individually. It's just I wonder where the Kings are from that. Like, yeah, hey, this is compete every single night, because they didn't. Like, this is the other thing. Like, forget the last couple of games. What about the games where they got smoked and came out, as in their words, soft? In Emmanuel Sharp and Dylan Cardwell's words, they came out soft in those games.
They had bad games.
No, they didn't have bad games. They did not play with that mindset and identity and the energy that the Sacramento Kings have stated since Scott Perry took over that they want to go play with.
Yeah.
And we've had a full year to kind of establish this. We had veterans on the team like Max Reno, like Dylan Cardwell, like Nick Clifford, who have been in that and who are trying to push that forward and establish it. And they didn't.
Yeah, you put in. I don't want to kill this, kill the segment here or whatever. Like,
it's not.
I think you're just putting too much into this.
Okay.
Like, I think that's what it is. Like again, like,
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Hold on. The Bean Boys were fun last year. That's great. We love them.
Yes.
They were amazing.
We did.
That was all that was here. Okay. Like, yes, that was all you could kind of lean on. Maxime Reno, Nick Clifford, and Dylan Cardwell are not going to be the guys you are leaning on going forward. Maybe Max develops into that. But again, those are just the rookies that happen to be here in a crap season because all the vets just weren't working. Like, that's just like I'm not trying to like it's going to be Darius Acuff and it's going to be probably a couple of other guys that are here setting the culture for this team. Again, a lot of this stuff, a lot of the guys that you're going to build around probably aren't even here at this point. I love what Max, Nick, and Dylan, those guys did last year. Again, I could see Max potentially being a starting 5 if he develops that 3, gets a little better defensively and all that. That's fine. But they were just the first ones who got here. You're not building around. You're not setting your culture with just them. Like a lot of the guys that you're setting the culture with, like I said, I haven't gotten here yet. And I don't even know if you're going to be setting it. Like, we'll see if it's Doug setting it in next year too. Like there's just still so much time that needs to pass. We're essentially where we were last year, but now you finally have a franchise player. Like it starts and ends with Darius Acuff, and that's kind of it. Like I'm not too worried about setting the culture with those guys last year, I guess. There's just still so many bodies that are gonna come in and help you set that and kind of fix the Sacramento Kings. Like we're still so early. There's still so much time that needs to pass. Draft picks that got to happen. Like we're talking about a late first, second round pick and an undrafted player last year.
It's not about who's doing it. It's not about what they're going to be as players. It's not about whether they're on the team or starting or not. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with those are the quote unquote veterans and I was looking for Sacramento to come out, and I was of the
The
mind
veterans is doing a lot of work, by the way.
I'm sorry, I air quotes. It was just on here. The veterans, the second year guys, the older players on the team. I had some level of expectation of just like I can't harp on this enough. The play style, the energy, the competitive mindset that wasn't there is a red flag to me. Is like that should have been the bare minimum thing. They're like, yeah, hey, the Kings are going to go be a bear to play against. Because that's what they're at. They may not be great. They may not have a bunch of guys who are going to be on the team in 5 years, but hey, they're going to play this style every single time they hit the floor. And that they didn't, like I said, is a little bit of a red flag, and I can't give them just the benefit of the doubt and go, no, but they are. Like it's going to be fine. Like I don't know that it is.
I'm not saying that they are, but I'm also just not gonna. I'm not gonna have like just a firm take on what I saw in summer league. I think we got everything we needed to as far as like they go ahead and shut them down. They don't need to play that last game. Did they play as hard? Did they win? Did they play as hard as we wanted to? Did they compete and go down to the wire every game? No, they didn't. But that's fine. I can live with that. They had a couple of bad games. Max just showed up for the final two or whatever that he played, and like it's probably tough to get real cohesion, I guess, with everything. It's just so much on the fly. So like, yeah, like you're not wrong with what you saw. Like that's fine. It can concern you however it does. I guess for me, it's just more it's summer league. You take what you can. Again, Emmanuel Sharp played his ass off. Is he the starting two going forward? Hell no.
Right.
He's probably getting DNPs to start the season if it's me. You got to kind of have him earn that. So just I don't know. I don't leave it just too high or too low. Like, yeah, they didn't play great, but again, it doesn't really mean anything for me.
Okay.
Like they have more time, I guess, to build out that winning culture. And again, it just kind of goes back to what I said. A lot of the guys you're going to be building that culture with probably aren't even here right now.
Okay. I guess. Nothing matters.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No,
we're kind of a yin and yang here. You were the guy who was like, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. You're Chicken Little. And
sky's not falling.
No, it's summer league. It's summer league. You're talking to me about summer league. You're talking me about summer league.
Sky's not falling. I'm going about my day. I'm just looking up every once in a while. That's all.
Yeah, whatever.
Not running around. I'm not Chicken Littling.
Talking about summer league, not regular season. All right, not the regular season. Summer league.
Yeah, man, because that's all we've got right now.
Fine, but it's okay.
The Kings had an opportunity to establish identity, to show us who they're going to be.
There was nothing to be. There was nothing that would have been established. Even if they won, even if they kicked everyone's ass and ran through it.
There is nothing. And that's the problem.
I guess, pal. Like even if they kicked everyone's ass, games 1 through however many, and won the summer league championship, nothing would have been established.
You are out of your mind.
Nothing would have been established.
You're out of your mind. If you think the Kings had won every single summer league game by 20 and won the summer league championship,
it's hyperbole, but of course,
no.
Yeah.
I know it's hyperbole, but if it had gone like that, you're out of your mind. If you think people wouldn't have been talking about the development arcs of these players and the Kings' possibility of when can they compete. I got TC on the phone right now. TC'd be talking about screw top 10. I'm talking top 6. People would be out of their minds happy.
We were out of our minds after Maxime Reynaud was killing teams that were tanking towards the end of last season. That's what we do. Like, yeah, it doesn't mean we're right.
Huh?
People were like, oh, Maxime Reynaud could be a starting 5. Wow, what does this all mean? Like, yeah, he was killing bad teams last year towards the end of last season. But again, we jump out. Like, that's just kind of what it is.
Okay.
Nothing would have been established is my point. Nothing would have been established.
Not about establishing. It's about taking steps. There was an opportunity to take a step, and they didn't. Now we have to go.
Fine.
We can keep talking about this. We'll keep arguing about this. We had a big trade in the NBA that might give us a little bit of a glimpse of how the Kings might build their team going forward. Plus, 2 major NBA storylines. Can they get a move on or not? And the Kawhi Leonard thing might just be getting started. Yeah, that's right. This year-long investigation might just be getting started. We'll talk about that as well in the second hour. He's Jesse. I'm Kyle. It's The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
I hate Kyle so much now I have to take a walk.
Mm.
What's going on, everybody?
Tagging Avengers Doom today on our podcast.
Nice. It's cooked. It's over with. Capiche? Whatever the words they use.
What?
No, Dr. David.
Yeah.
Johnny G, I'm gonna keep it real. I've not kept up with really anything WWE for a few months now, other than the little stuff we get into on D'Lo and KC. It's just not a good product to me. Jeez, Russ, I hope not. Why can't me and college be Dean Ambrose and Roman Reigns? I don't want to turn on anybody. Johnny G, it just sucks, man. I'm sorry. I tried, but it's just not very good.
Oh, here we go. Oh.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
While we're at it, I have another hot take.
What, dude?
I thought the World Cup halftime show was fine.
I'm going to be completely honest. Once I remembered that the World Cup halftime show was about 30 minutes, I got a 20-minute power nap in. So go ahead and tell me your thoughts on the
It
World
was
Cup
only
halftime
like 11
show.
minutes. The performance.
But the I guess the break, though.
Oh,
the
second
break,
halftime.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fair.
Yeah. So I
thought it was
if
fun.
you liked it, I loved it.
No, man, it just
I don't care about
there's
halftime
this
shows
just,
if we're being real.
dude. I don't care enough about them to hate them.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I didn't think the performance was particularly good, like okay.
I think for
well,
soccer, it's kind of weird to have such a long break just
It
because
was
tired
weird. It was
legs and
really
like
weird.
like these guys need to be moving and going because, like I said, the cold legs and all. But
if the critique is how the World Cup got so Americanized from a like television product standpoint, totally fair. And I think there are a million things that go into that checklist, including a halftime show.
Yeah.
I'm with that. But I feel like halftime shows have reached a point now where like you're not interesting because you hated it.
yeah, no.
I'm sorry, that's not
Either you watched it, you have an opinion on it, or you're like me and you didn't.
no but it's I can't remember the last time like it feels like people watch the halftime show at any event, regardless of who it is, just to hate it. Like, okay, yeah, if that's not your type of music, yeah, you probably didn't like it very much. But then just don't watch. Like, I thought it sucked. Like, okay, yeah, how much Shakira do you listen to? How much BTS do you listen to?
Yeah.
How much Fraggle Rock do you listen to?
It wasn't
That's
for
the
you.
Muppets.
It wasn't for you.
Right.
And you know what? That's okay.
Yeah, I can't stand the this should have been Metallica. All right, man.
Oh,
Bet. Cool.
should have been who it was, and
was
we'll
fu-
be okay.
It was a fun time.
Yes.
I had a really good time watching television yesterday. And somehow that's like the wrong thing to say now. Ridiculous.
It's just the day and age we live in now, Kyle.
Just let people enjoy things.
yeah.
Anyways, I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Hey, real quick before I forget.
You got another hot take?
Ooh. No,
That was a
not
joke. That was a joke. I don't think I can take another one. I don't think the show can take another one.
No, I mentioned earlier that I had a story about working at the movie theater.
Oh, yeah.
And I forgot about it until just now. I can't remember if I've told this before or not.
I don't
But
think so because I don't have any memory of it.
Okay, great. So when I worked at the movie theater, I eventually worked my way up to being able to be the cashier. I say work my way up. They needed a cashier one time and they trained me on it. And so I became a cashier.
Nice.
The guy who's training me, actually, you know what? I shouldn't say the guy. The person who's training me, I don't remember who exactly it was, explained to me that if somebody pays in exact cash, which is a thing that used to happen, if somebody pays in exact cash, I need it to be clear. I never did this. You can take that money, cancel out their items, and then pocket the cash because it won't show up in your drawer. Like it won't show up as an order that should be accounted for in your drawer.
Yeah.
So,
Buddy, that's illegal.
that is insane. They told me this and I was like,
I don't know if that's embezzlement, but it sounds like it for a movie theater. I don't know.
I remember being like, huh.
Yeah.
And I remember the person, again, can't remember who it was, but they were
Oh,
like,
no, that's smart. I wouldn't either. No snitching.
they were just like, yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Who else?
Like, what? This is a
Yes.
thing that people do? That's insane. So anyways, so I went about my business, never had an issue with my drawer. Great. A month later, they post on the back of, so there was a door to go into the back.
Yeah.
And that's where we kept, the stock room. They post on the back of that door this sheet of all of the people who were the cashiers. And it's the number of items that were canceled. They had a
What an
spreadsheet
idiot.
with name
Yeah.
canceled items, and they had a bunch of them highlighted because there were people who had canceled items over the course of whatever it was, a month,
Oh.
whatever, like thousands
Yes.
of items. I had like 14 because there were genuinely people who would
Yeah,
be like,
that's what
actually, I
happens.
don't want that. Cool, cancel it out. I had like 14.
Yeah.
There were people with like thousands.
Steve, you had 2,000 canceled
Yes.
items.
And they the manager hand wrote at the top, Why so many canceled items?
Oh, I don't know. That's.
And then some people got fired?
Well, yeah, you got to run out of there before the police get you at that point.
Bro.
You were stealing from the company.
Big time. Like a lot. And you think they don't have ways to track this?
Yes. I was going to ask, you take inventory for this stuff. You're going to know if stuff is just going missing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're not making our money here. All right. Where's it at then?
Well, there's like loss. Like there's some factored in for like.
Well, yeah,
stolen.
but I imagine the amount of this.
Dude, just insane. My thought was I didn't even consider that they're tracking it via computer. I was like, oh, there's a camera here.
Yes.
That's going to see me go, no, I don't want to cancel. And then also it's just the wrong thing to do. But that's just to me though, like peak movie theater working experience in the late aughts.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
I never got
Why
to that
so
life.
many canceled items? It's like, see,
They got you guys.
it got you all. Good luck finding another job. See you at Denny's.
You ever work fast food?
Oh, no.
That's a nightmare.
No, I did not work fast food.
We don't need to get into our work horror stories or whatever, but yeah, fast food.
Where
is a
did you
nightmare.
work?
Worked at a Foster's Freeze. Shout out to my buddy. Worked for
Were
his parents.
you working in the 50s?
Uh,
The hell?
I low-key shout out, dude. It was the last one in Modesto. I think there's one in Sayers left.
What a
but-
fastest phrase, eh?
Oh yeah,
That's how I imagine everybody talked.
low key.
Foster's
Hey,
Freeze.
low key. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah,
right.
fast food was a wild time.
Yeah, the worst. I've definitely talked about this before when I worked in the laundry room at a skilled nursing facility,
Mm-hmm.
and I was the overnight guy. So like I'd get in at 5 a.m. and after the nurses went home or the laundry people went home at 5 p.m., there was just 12 hours of just dirty laundry that piles up. And sometimes it was just clothes. Other times it was like soiled bed sheets, and
Of course,
that was a tough job. It was tough.
we both made it through.
16-year-old me waking up at 4 a.m. on a Sunday
Yeah.
to get to work.
Can't wait to wash some bed sheets today.
Oh, dude. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320.
You got an awful job you'd like to shout out today? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Shout out your awful jobs and shout out the Kings Summer League. Did it matter or not? I have a really good idea of what TC has to say about Kings Summer League.
Yeah, let's see.
Go ahead, TC.
Good morning,
Hey,
TC.
man, what's up? Hey, good morning, man. What's up with the two bros?
Vibing, man.
Just vibing, bro. Listen, check it out. So, I'm in the middle of both of you guys, right? Because both of you guys are right. Kyle, you're right. Like, hold on, bro. We were supposed to have this dog mentality, all this, and like the late. I was thinking that too. I was like, that's what I was so mad about when I was like, man, what are we talking about? Everybody's like, oh, A-Cup should sit down and Max Rayno and Nick. I was like, no, these cats need to be playing. So I feel where you were coming from. Like that has to be established, like
Sure.
period, point blank. But also, I feel what you're saying too, Jesse. Like, man, we could have won it, bro. It don't matter as long as these dudes get ready. Like in a training camp, when I seen Doug Christie sit on this, he had Kyle. That hat was cold.
Just
That
gas.
hat, that hat he had on was so cold, bro. But that's what I care about. That part right there, watching him have a one-on-one with head coach and like just taking it in. That's what I love, bro. Also, what I take from Summer League is two things that pushed me in the bushes and I was wrong about, right? Cam Boozer and Caravan. Caravan is a baller. I knew he was injured, and I know I was like, man, is this dude athletic? But after seeing this guy, I was like, oh, that's a two-time champion. This is a smart player. That's why we drafted this guy. I get him now. I was wrong about him. I'm a backup off Caravan. He's a guy, he's a dog. He's a guy that we need. Also, Cam Boozer. Just watching him in the Summer League, I thought he was going to be slow and not athletic. That dude's going to hold his he's going to hold his own, bro. I think he's going to be like automatically like a 20 and 10 guy. He can get out there and guard 1 through 4. He looks slow, but he guarding people, bro. Listen, I was wrong about both those guys. That's what I'm going to take out of Summer League. The Kings, I'm not going to sweat it too much. I just want the guys to lock in with Coach Doug Christie, everybody on the same page, and I'm still with Emmanuel Sharp starting over Nick Clifford. I'm still on that note. That's all I got.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate it.
I got some on Darius A-Cup and I guess some of the culture stuff we were talking about last segment. But real quick, felt very good. The Kings' last game of the Summer League. Alex Caravan going stock up. the things we do.
Yeah.
I said,
Good for him.
yeah, he played well.
him. He
Yeah,
did.
felt good going stock up with Alex.
Stock back up.
And if we do want to, I guess, talk about culture and building that up and all, like, I do think one thing that did matter, and it's not everything or whatever, like, there's still plenty of progress that needs to be made, but I'm not too concerned about Darius Acuff walking into the locker room come training camp, preseason, whatever you want to call it, and him being like, oh, hi, guys, I'm Darius. Like, I think he's going to walk in and be like, I'm not in a cocky way, but just he knows he's the franchise. He knows He knows the situation he's walking into. I think when we saw his post-game comments, we played the video. I can't remember what game it was. Might have been the Clippers one. He was very accountable, was shouting out other guys, talking about their games, and just doing kind of the things you want to see a leader do. Again, nothing is fixed or whatever, but I think as far as building up culture and kind of starting from the beginning, like, I think that was kind of encouraging. I don't think he's going to be timid. I think he knows kind of what his role is here.
Totally agree. We talked about that. That's checking boxes.
Yeah.
You love to see it. The next step of that, though, is you have to be good.
Yeah.
You can't shoot 39% and be the guy who's like, come on, guys, we got it.
Yeah, no doubt.
People tune you out at that point. So that's going to be the next step, is that attitude matters. And that's step one. And honestly, that's the more important step for me at this point, because you can't teach that. That's not you can figure out how to score in the NBA. Darius Acuff, I believe, will be a better scorer in the NBA than he showed in Summer League.
Yeah.
You can't teach the leadership mindset.
Yeah, leadership doesn't work if you're the seventh best player on the team.
Right. But also, if he was that timid, like, oh yeah, no, not really, and he was a better scorer, it's like, oh well, he's just never gonna be that leader because it's just not who he is.
Yeah.
Versus, I'd way rather he be that leader and, like, okay, he struggled a bit in Summer League, but, like, okay, that he can figure out. That's a fixable thing.
We hope that the shots falling is kind of the easy part.
Yeah. Well,
that's what we drafted him to do.
It's just the doable part. It's the thing that can happen. Yeah.
I don't think you will, but of course, yeah, and I got you.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Shout out to Darius Acuff. The other player I was wrong about, I thought Cam Boozer would be good. I wasn't down on Cam Boozer at all. I know I had seen some stuff about Boozer potentially getting up into the top 2, and that didn't, like, stun me, because I think he's an excellent player. The thing that surprised me in Summer League was Caleb Wilson. I was so down on Caleb Wilson.
I mean, Kevin Garnett.
Dude, Kevin Garnett mixed with Tim Duncan, apparently.
Yes.
Like, he was... I feel like Caleb Wilson in Summer League is the player everybody said James Wiseman was. Where because he's the first player I saw in college this year. And the first play I saw of him was this, like, transition, coast to coast, like, delayed Euro step, and then he just elevated from the middle of the lane and punched it. It was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
The athleticism is insane. But then that just didn't translate. Like, I didn't think he could put the ball on the deck. I didn't think he's going to be able to space the floor enough. And okay, he was going to be a really good defender and he can score inside, but I thought there were, like, going to be real limitations to his game. Not the case in Summer League out of the gate. He's putting the ball on the deck. He's just moving differently than he did at UNC. He's knocking down threes. I did blown away by.
I wonder what it would have,
the difference in style from Caleb Wilson.
I wonder what it would have looked like in the draft if he didn't have to sit out most of the rest of the season when he got injured.
Yeah, maybe,
because all the athleticism and everything they talked about was there, but just more. Okay, we only got about a month or two of it.
Yeah. Kenny and I talked about it a lot. Like, man, I don't know if he's going to be good. Like, it's not going to be a bad player.
Yeah,
but is he a guy? And this was in the context of the Kings picking in that top 4. Is he a guy that the Kings should consider because they need that 1A? Can he be that 1A? And I was like, I don't know that he can be that. And maybe he can't. Again, it's just Summer League, but early returns were way better than I was expecting.
Yeah, no doubt. Caleb Wilson looked good.
It was the opposite of expectations. I had no expectations. And then he cleared whatever bar I had set and then some. So shout out to Caleb Wilson. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the conversation, please do. The 916 talking about last segment said, Kyle, you're overreacting. Clifford was a bottom first rounder. He is more than likely a role player who doesn't know his role. You can't build culture with guys who won't even be on the roster. Some of these guys are G League players or will be unsigned once training camp and season start, that's when identity becomes to be taken into place. Okay. Great. I guess that's sort of what you're saying.
Yeah, it's kind of where I'm at with it.
Okay. Then stock down on all the second year guys. Way down. Because that's tough. You can't even set an example. You're so bad that you can't even set an example.
I think you're being too harsh, my guy.
Yikes.
I think you're being too harsh.
I'm concerned.
But there's
Sorry,
levels.
I'm concerned.
No, there's levels
Sorry
to being
for being
being
concerned.
concerned. There's levels to being concerned.
I'm not firing anybody. I'm not trading anybody.
But it feels like you're not concerned. You're worried.
I'm putting a little bit. I'm putting a little bit in.
No, you're not concerned. You're not concerned. You're worried. No, Summer League has you worried.
Not worried.
Your body language and your tone and other things say otherwise.
I'm balancing out the amount of.
Maybe your expectations were a little.
Matters?
Maybe
why does anyone care?
No. Maybe your expectations were a little too high for those guys. Maybe we need to look within here.
Okay,
maybe because again,
if my expectations were too high,
yeah,
the expectation of like, hey, just don't play in a way that 2 games you call yourselves soft. If that's the bar they can't clear, like
Dylan Cardwell, why did you call your guys yourself soft? Because
Emmanuel Sharp said it.
Emmanuel Sharp,
yeah,
both
future
of them.
starting 2 of
Whoever,
the
both
Sacramento
of them,
Kings.
Dylan Sharp and Dylan, both called it soft. Why? Because now I got to deal with Kyle now. Thanks. If you use something else, if you use something, you said, "Oh yeah, we didn't play our best, but we'll pick it up." Maybe we're talking about something else today.
And then they didn't.
I'm not worried about the Kings playing soft. And what was it? July, pick whatever date it was, 13, 15, whatever days it might have been.
The red flag.
I guess
Might be nothing. Might be something.
It's a challenge. It's a red challenge flag, if anything. It's not the red flags that they talk about on social media. It's more like, all right, we'll kind of look at this later on. We'll review this. Red flag is more like you got the ick or something like that.
No. Okay, it's a yellow flag.
Okay.
Or it's up and I'm like,
it's a caution.
Yeah.
Say that then, man, instead of like, I don't know.
I don't know. I never say the phrase yellow flag.
Well, whatever. It just feels like it's everything's bad and whatever. It's all going bad from you.
Well, what? Like Summer League was objectively bad.
Yeah, it wasn't good. But again,
Okay, I'm just reacting
in the
to
grander scheme of things,
Give me
it's
2
okay
weeks
still.
and we'll be looking ahead to preseason.
Yeah. We need more basketball. I can't wait to see what you look like when this team's winning games.
Right.
Can you imagine? I gotta talk down Kyle Madson. No, Kyle, they're not gonna win the title this year just because they won 5 in a row. Relax.
They come out the gate winning 5 in a row. No, that's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's all good. We're good.
No, I hate the tone you use.
No, I'm saying.
What else do you got? What else do you got?
Everything's good. Everything's fine. Lou Dort got traded.
Yeah, he did.
I kind of wonder, and I want to make sure I'm phrasing this correctly. Like you have to have that guy. You have to have a 1A, to use our favorite phrase, that puts the ball in the hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Like that you have to have a go-to 1A scorer. And I think you at the very least need a secondary playmaker. And the Pistons showed us that, I think. You need a different player that when your 1A is getting the ball taken out of his hands, or that he's being schemed against specifically, you need a safety valve or a pressure release valve that forces the defense to look elsewhere. But it really feels like we're seeing teams, and I think we see this with Oklahoma City. I think we're seeing it with the Hawks right now. I think we've seen it with Detroit. I think we've seen it with Atlanta, where teams are really like leaning into the defense thing. And I think that's really interesting that the Hawks, who now have Kingston Flemings, who is a defensive, like,
supposed to be a very good defensive player
in college, and it's going to be the primary ball handler for them. They have Jalen Johnson, who's fine defensively, but a really good, like, near double-double guy. And then it's Dyson Daniels, and now they have Lou Dort. It's like there's this like swing to I think the Spurs are fairly similar. There's this swing towards like this very defensive minded supporting cast with your like main two offensive guys. And I wonder if that's a blip or if I'm making too much of it. But it seems like the league is trending a direction where over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to be talking way more about what teams can do defensively.
I think it helps. It's part of the things that you need to build a championship team. And Lou Dort, like if Lou Dort was shooting 30% from three rather than 34.4. Sorry, Lou, I couldn't round you up to 35. Like,
wow,
he'd be stuck on someone's bench, not getting any minutes. So I see what you're saying, but also like I look at a team like the Hawks, and that's great. You added Lou Dort, you got all those great pieces. Still not title contenders though, because you don't have the two guys that we talked about. So like
they may not even have the Jalen Johnson might be one.
Jalen Johnson could be the number two, but yeah, they don't have the number one. Then it's kind of like so. I see what you're saying, and it's kind of a chicken or the egg situation, maybe, because again, like you've got the back end built out for the Hawks, but you're still missing, I guess, the true title contending piece.
Yeah.
So I guess, like, yeah, it matters, but ultimately, like, you'll never really be true title contenders unless you have those two offensive machines. But like, yeah, you definitely need the offensive 3-and-D players because, of course, like no one's ever won. I think just shooting the basketball and all right, we're gonna score 130 and hopefully you don't score 131.
This might just be a massive overcorrection by the Hawks because they just were so bad defensively.
Yeah,
that they're trying to build out this unbelievable defensive unit that allows them either some flexibility to add somebody on offense.
Yeah.
Or if they're saying we're not going to be able to get that player offensively, or it didn't work with that player with Trae Young, so we're going to swing the other direction.
Yeah.
We're going to try and do just enough offensively and be this insane defensive team instead of we're going to do just enough defensively and be this insane offensive team.
You could try that, but as far as what they got right now, then like, yeah, they're top 6 team at best with a second round ceiling, probably, depending on the matchup you get in the first round. Like, yeah, I can't look at the Hawks like, yeah, those are title contending. That's a title contending team right there.
Yeah, man, I'm with you. No matter how much you want to talk about defense in the NBA, and I do think defense matters more than it's discussed publicly.
It definitely matters that you can't just get to the like
you have to score. You have to.
It's probably you need like elite offensive scorers, and then you need to be just good on defense, I think, to be a true title contending team. Like the Hawks can build up their defense as great as it is, but
so you think there's no like Seattle Seahawks version where they're gonna be this incredible defense?
I don't think anymore. I don't think that can exist anymore. I think the game is just too good offensively now. Or just you're gonna run into the team that good offense beats good defense. Like you can throw a hand in the face as much as you want. This guy's just getting his bucket no matter what. Like the Kevin Durant's exist. I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah. I think I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to jump in on the phone lines, or if you don't want to talk to us on the phone, you can shoot us a text on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line at 916-909-1320. LeBron James, we're awaiting a decision. The NBA's investigation into Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, we're awaiting a decision. Which one's a bigger deal? And it turns out the Kawhi Leonard thing might just be getting started.
Great.
We'll talk about that next on the Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. We're clear.
Nice.
Nice. When you say that, it reminds me, have you ever seen that guy? He's on, I don't know if he's on TikTok, but he's definitely on Instagram Reels. I don't even know what his handle is. I couldn't even find him. But he like will do the videos of people like bringing stuff to a party and he's reacting to it. And they'll be like, I'm Sharon and I brought the apple pie. And he's like, nice, Sharon. That's what that reminds me of. When you go, nice.
Shout out to that guy.
Yeah, he's hilarious. Makes me laugh a lot.
Kawhi and Kyle's old movie coworkers, one and the same, I guess.
Huh?
So Kawhi Leonard and your old movie coworkers are one and the same.
Stealing money?
Yeah.
I genuinely don't think he's trying to prove anything. I think he just likes to play basketball.
Yeah, he's just having a good time.
Interesting. Yeah, because I think they have 17 roster spots taken right now. Bruh. I don't think it's gonna be that dramatic, but damn. Jackson Ranchery, yeah.
You interested in Debo Samuel coming back to the 49ers?
No.
Haven't seen anything other than, I guess, just a lot of tweets about Debo this weekend saying he still got it.
He looks thin.
He does. Debo, are you fast?
Yeah, I don't
Like the things that made him great is he still have those abilities.
I would like Kyle Shanahan to evolve offensively away from Kyle Juszczyk and Debo Samuel and George Kittle.
We're still struggling with the Christian McCaffrey thing.
Christian McCaffrey, like I just think they really believe in the Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, DeJon Stribling trio.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're gonna add another receiver. Shout out to everybody agreeing with me on Damian dressing like Blanche, by the way.
You were kind of spot on.
Yeah, it wasn't disrespectful.
Yeah, but if
He's
you
a
tell me that just
well-dressed
like an
guy.
old lady, then like that.
Yeah, but within context.
But even still, like you had to like talk it through. And it's like, okay, yeah, he's right. But again, like it still took a lot of work.
Yeah.
No, but when I first saw it, I was like, oh,
Like, oh.
I can't go out on air and say like, yeah, Kyle's right. Though I have to defend Dame.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle, that's Jesse.
Yes, it is.
ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. LeBron James, it was so funny. After the World Cup ended yesterday, the amount of people that were like, all right, man, tagging LeBron, like, all right, now you can. I think he was waiting for Summer League to end.
Maybe.
I think he didn't want to take over Summer League.
That actually kind of reminds me real quick. We're going to talk LeBron right now, but you mentioned the World Cup ending. I'm not going to lie. I walked out my door this morning, get ready to come to the show. I'm like, oh, hey, this is football weather. This is NFL weather out.
Was it?
Yes, it was cool. It was a little orange outside. I wasn't sure, not even joking. I was like, oh, like it was kind of like orange. I was like, oh, is there a fire going on or something?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, no, it seemed like it was just kind of the sun and the clouds, whatever, made the right mix. It's like, oh, hey, it's football season.
Do you know what really bothers me? And there are many things about global warming that bother me, obviously. But the again, joking mostly here. The thing that bothers me the most about global warming, aside from the catastrophic effects that it's having on life, is that we don't get that like crisp 10 a.m. kickoff. It's 61 degrees. It's overcast.
No, it's basically one or the other at this point.
We don't get that until like Thanksgiving now.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes after. Like, I love that. Like, I love, especially with college football, you get up like 7:00 on a Saturday morning, game day's on, it's cold, you got your hot coffee. Like, yeah, this is what I'm doing today. There's nothing, I hate getting up on September 17th and it's going to be 89 degrees outside and sunny. Ugh. I don't have my air conditioner on while I'm watching football.
Yeah, it's a tough thing.
That sucks. 2 thumbs down.
I get that, but yeah, I walked outside and I was like, oh, it's football weather. We're here. And shout out to baseball. Shout out to the MLB. Like the Red Sox won 13 in a row. Everything's going great on that end. But you know what? It is nice. Thank you for saying that. But again, yeah, no, it's like I said, I just walked out. I was like, okay, yeah, we're here. We're here.
The A's lost again to Washington.
Yep.
Trade deadline's in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, I think. 2 weeks from today, August 3rd. 2 weeks from today, confirmed. I think Shea Langoliers is going to get traded.
I mean, at this point, that's kind of what you do as an MLB team, right? You stink. You're tracking to be one of the worst teams going forward. So
yeah, I think he's out of here. The fact they haven't signed him, he's a little bit older than a guy like Jacob Wilson or a guy like Nick Kurtz.
Do you try to hang on to these guys because you got Vegas in a couple years, though?
Those guys, yeah, but a guy like Shea Langoliers, even though he's hitting the ball over the fence a lot and started the All-Star game, I just think when you talk about his timeline and where he is and what you might be able to get for him, I think, again, in the same way I think it made sense that they traded Mason Miller, I think it makes sense that they trade Shea Langoliers.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's kind of where the A's are at this point, and I kind of laughed to myself while you bring up Mason Miller because I've been seeing him in Padres trade talks or Padres trade rumors. Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Good thing he gave up the third best prospect.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just bummed. I'm bummed the A's haven't been better here in Sacramento.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, and yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but it just feels like the excitement's kind of wet and gone at this point. The A's stink. We're hitting the lockout next year, it seems. Feels like we're just kind of starting to close the book on the A's in Sacramento, and I don't know.
Yeah, and I think too,
I just don't know how much the A's are at the forefront of people's minds here right now.
Well, yeah, and I think that's kind of always been the case.
I think even more so now than before, though. Like now it's just kind of like, all right, maybe they're just out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, and I think it's partly too because it's become really clear that the A's and their success, both on the field or at the ticket office, isn't going to have a lot of bearing on whether Sacramento gets a baseball team. And so if that's not the case, the A's are just squatters until 2028 when their ballpark opens in Vegas. They're already playing home games in Vegas. Like, all right, man, cool. They haven't been very good. They've had these massive losing streaks and these not losing streaks, but these losing
stretches, if you want to call them
stretches. Thank you. Yeah, these stretches where they're losing 8 of 10 and 12 of 15, and they're just not an effective baseball team. And it's just really clear that the team's eyeballs are on Vegas. It's not going to impact whether Sac gets a Major League Baseball team or not. So let's focus on that future bid and watch the River Cats and its Kings and Sac Republic until then.
Yep.
I think that's what it is. Yeah. I was just really hoping that we'd get playoff baseball here because I think the atmosphere would be amazing. And I think it'd be a really fun thing for the city. So that's just, I'm a little bummed.
No, yeah, I'm with you.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to give us a call, you can. You can also shoot us a text at 916-909-1320. That is the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line. All right, LeBron and Kawhi. What's a bigger deal to you? The LeBron decision or the NBA's decision on Kawhi and the Clippers?
LeBron James.
I need to stop saying Kawhi. It's the Clippers. The Clippers are the big.
Well, Clippers and Kawhi Leonard, no?
Yeah, I guess technically it's both.
Kawhi's
but
going to receive a punishment, I'm assuming.
maybe.
At least that's how people talk. But it's LeBron James.
I just need to include the Clippers. That's all.
It's the GOAT. It's the second best player of all time. We can just include everyone.
Allegedly.
We can include everyone in this conversation. I guess the third best player of all time for the Kobe fans. But yeah, it's LeBron James. There's Kobe fans out there that will be like, oh no, he's better than
Okay.
LeBron and all that.
Shout out
So
to
I'm,
them.
I'm
Shout out
including
to them.
everyone in this conversation. We can all now talk about this going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's LeBron James. He's the biggest story. He's the guy that moves the needle in the NBA wherever he goes. Like if he goes to Cleveland, it's like, oh yeah, LeBron James going back home. I don't know if it's for one last season, but it's LeBron James going back home. We'll see what this looks like. But like if he goes to the 76ers, the Warriors, which won't go away, or kind of end or the Heat, then like that's a massive story to me. Like I feel like we're all kind of tapped in. They're all on national TV every single year or every single game, and like that's just it's a massive story. Look, Kawhi, like he'll get suspended.
Maybe.
Maybe whoever will get punished in that little investigation, we'll go about our business after that.
So John Hollinger wrote today in The Athletic, and he had this really interesting note that this Clippers investigation is like the investigation itself is step one, because Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen and Katz, Wachtell, Lipton,
The investigation firm,
yeah, the law firm that the NBA is
law
using,
firm.
isn't going to dole out a punishment. They don't say X, Y, and Z happened. This is what it means for the Clippers. This is what it means for Kawhi. And then those things get executed. No, they just present their findings to the NBA. And then this is according to John Hollinger in The Athletic. I'm going to quote it directly here. The NBA's collective bargaining agreement specifies that a cap circumvention case must be tried before a system arbitrator and then potentially go through an appeals process before any penalty can be handed down by the commissioner.
Sounds like we're not getting this punishment till Batman comes out 2028. Point being, no, it's going to take a while.
That's it.
Like, and not a while where it's like, oh yeah, we'll figure this out right before the season. I don't know. It feels like one of those longer drawn out things from what you just read.
But the nature of this, and this is where Adam Silver's in a really tough spot, because the nature of cap circumvention is a like cardinal sin. That is something as a league that you have to drop the hammer on. You cannot have that be a thing that goes with a wrist slap.
They did that with the Timberwolves back with the Joe Smith thing. You took away about 5 straight first round picks, 4 straight. I think it was 5 straight.
I think it wound up being 3.
Yeah, it wound up being 3 because they gave 2 back. But of course, fines. Joe Smith ended up having to go
contracts
to the Pistons for a
voided.
year.
Yep. It was a whole thing. You cannot let this happen.
Mhm.
On the other hand, I don't know that fans care that much. I don't know, like how owners spend money in owners' pockets are the last thing I care about.
I don't. I was listening to a Charles Barkley interview the other day, and he's like, yeah, this has been going on forever. The Rockets asked me to give up some money, whatever, so we could sign these guys that never got that money back. But of course, like Charles Barkley's talking about, like, yeah, this under the table stuff, the little hush hush, like it happens. But again, like as sports fans, I don't think we're like, oh no, you got to bring the hammer to whatever you want to call it.
But also at the same time, like just from a league perspective and from a credibility perspective, everybody needs to operate under the same salary cap rules.
Yeah.
It's for parity. It's part of the reason that there's not been a repeat champion, right? Because teams have to make cuts and make all these decisions, and they've got to let this guy go or trade this guy and make their team worse because they have these financial restrictions. So Adam Silver has to cater to fans on some level, because like, hey, we need to get this done. The Kawhi trade's got to go through. Like we got to get our season started. We got to get our schedule set. We got to get these national TV games set. Like we got to do all that. But also, cap circumvention is not a thing that he can just be like, all right, yeah, roll it along. Like, let's go. Let's get this done. Like it's not. It's a very serious thing.
He's got to focus on the latter part of that, the cap circumvention, making sure the proper punishment's handed down before what we want and before the fans, before getting the league started.
But is he willing to do that if it means this bleeds into the season?
You got to, because the things you talked about, it's for your credibility. It's just for setting a precedent for other teams. Like it's just kind of, you have to set an example here. Like you can't really just for the sake of, oh yeah, like this is holding up the Raptors trade, it's holding up the fans, local or national TV games, whatever reasons you want to throw out there, that it matters, but not more than like kind of giving out the proper punishment here, I guess.
What I won't buy is that is that they have to do something for the sake of the Raptors. The Raptors agreed to this trade.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that he was being investigated. And then when it came time to officially do the trade, they said, whoa, hang on. We're confident it's going to be fine, but hang on. Like, no, I'm sorry. You either do the trade and deal with whatever fallout there is, or you don't do it. Like,
real quick, you probably can't do it because like there was contract extension talks and all, and you don't really know what that's all looking like for him right now. Like, I'm sure there's probably things you got to that's got to get figured out on that side with the investigation before. Like, oh yeah, Kawhi, you're here for the next 3 seasons. Like, you don't even know what you can offer because you don't even know kind of what his future is looking like. If he's going to be just not necessarily about being suspended, but just kind of his current contract, if that's going to be voided, and just kind of those things, I guess.
Totally.
Like, I think that's probably what's holding it up.
I fully understand. At the same time, that's what is the NBA can't rush this along for the sake of the Raptors being able to complete their trade.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
That doesn't matter to me at all.
Yeah.
They agreed to this deal like, hey, you knew there was going to be some kind of issue or some kind of holdup with the aspiration investigation. So, or the Clippers and Kawhi investigation. You knew there was going to be some kind of holdup. I'm sorry, if that holdup leads into October, November, December next offseason, tough. I guess that you should have been known.
Yeah, you got it. Because, yeah, if this is more serious than what we thought, it's just you got to do it the right way, I guess, if you're the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
This is something, like I said, you got to set the precedent for. And it's just, we haven't done this since, I think, 2000.
Yes. And if they set a precedent, like, oh my God, like it's not that big of a deal, like let's just go, then all bets are off. Then if you're going to do that, uncap the league.
Yeah.
Like seriously. If that's just what it's going to be, if it's going to be, oh, okay, yeah, the Clippers get hit with a fine and Kawhi Leonard is going to have the last year of his contract voided so he can go sign with the Raptors. Okay. Or if he's going to be suspended for 10 games, forget the contract voiding. He's going to be suspended for 10 games. If that's what it's going to be, then you're going to, like, all right.
Well, I guess, again, there's an aspect of how much of this actually goes on around the league. Like I said, I was listening to that Charles Barkley interview, and he's talking about, teams make deals under the table all the time. Maybe you just give him a little slap on the wrist because of the fact that, I don't want this to necessarily blow up. I think we talked about that last week. Like, I'm sure Kawhi Leonard is not a unique situation in the NBA where allegedly teams are circumventing the cap for other superstars. Like, I'm sure it happens elsewhere. We just don't know about it. And maybe the other business guys in the league are just better at hiding it, allegedly.
And that's where my tinfoil hat comes in.
Yeah.
Where Adam Silver knows that. It's just been this unspoken thing. And now they're uncovering all this stuff like, hey, this goes on a lot.
I would find it kind of crazy for these billionaire businessmen to be like, yeah, no, we're just going to sign you this way. And this is the money we're going to give you, rather than, no, let's do some business on the side and come do me a favor. Let's be business people here.
Right.
Like, like I feel like that, like, oh, everyone's on the up and up. Sure.
If you introduce people to sponsors and those sponsors want to pay people to do stuff for them, all good. It's the introducing them to a sponsor, giving money to that sponsor, and then that sponsor paying that player for nothing.
All you had to do was release the Groot sketches.
Dude,
it would have been disturbing and uncomfortable, but that's all you had to do. Release the Groot sketches. One Groot sketch for $50 million. Worth it. That's all you had to do.
AI Groot sketch.
Yes. I'm Kawhi Leonard. This is a tree. Shout out aspiration. Boom.
Done.
Adam Silver's not even looking at you. Gary Trent gets to make his deal. Gets to get his money.
Pablo Torre says, well, he did an ad.
Yeah. Well, my hands are tied here, folks.
Expensive. Yes. I don't know what we're going to do, but yeah. Anyways, I think a LeBron decision happens before a Kawhi decision.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we might get an NBA champion before a Kawhi decision.
I think we get a LeBron decision this week.
I hope we get it today. Like, what else are we waiting for, LeBron? Like, come on, do it today.
Do it today.
Everything else, the World Cup's gone.
Done. World Cup's done.
Summer League's done.
This is it.
You don't have to compete with baseball. All you have to do is like, I'm going to this team, and boom. Because you're the headliner.
We're all on the same page. I think we talked about this on Friday. He knows where he's going.
I think so, yes.
Okay.
I think so, yes.
Does Golden State winning the Summer League title and Yaxel Lendeborg winning the Summer League MVP play into his decision?
Hey, you know what? Them winning, Yaxel playing well. If I'm LeBron, that's a hell of a culture they're setting
establishing
right there.
culture.
That's a hell of a culture they're establishing, yes. They all played through the end.
Yeah, they did.
I look at a team like Sacramento. Ugh,
yeah, they
played
did.
The last game. No, I think he. I don't.
I can't help but shake this idea that
So
there's.
if it's the Warriors, you think he knows them? Like,
Yeah,
okay,
I think if it's the Heat, he knows. If it's Cleveland, he knows. I don't know what he's waiting for.
well, that's kind of my thing. What are we waiting for then at this point?
Like I said, I feel like it was Summer League in the World Cup. He wants to own the news cycle, which is
Yeah.
fine. Like, as he should. I'm sure that there's going to be some element of this is my last year, or I'm signing a 2-year deal and these are my last 2 seasons. I'm sure there's some element of that involved. So it can't just be like, it's not going to be a tweet, right? Like, I think there's going to be like a real announcement, and it's going to be, this is going to be my last year, and we're going to get the whole retirement tour. It's going to be a whole thing. But I also I wouldn't bet on this. It's a 1% feeling for me that what's taking so long is it's like a different team than the ones we're talking about. Like, maybe not
a
necessarily
mystery team.
Yeah, no, classic mystery team where the news breaks and it's, oh, LeBron James is going to go play for Atlanta.
Yeah, real quick. Latest betting odds has the Miami Heat ahead of the Cavaliers.
Yes, Miami, a ton of
According
money
to Hard
came in on
Rock.
Miami.
Yeah. Then it's the Warriors and the 76ers after that.
What if we find out that all this money comes in on like Miami? Or let's say there's last second money on Cleveland. A bunch of money comes in on Cleveland.
And these are betting odds, not the prediction market stuff that's been going around too.
And then we find out, or even prediction markets.
Yeah.
And then we find out that somebody in LeBron's camp was like telling people, and then they went and bet a bunch of money and won a bunch of money on it.
That's illegal, isn't it?
Super illegal.
Yeah, like what do you? Like, I don't know. I don't think you can do that.
Definitely can't do that.
Yeah, no.
So it'd be fascinating.
I guess, yeah. LeBron's
Probably
last
handle
year
it.
is like, oh yeah, he's gonna be banned. You gotta ban LeBron James. You gotta call the FBI.
That'd be tough.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, FBI's getting involved in that.
Yeah,
dude.
like no, that's illegal. I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
Chauncey Billups is like, hey,
yeah.
hey.
He was at a poker game, allegedly.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, that's a joke. It's a hypothetical. We're
It's a
joking.
joke.
We're,
It's
we're,
a
we're
joke.
doing a bit.
100% a
Yes,
bit.
that was a bit.
LeBron James was not at a poker game.
I'm being Chauncey Billups saying allegedly.
Right.
Yes.
But that's actually Jesse. It's not Chauncey
Yes.
Billups.
I'm playing a character. This is all for entertainment purposes. This is all a bit. Anyways, yeah, no. I don't think he's going to Cleveland. And I don't think he's
What if you knew he was retiring? If you knew it was his last year?
That would probably change it a little bit, but I don't think he's retiring.
Huh.
Nobody's saying LeBron's retiring, and nobody's kind of even hinting at it.
Because everybody's been talking about it for 10 years. I just don't think that's a factor in it because, like, okay, let's see where he's playing first.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think whenever he makes his announcement, which I think he will do it on his terms, I don't think we're going to get a Mark Stein. I don't think we're going to get a Shams Charania. I don't think it's going to be anything like that. I
You
think
got a Players Tribune tweet.
I think it's going to be a like press release, Michael Jordan style. Like that's how I think we're gonna get that, and within that there will be this is my last season, or this will be my last season.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Because if you can't leave it open, you can't leave it. It might be, it might not be. You need the farewell tour. They do love him like that.
Oh yeah. I think we're gonna get a. I'm going out on a limb here. Maybe I think we're gonna get I'm playing for so and so, and I got plenty of basketball left. I still love the game. He was 26-5 last year. I think he's still 20/6/5. He was very good. Like he's got plenty of basketball left. I think if he wants to keep playing.
We don't have plenty of show left. Our good buddy Rich Eisen is next.
Rich, call me back.
Yeah, he's our favorite coworker. If you missed anything on the Jump Rewind has got you from noon to 2, and then D'Lo and Casey, but no D'Lo. Casey and friends today from 2 to 6 right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. For Jesse Tapia, I'm Kyle Madson. No producer.
Yeah, no, it's just us.
Just us. The guys vibing.
In a room of darkness.
Well, we got lights.
Well,
Lights
I mean,
are still
the
on
room
it.
next to us, excuse me, but yeah.
Odyssey, Sacramento. RIP Studio 1. All right, until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Drink water. Be nice to people. Clear.
Good shift, everybody. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, good stuff. Hit the thumbs up. It's going to be KC later on. Of course, I'll be there. And we'll just be talking sports. Appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys later.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow.
Is somewhere else. I think this is good for your boy. I think this is good. I think everything else I need is on here too. Jesse, can you hear me? Jesse don't have headphones on, so I don't know if he can. Okay, my guy, what's up, man? What else we got? Okay, you're all good. There we go. We got that. We got that. We got that. We got that. We're good. Excuse me. 30 seconds. Am I reading that right? Okay. And then you're hitting the opener, you want me to? Okay. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing, man? How y'all doing, man? Shout out Kyle. Shout out Weezy. Shout out Russ Dog. Shout out Scooter. About to pick this up. Let's go.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We are number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Let's get it one more time. Yeah, vibes is all the way up on this Monday, July 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. But you know the vibes. D-Lo is out doing his thing. It's KC and friends. Yes, indeed. Always a good. It's a summer tradition. It's a summer staple. D-Lo and KC doing their thing for vacation. And your boy, good old KC, is here with KC and friends. This week is going to be nothing different. Once again, though, it's your boy, KC, Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
I got my guy, the super producer himself, Jesse Tapia, in the building.
What are you doing with him?
And just because I want to,
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question?
I got the board. Y'all saw it popping. Hold on.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
We're going to have a great time all week long, man. The vibes is all the way up. Like I've been saying, we've got a lot of guests. This is what I want to do all week long. A lot of times people talk about, Sacramento sports leader, Sacramento number one, this and that, this and that. That's cool. That's cool. Everybody say what they want to say. But here at ESPN 1320, D-Lo and KC, even the jump, we really are about Sacramento. We're not just about the Kings. We're about Sacramento. So a lot of the things we're going to do this week, we are going to celebrate the Sacramento sports scene. We're going to talk to a number of different people on the Sacramento sports scene, past and present. We're going to have a good job and celebrate Sacramento. 916. This is Sacramento Sports Week on D-Lo and KC. So we're going to have a great time with all that. And it gets started today. Obviously, like I said, we got to talk about the Kings. We got to talk about what they did in and up Summer League. We got my main man, the Louis Vuitton Don, Mark Jones. He's pulling up on us. We're going to talk to him for a little bit. I got my main man, Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer. He's going to talk to us a little bit. And I got to check in with my guy because the World Cup is now over. It is now finished. So I got to talk to my guy, Connor Sutton, about everything that went on with the World Cup, everything that's going to move on or go on moving forward with soccer in this country. And then, we got to talk about the Republic, man. We got to make sure my guys, the Sacramento Republic, do what they have to do to get another championship. That's what I'm looking at with them. They had a heartbreaking loss last year in the playoffs. I was there for PKs. I want a chip. So we'll get into all that, man. It's Sacramento week here on D-Lo and KC, KC and friends, whatever you want to call it. We're going to have a good time. And speaking of soccer, speaking of the World Cup, it's one of the great World Cups I've ever seen in my life. Finished yesterday with a 1-0 win, or 1-0 win from Spain in extra time. Not stoppage time. Stoppage time is the extra minutes added on. Extra time is the other 30 minutes. It's like overtime, right? I'm learning the terminology. But, hey, Spain, the World Cup champions. And I got to say, I got to keep it a stack. I was a little happy about that. I was a little invested. I did not want Argentina to win this World Cup. I did not want them to be the ones to go back to back. And you would think I had years invested in this thing, the way me and my son Reese were rooting about this whole World Cup thing. You would think that we were locked in to the World Cup and international soccer for years, the way that we went back and forth about this thing, or we were actually aligned with this thing. Did not want Argentina to win. Sorry to my girl Sarah Hodges, but I did not want Argentina winning the World Cup. And shout out to Spain, took care of business, handled it in extra time. I thought it was going to go to PKs personally, but the fact that they were able to get that done in extra time to cap off a fantastic World Cup, an absolutely fantastic World Cup. And we got some technical issues. I would like to go to our soccer correspondent, but he's busy doing some stuff right now. That's all good because I got some questions. I got I want to know some things about what I just saw and what might happen moving forward. So my main man, Jesse, our ESPN 13 soccer correspondent, he's busy right now, actually working. So I'm going to let him do that. We got Connor Sutton coming up later. Like I said, I'll talk to him in a little bit as well. But the World Cup absolutely delivered at a high level here in America. It's something that I was looking forward to for a couple of years. But the way that it actually went down, the way that the games captivated the sports world here in this country, the way that the other countries came over to America and enjoyed the nuances of being in here in America and enjoyed stuff. I think it was like Norway and England. They were going in droves, going to baseball games in Boston and Chicago. I mean, that stuff was dope. That was really dope, man. And like I said, you get into the dramatic nature of the World Cup. You get into what we saw from Argentina in every game that they played. That was special. You get into what we saw from Cape Verde, and them now looking back at it, it's crazy. Cape Verde had iconic matches against not only Argentina, one of the powers in international soccer and the reigning World Cup champions. They had a classic against them, but they had an epic draw against the eventual World Cup winners this year. That's Cape Verde. I'm not going to say they're the story. I'm not going to say that. They are one of the stories for sure in what we saw in this World Cup. What they were able to do, just being this nation and the squad that came out of nowhere to have those two iconic moments. They're not the iconic moments of the World Cup, but they're two of the iconic moments of this past World Cup, man. So shout out to Cape Verde. But you talk about those games. You talk about what USA was able to do, what Mexico was able to do, Canada also, all three of those nations getting into the I guess it's bracket play or getting out of pool play and being able to do that as host nations. It added to the ambiance of what this World Cup was. And like I said, you got Argentina and their unbelievable comebacks and their epic games. This was, and I'm not a soccer historian. I'm not a World Cup historian like my man Conti or even like my man Jesse, but this was probably the best World Cup I've ever seen. This was the best one I had ever seen in my life. I was locked in for what they play, 104 games or something like that. I was locked in for, I ain't gonna say 104 of them. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna say I was locked in for
90, like 93, 94.
Yeah.
My microphone works, by the way. Now.
Okay, Jesse back in the building doing his thing. But I was locked in for a lot of them. You know what I mean? In the days when they had 4 games in a day, and then like the last week or so, they had 8 games or 6 games in a game. I thought it was great. And it was perfect being in the summer with nothing else but baseball going on and the WNBA. It was the best World Cup I've ever seen. That doesn't mean I'm saying it's the best ever. It's the best that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think this was the best one for me too. 2022 in Qatar was fine, but I think this one was the best so far. Yeah. I think because you had all the stars, Mbappe, Haaland, Messi all showed out. I mean, Ronaldo played, so there's that.
Oh, hold on.
What?
You said all the stars showed up, and then you said Ronaldo
I said
played.
showed out. I said showed out.
Okay, well, I saw Ronaldo score a couple goals.
Scored a penalty. That was sick. But as I was saying, I don't know why we're doing that. I don't want to harp on the guy.
Well, no, you started it with how you separated him from the ones that showed out.
I didn't want to leave him out. I'm showing respect. No, it was a great World Cup, though. I feel like all the games were lit. Cape Verde was fire. I mean, they were a great story. Mexico, they got a knockout stage round win, so that was nice. Lost to England, but yeah, it had everything you wanted, I think.
Nah, it was fantastic. And you talk about, so this is a question that I wanted to ask you, because you talk about the stars showed up and showed out. My son, Reese, 13, forever. He knows, like, he doesn't watch soccer. He doesn't watch EPL or La Liga or even USL or MLS. Like, he doesn't. But there are guys that are stars who he knows. And He would watch the World Cup or whatever. And I know this dude don't watch soccer. I know he don't watch soccer. I know he doesn't. And he would come up and he'd be like, oh man, yeah, I want England to win because of my guy Jude. Like, bro, how you know who Jude is?
Shout out Reese.
But like, Jude is a star. Like, to the young people, to probably social media and all this other stuff. Like, you see his highlights and what he's able to do. And without even watching the game, they know who Jude is, right? Lamine Yamal fits that category. And I got to ask you, and once again, I'll ask Connor when we talk to him as well. What's going on here? Are we looking at the start of something? 19 years old. He now has a World Cup championship under his belt. He was, if not the best player on that Spain team, he was top 3.
He didn't have a great tournament, but he's like at his best. Yes, he's the best player on that team. That's the thing. He's 19, 18, whatever it is. But he's like a top 5 player in the world.
So
top 5, top 6,
he's
top
5
7.
right
He's
now.
like, he's already hella good. Yeah,
Damn.
Top 10 if you want to nitpick and blah blah blah. Like he's there.
So I'm not gonna corner you or anybody else to say he'll be better than the guys that you mentioned before. But like, what might we be looking at with this cat? 19 years old. World, like you talk about the resume, he's already knocked that off immediately.
He can get to where Mbappe is right now eventually. Ooh. But like I'm not gonna do the whole he can be Messi or Ronaldo thing. Like, as much as I'd love to joke about Ronaldo, like no, those are two different. Those guys just dominated for 2 decades, so they're separate. But yeah, he's kind of he needs to do it more consistently. He just needs to grow up and just keep doing it. Because again, he's only 19. He's only been with Barcelona and Spain for like 2 years at this point. It feels like. So as long as he keeps playing the way that he's been, I mean, he'll be up there. He's already up there now. Now he just needs the years under his belt.
You know, Mbappe, my boy. That's my guy, right? That's my favorite player out there. So when you say Mbappe, because I think Mbappe is like,
and I'm talking about as far as like best players in the world, like the best player in the world, I guess. Yeah, like he can be the best player in the world in a few seasons.
I think Mbappe, mind you, I'm staying in my lane. I'm not gonna say Mbappe can be better than Messi. I'm not even looking at nobody being better than Messi. That's how I'm thinking of. But Mbappe, with his age, with what he's able to do, he could be one of the GOATs, right? So when you mention Mbappe, when you talk about Yamal, like he could be one of these GOATs that we look at.
I'm not gonna do that yet. Mbappe's not gonna get there too. Like he's not like top 15 all time yet, but like he can. Lamine Yamal can be like top. He can be like one of the best. He could be like the best player in the world. And I guess as far as like his reach, like fandom and stuff, he's kind of like LaMelo Ball, but he's a much better player. But as far as like, the kids love him, like social media, I feel like he's kind of like LaMelo.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the other guy.
But again, much better player than LaMelo.
That's the other guy with Reese, 13, my son, who, like I said, I know you don't watch international soccer. What are you doing? Tell me, my guy, Lamine Yamal, I told you he was nice. What are you doing saying that? But he's on their radar, right? Jude is on their radar. Holland was kind of like that. Holland is a guy that I kind of discovered in this tournament, right? Like I kind of seen him maybe like gearing up for the tournament, but actually watching him, I'm like, no, that dude he's the truth. You know what I mean? And that's what this World Cup has done a great job of, is creating the next wave of stars for soccer. And when people always talk about like, okay, what do we do now with soccer here in America and all this other stuff, I think it's going to go more so towards the kind of like the way that basketball goes, that frustrates us a little bit as traditionalists who love our teams and all this other stuff. They got the LeBron fans, right? Like wherever LeBron goes, I'm tapped in. I'm watching. That's my squad. I'm gonna get the jersey. I feel like that's where soccer in this country is gonna go. There's gonna be people who like Mbappe. There's gonna be people who just rock with Holland. There's gonna be people who just rock with Lamine Yamal. There's gonna be people who just rock with Jude. And I think that's the future of soccer in this country, as opposed to I'm a diehard LAFC fan. You know what I'm saying? Or even I'm a diehard Liverpool fan.
Yeah, because it's always tough. Because me and Kyle were actually talking about this morning. Kyle's going to try and find a new soccer team. He said he might go with Leeds or whatever.
Who was he with before?
I don't think he has a team. His mother-in-law's a Tottenham fan.
Shout out Tottenham. That's my squad.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they suck, but I had a good transfer window, but we'll see. But yeah, I think following players works too. Because again, like I don't know, following an MLS team, like shout out to the MLS, that's the league we got here. But if you're gonna go from the World Cup watching Mbappe, Haaland, and all those guys to LAFC or the Seattle Sounders, like it's gonna okay, this is not the same thing.
Yeah.
So like I think watching Champions League, following those players, if you're not willing to follow like a team or just get into a league, like that's the way to go too.
I also think, and you tell me how this goes, the nature of soccer and what players transferring or anything else like that leads to, for the most part, like Reese wouldn't be like, oh, even with PSG, because they had Mbappe, they had Neymar and all this other stuff. And who else was over there? Was Messi over there?
Messi was there for a second.
Messi was over there. They weren't there for more than like 2 years, right?
Yeah, no, Messi and Neymar. I don't know. Neymar was there for a little bit. Messi was there for the shortest amount of time. And yeah, I don't know how long exactly Mbappe was there for.
Yeah, so it'd be difficult for, oh man, yeah, I'm a PSG fan now, even though I am. But I'm a PSG fan because they've got Yamal, and Yamal's gone in 2 years. So it just leads to the nature of following these players. And that's what I think the future is. But interested to see how you felt about that. We'll talk to Connor Sutton about that as well. But the World Cup final, it lived up to it. It was really, really good. I watched that game in my rental car in Las Vegas. I was in Las Vegas again this weekend. I guess this is a sidebar. I was in Las Vegas for the third time in 4 weeks.
Sounds exhausting.
A little bit. A little bit. I enjoyed every time I was out there. Like I love Las Vegas. I had a great time every time I was out there. But I was out there for the third time in 4 weeks.
That's what I'm saying. It's hot. It's hotter.
Oh man, it was super hot, man. It was 110, 111. The first day I got there on Friday, it was overcast, which was, I can rock with that. It's overcast. It's like 95, but that's cool. Ain't no sun beating down on me. It's all good. Second day, the sun was out and it was blazing. The third day, it rained at like 6 a.m. So I woke up and it was overcast. And then by 10, the sun came out and it was blazing. It was absolutely blazing. But you know what I thought about, Jesse, while I was out there? I thought about for 5 minutes. For 5 minutes, I was like, wonder if I could live in Las Vegas. Because when you look at the attributes,
I couldn't imagine being a normal person in Las Vegas.
Well,
I thought about that as well. Like, oh yeah, I could I wonder what it'd be like to live there. I couldn't imagine it.
It would probably be, for instance, when I lived in Los Angeles. I just kind of lived in Los Angeles. I lived in Paramount. Shout out to them. Shout out to Carson. I lived out there as well. But I was just in my neighborhood doing whatever. People would always be like, oh, you're in LA, the beach in Hollywood. I'm like, I never go to Hollywood unless somebody comes in town and they want to go to Hollywood. I don't really go to the beach, or at least like Venice or Santa Monica or nothing like that. If I do, it's Redondo. Or like when you live in places like that, you just kind of live in your life and you live in your bubble, and the places that make those places what they are, you just stay out of the way of that, right? Like you don't really do that.
I got you. I think the difference with Vegas though is like, hey, what if we put all this crazy ass stuff in the middle of this desert? Like LA, like there's cities around there. Vegas is more like, oh yeah, like no, we're putting all this fun stuff right here in the desert.
But Vegas is a city though, just like we have Elk Grove and Roseville and they got Henderson and Summerlin or whatever it is. Like you can live there and live a normal life. And the thing that got me was like, they got everything, bro. They got everything you need. They got a nightlife. They got dining, fine dining. They've got sports now. They've got all the events that come there. They get all the concerts that come. Vegas has everything except for a beach. But they got pools.
It's triple-digit weather too, though.
That was when I stopped thinking about it. I was like, bro, I'm driving around and I'm looking. I'm like, they got everything here. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool in Vegas. Not that I was, getting on Redfin and looking for a house at that point, but I was like, yeah, they got everything here. This is a Kenny Caraway type of place. And then I looked down at the screen as I was driving and it said 110. And I said, absolutely not. There's no way I'll live here. There's no way. I can't deal with these summers. There's no way I would live in Vegas. But damn, they got everything.
We
They
all
do
have that
everything.
thought whenever we're vacationing or out at a different spot, you know?
Yeah.
Like I was in Miami once upon a time. Oh, can I live here? No. But like, we all think it.
What turned you off from Miami?
This is not California.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Terrible sports town as well.
But they have all the sports. That's always my prerequisite. Like, I'd go to Vegas. I wouldn't be a Vegas anything fan, but I could go to eventually. I could go to an NBA game whenever I wanted to. Eventually, I can go to a Major League Baseball game whenever I want to. I can go to boxing. If I wanted to go to UFC, which I wouldn't, I could do that. If I want to go to a concert, I could do that. If I wanted to go to a football game, they got that now. They got college sports on both sides. I could do that. Like, I could do everything. Miami, you can do everything there.
You can, but like a guy like me coming from Modesto, I'm just grateful to have the Sacramento Kings now. Like shout out to the Modesto Nuts, but like
R.I.P. to the
R.I.P. Yeah.
Oh, man.
But like now there's an actual like pro sports team I can go watch. Like I'll take that.
Yeah. So that's always one of the things, because when we were leaving LA, my wife, love her to death, shout out Jazz, she had mentioned Fresno. I was like, oh, hey, there's no NBA or anything in Fresno. They got the college scene is popping. Fresno State Bulldogs, but yeah, a little
Bro,
bit
it's
more
just
than
heat
that.
in the Doghouse Grill. That's in Fresno. I'm sorry. This is heat in the Doghouse Grill. Let me get a tri-tip sandwich and let me get out.
The Doghouse Grill, shout out to that. Shout out, I think there's a Buffalo Wild Wings over there. now,
Yes,
too, so
like
yeah, shout out to that. But
I
yeah,
spent a
tough.
weekend in Fresno. It's like never, no disrespect to Fresno. It's just it's too hot. Like I said, it's the heat and the Doghouse Grill.
It is hot. And it's so hot. It's so hot. I'm here today, back in Sacramento, flew back on Sunday. 94 degrees, at least that's what the car said. No, it feels fine. Like, this is good. I can handle this. I can handle this. I just spent 3 days in 105 plus 94 days. I actually feel the difference. It's not that hot out here.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's California. That's what it should be.
Yeah, man. So had a good time. I say all that to say I was watching the World Cup final on my phone in a parking lot with the air on. That's the other thing. I was sitting in the car with the air on for about 20, 30 minutes. Because what roll the window down, and what's that going to do? But make me feel like I'm in hell even more. But I watched it, and long story short, it was great drama. It was great drama. Argentina going down to 10 men. Felt like it was a long time coming.
Played hella dirty. That's good old South American soccer right there.
So was I tripping, or were they doing a lot?
No, they were doing a lot. They were definitely doing a lot.
Do they always do a lot?
Argentina, it's never really at the forefront. Like the teams who play really dirty are maybe the ones that kind of lack the star players. So you kind of got to mess up the game a little bit. Like a lot of Central American teams play that way too, where it's just we're gonna foul you, and hopefully it's like 1-0 to 2-1 at the end of the game or whatever. But like no, that one, I think maybe that was just Spain frustrating them with how much possession they had. So you're just trying to knock Spain off their game, but that just didn't work.
Dog,
Spain, if they had a decent striker, like their entire existence would be like the greatest national team ever.
That's my boy Yamal's gonna be. That's what he's gonna be. And shout out to my boy Lamine Yamal's little brother too.
Yeah, the kid's hilarious.
Yeah, he adds to the lore.
Deuce Tatum, take a step aside. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a fact. But he adds to the lore of Lamine Yamal. But with Argentina, I started to get. I'm not really into like, the refs. They always favor the Warriors, and they always favor the Lakers, and they always favor SGA, and they always favor the Chiefs. I don't really get into that. Like that's not really how I feel. But there are times when I would watch the Chiefs, I'm like, hey, come on, man. How's that not a pass interference? How is that not a hold? If we did that, that's a hold on Big Trent Williams. That's pass interference on De'Amon Lenore. Like, how are they getting away with this? I usually get in those vibes. And yesterday, watching Argentina, rooting for Spain, there was at least 10 times when I was like, hey, what the hell was that?
No, I get it. I didn't buy into the whole rig stuff for Argentina. I think a lot of the calls were justifiable for being honest, but that's a very arrogant team. Like besides Messi, it's a very unlikable team.
Yeah, Messi seems like the only nice guy on the team.
Yeah, no, it's Messi, and then everyone else just comes off as like very arrogant. You saw Paredes after the game, fighting the Spain players.
Man.
That was pretty wild. But
that was wild.
It's easy to hate Argentina because of how they act. The guys besides Messi.
Was the red card justified?
Yeah, that was Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
so. They were trying to say it wasn't.
No,
Like, well,
I
on
think
Twitter.
I think
but-
it was. I think it was. Yes.
Yeah.
It was a double. It was his second yellow. You can't. Like he didn't meet. I think he tried to hold up, but again, you can't be reckless playing soccer. You should be in control of yourself, and he wasn't.
Oh, and that also reminds me the one time when I was like really on board with like, hey man, it's rigged, right? Was the goal in that got taken off?
Oh, I thought that was soft too.
What? I didn't have volume on. What was the call? I was trying to look. I was like, what the hell
Otamendi
call?
was the Argentina defender. They said he got stepped on, which he did. But to me, that was like he was just being clumsy as a defender. Like just move your like you can't just put your feet under a guy and like, oh, I got stepped on. That's a foul. To me, that was soft.
Yeah.
Like again, you go to VAR, you do the review. Like yes, he stepped on him. That's a foul. But again, I thought it was just more a clumsy defender who couldn't pick up his feet. He got stepped on. It should have been a goal to me. But
Yeah, as a novice, and I didn't have any sound on, so I didn't know what they were explaining. They just kept showing the replay. I was like, what the hell was that? How was that? So
it's a foul if we go to the monitor. But that's another thing I hate. It says it's a separate thing. But yeah, the replay in soccer, it only works at certain times.
Great World Cup.
Yes.
Great World Cup. I really, really enjoyed that. We're going to talk a little bit more about the World Cup and soccer in general in this country when our guy, Connor Sutton of the Sacramento Republic, joins us at about 5 o'clock. So we'll talk to him then. But until then, we're talking hoop, man. We talking hoop. The Kings finished up Summer League on Friday with a win. Shout out to them. We'll get into everything that is Kings Summer League, that is Sacramento Kings basketball with our guy, the Louis Vuitton Don, my main man, Mark Jones. He's going to pull up on us. We're going to talk about the Kings. And then after that, Jesse, I got some grades. I want to know what you think about some of the performances that we saw from these Kings players in Summer Leagues. We'll get into all of that. Mark Jones coming up next on D-Lo and KC. It's your boy KC. It's KC and Friends this week on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. He is on the stream. You got an email? Oh,
You mentioned grades. That reminds me, I was a TA in 7th grade for science.
Oh, this guy.
7th grade
This guy was a
science.
TA. Hold on, bro.
No, check this out. And I was like really into it. Like, okay, yeah. Like teacher's like, oh yeah, this is what we're looking for. Like in the answers, like for each assignment, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right. And like I was really into it for like the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
After that, I was like, it's just not for me. If you filled it out, A. Like literally, if you had it filled out, you passed.
So look, I wanted to be the first thing that I wanted to do. Actually, not the first thing. Like obviously, I wanted to be like this superstar basketball player and all this other stuff. But my second regular job that I wanted in life when I was like a little KC at 12 years old, maybe even younger than that, 7 to keep the bit going, was I wanted to be a high school history teacher. That's what I wanted to do. This is actually older because the first thing I wanted to do was be a pediatrician, but that was when I was like 8 or 9. And then I wanted to be a high school history teacher. And I actually I started school to like major in history so I could do that, be an educator. And then I started to think about like, damn, I'd have to grade all these papers. And if I told people to write a story, if I assigned like an essay,
Yeah,
I
you
got to read all their essays. What if I'm in high school, I got 5 to 6 periods of 30 plus kids in each class. Changing my major, bro. I'm not doing it.
Smart move. Respect your teachers too if you're in school because those people
Yes.
actually care about you.
Yes.
Me and Kenny were like, nah, this is whatever. I don't care about these kids' future. They all get A's. Not even know if it was benefiting you. Respect your teachers.
That's it, man. Shout out to Mr. Withrow. If I did end up having a class, it would have been like Mr. Withrow's class, which was, I think, titled a computer class, but it was really like a life lessons class. Like I learned how to tie a tie in there. We would do mock job interviews in there. And that's the type of educating I'd probably want to do. Like there was no, like we learned how to use the computer and not learn how to use it, but we worked on different skills with that using a computer in this class. That's the type of class that I would teach.
I can't imagine being a teacher today.
Oh man,
It feels kind of like a free for all.
No,
survival of the fittest.
it really does feel wild.
I guess my old man take. I'm pro. Take the phones away at school. Not take them away completely, but like you can't just be chilling on your phone during class.
I agree. I agree, and
We got to figure out a solution here.
yeah, and
You
it's
go to college, whatever. You're paying for it yourself. You take out your phone. I don't care less. Like high school, like you got to pay attention.
I agree. Like sometimes it be tripping me out that Reese texts my son 13. He texts me at school. I know he's in class, and he texts me like, "Hey, can you bring up some lunch? I forgot lunch." I'm like I said, I'm old school. What are you doing texting me in the middle of class? And he's not doing anything. I don't think it's against the rules. Like, I think he can do it, but I'm like, what are you doing texting me in the middle of class? I almost called the teacher myself. Be like, hey, take his phone, man.
Charismatic. I think our generation was different though, because we at least had the respect of like you pull it out your pocket, you look at the phone down next to your lap real quick, text whoever you got to text, and put it back so you don't get in trouble. Like now it's just kind of like, yeah, whatever you're saying, Mr. or Mrs. So and so. Like I'm just on my phone. Like there's no etiquette to it. There's no respect.
Hey, look, Jesse.
There's no sneaking around anymore.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. All right, man. Now we're a couple days away from another trip around the sun. And boy, I'm sounding like Unc when I say this. Definitely sounding like Unc and OG. Bro, we ain't no text messages, bro. What you talking about? Not in high school, bro. We ain't no text messages.
Like yeah, like maybe. Like what do you mean? Like you?
Yeah, I didn't make my first text message until my second year in college.
Yeah, I didn't want to do the whole like, yeah, that wasn't around your time thing, but like what would you want me to say there? I was in high school in 2011. Like it's a little different.
My first text message was like in 2003, bro. I graduated in 01.
No, mine was like 07 probably. Salute. Yeah, shout out David. I think Steve, he said he's a teacher too.
I really
These kids are bold now too.
Do anything.
Oh, don't do that. You shut up. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, don't even get me started, bro. Don't even we coming back?
Yeah.
Okay. Back here on D-Lo and KC. It's your boy KC. And during the break, you can check us out on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. The show never ends here on ESPN 1320 and all the platforms we have. We were talking basically about bad kids in school. And shout out to all the teachers who it's July 20th and they're looking at that calendar. They're like, oh man.
Yeah, salute to you guys. Enjoy your breaks.
Man, bro. It's probably with the way these schools start nowadays, prep week is probably like next week. They're probably going to the schools next week and like setting up their programs, guidelines, syllabus, setting up the classroom, all this other stuff. Because these schools be starting. I think Reese, once again, 13, son. I think he starts school on August 13th, something like that, which is crazy. Back in my day, yes, I hit you with a back in my day. I used to start school Tuesday after Labor Day. That was like September 7th, 8th, 9th. Crazy.
I don't
Absolutely
remember
crazy.
when we would start school. I'm 10 years out. We already passed my high school reunion, so I'm a vet too, like you.
Did you go?
No, gosh, no.
I wouldn't say you're a vet.
I'm a vet.
I don't know about a vet.
We're the same generation, basically. We're millennials.
We are, yeah.
Yeah, see?
Me and you are.
We're 10 years apart high school wise, but come on, I'm a vet.
I feel you, man. Let's talk about another vet in the game, a certified legend in the game. My guy, the Louis Vuitton Don, as I man, Mark Jones in the building. And he look like he's somewhere tropical right now. I see you, big dog. I see you.
Oh, man. Dade County right now, man, in the bottom, just decompressing after 8 days at Summer League. You know how that goes sometimes.
Oh, man. So ironically, Mark, I ended up, it just doesn't always happen, but between going to see Jeezy with my wife, between going to Summer League to see the Kings, and this past week, AAU basketball tournament with my son.
Oh, wow.
I've spent 3 of the last 4 weeks in Las Vegas.
I get it,
That's
man.
a lot.
I get it, man. Hey, I seen all those travel teams running around the Las Vegas Convention Center, and frankly, man, Kenny, it brought back memories, man, of, midnight pizza runs for the kids,
Yeah.
washing the uniform in the sink and hanging it out in time to drive for the next game in the morning. I told my kids, listen, man, you guys better win. I'm not trying to be in that 8 a.m. consolation round game in the silver bracket in gym number 443 on the other side of the convention center. You better be on the main court.
Straight
I'm not
up.
trying to do all
Straight
that
up.
other stuff, man.
That's exactly what it is. I was talking to our guy Carl Madson about this, and he was like, "Man, that's a lot. The AU scene is a lot. It's a lot of games because my son does baseball as well. Like it's a lot. It's just games after games every weekend. And Mark, you would understand this. I love it. I love it. That's my favorite game to watch. Is his game, and I love every weekend going to watch him play baseball, basketball. It don't matter how many games. No. I absolutely love it. It's the
I'm
best
with you, man. I'm with you, man. And some of the, like my wife and I were talking about it coming back from Las Vegas in Summer League and seeing all those kids playing in their AAU basketball tournaments, how it's great family time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's great time together. And nothing beats watching your kids out there competing and doing their best, man. And we had a great journey on the AAU circuit, man. It was like same thing, man. Pack up the car.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Where are we going to this weekend? It's it's a long drive to New Orleans or a long drive to Atlanta or up the turnpike to Orlando for nationals, and make sure you have everything ready.
That's right.
It's a great time. It's a great time, man. You know what though, man? I'll say this, and I'll just advice if you want it or not, man. As much as you can, Kenny, my wife and I went overboard trying to make it fun for our kids when they weren't playing. You know what I mean? If they had the energy, take them to some cool places in the area to do some things or see some things or whatever it might be, man, because those are good years, man. Those are quality years,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, the point well taken. This past weekend, I my son, we were riding around. He going to New York, and with the team and all this other stuff.
Right.
And after one of them, he was just like, "Hey, can we just drive down the strip?" And I was like, Let's drive down the strip. Took a drive down the strip, man. He's like, "This is awesome." He got his phone out. He's taking all the pictures so he can put it on his.
How old are they? What age group is this?
My son is 13 and my daughter is 3, so I'm about to do it all over again.
Okay.
But yeah, my son's 13, man. He just wanted to go down the strip, take a ride, man. So
yeah, how did they do?
They did good, man. They good. They end up being in the Bigfoot tournament. They won their division, man. They won.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they did their thing. He balled out. He did some good stuff out there. So it was a good weekend, man. Good weekend.
That's great.
It was an expensive weekend. Man. I'm broke, Mark. I might have to come work for you or something like that.
Hey, man, you got to get that. You got to get that circus $39.99 a night and eat that rubber steak in the morning. Or Golden Corral, baby. Get the buffet before 7.
Look. All transparency. We had done Circa the week before. Me and my wife was at Planet Hollywood the week before with Jeezy, all this other stuff. I was a little tapped out. We was at Circus, right? We was at Circus for my son, right? We was there out there. And I said, "Hey, man, I'm not bougie. I'm not bougie. I can do anything." We went to the little food court the first day. It was Burger King and it was Popeyes. There's no problem. I said, "Son, hey, we're not eating here again this weekend. All right.
Right.
We're not doing that, bro. All right. Look, we'll spend a couple extra dollars. We'll drive into the city a little bit. I can't do the circus.
Yeah. Not consistently, man. That's not going to work. But I get it though. I got some important choices to be made when you're in Las Vegas. I get it.
That's right, man. And Mark, speaking of summer league, the Kings the whole NBA wrapped up their summer league yesterday with the Warriors winning another championship. Shout out to them. Not really, but shout out to my boy Yaxel Lindenberg. That's my boy. I'm a Michigan guy.
He hooped. Yeah, he hooped.
Yaxel. But the Kings finished summer league on Friday with the win against the Hornets. And I know you were there for the first week in the summer league and probably kept tabs on them afterwards. What are some of your biggest takeaways from what you saw from this Kings Summer League roster over the course of even going back to the California Classic with the games you called there over the course of about a week and a half or so?
I think number one, Darius Acuff is as advertised. He's a bucket getter, certified, qualified, bona fide. I mean, when the regular season starts and he's playing with, Domas and Zach and, Keegan and the rest of the guys, offense will be much easier for him than it was in Las Vegas. And that's the kind of prism I was trying to imagine it through when watching him out there. And even without those guys, he was still able to get to spots. And you know, Doug Christie told me a great story about his early days in the NBA. His first summer league down in Orlando when they used to have one. He told me he went like 6 for 22 or 6 for 25 or something like that. And he was all disappointed. And he said to a scout, he said, "Man, I think I just ruined my career." He said, No, you're going to be just fine. The fact that you were able to take good shots and take 25 of them says and shows everyone watching you're an NBA player. So I kind of used that in reflection of watching Darius, you know, from game one where he scored 25 points on 29 shots, wasn't the picture of efficiency, to where he finished up, right? You look at the third quarter of the last game that he played, and I think he had 16 points in that game against Brooklyn after we were getting blown out. The Kings helped him out a little bit by making an adjustment tactically by putting one of the bigs on the same side, the strong side. So when he was coming and catching the DHO action, the help was coming from a small instead of a big. And he scored at will in that third quarter. If you go back and watch it, I think that's the Darius A. Cup we're going to see during the regular season. I mean, 50% on catch and shoot threes, 44 overall, 46 from the field. I mean, that shooting translates. And I think the only minor adjustment he might have to make, Kenny, is a couple of times his shot got deflected, not blocked, but deflected a little bit. There's that nuanced space that he's got to judge when he's trying to, when he's in stare down mode and trying to pull. That NBA length is just a little bit different.
Yeah.
And once he makes that small adjustment, he's going to be fine, man. I have no problem with, Doug giving him the keys to the offense and going with it.
Yeah, and I saw that a couple of times too, and that's just an adjustment, especially for any college guy going to the NBA. Not to mention 19-year-old, but that's just the length of the NBA, and these guys with their athleticism and where to get to for scores like Darius A. Cup. It's maybe 10, 15 games like, oh, it's a little different. I got to get my floater up a little higher. I got to get my pull up a little quicker than I normally did, and that's. To me, it's just an adjustment. That's all it is.
Not a big deal.
A sign that he can't do something.
Right. Emmanuel Sharp was the other big story for me coming out of Summer League. I mean, this guy is a consummate talent in terms of, you saw him knock down threes at ease. He can be a secondary or primary ball handler on the stronger second side. He can also play defense. I mean, cell block 34. It's over, man. Full straps, custom made straps, man, for the occasion. Yeah. I mean, it was fun to watch him go after Wagler in that Clippers game, because he was looking for a little bit of lick back, a little get back from the tournament loss against Illinois. He told me that before the game, and he got all of it and then some. I think Wagler's people got to put a restraining order on him or something, because it was almost criminal how bad he was all over him. The third takeaway was probably Maxime Renaud, in his brief summer league appearance, looked like an all-rookie second-year player. I mean, in the first game anyway. Second game was a little ragged for everybody, so that you can throw that one out. But in that first game, he was a little bit jet-lagged still from coming back from those two French national team qualification games against Finland and Belgium, where I went and watched that Finland game, and he gave Lauri Markkanen some work in that game. So Max is coming back ready. So those are my three takeaways from Summer League. And, I think Markel Sutton is a guy that might have an outside chance. I mean, he was very good in the California Classic and didn't get as many minutes / opportunity in Las Vegas, but I thought he was good. And I was expecting some team to swoop in and try and sign him to an Exhibit 10 contract at some point. Alex Karaban is the other guy I forgot to mention. I thought his body of work was just too small to evaluate. But in his last game, he looked like he got a little bit of a rhythm.
Coming off an injury too.
Yeah, coming off the ankle. Yeah.
Mark Jones, Kings play-by-play announcer, and with us now. With us, usually, he's an ESPN legend, but he said, "No, I love what's going on at SAC. I'm staying right here."
I'm
man."
in my
So-
happy place, man. Somebody told me the Kings got the best play-by-play guy in the business, but hey, yeah.
I'd agree. You probably heard it from me. I was probably the one that put it out there right there because that's my guy. Mark, I do want to ask you more about some of the summer league thing, and you've seen so many summer league games and so many rookies and things like that. One of the things that I tend to look at with those games is, I think you'll understand what I say when I say this, is not that the NBA is easy or the regular season or the quote unquote real NBA is easy,
Right.
but it's so helter skelter, so physical in these summer leagues. It's hard to kind of get a feel for the game, get a feel for some of the stuff you see on the offensive end. Whereas in the NBA, it's a lot more wide open, and you're playing with better players as well.
It's cleaner. Yeah.
It's that's a perfect word for it.
Yeah.
Is because of that, are there certain things that you look at with some of these rookies and some of these second year guys that'll tell you everything that you need to know, as opposed to just the general stats of field goals and field goals attempted and percentages and all this other stuff? Are there things that you kind of hone in on when you're watching?
You're talking about our rookies? Yeah. I mean,
our rookies, or just in general too.
Overall, I'll start with our rookies. I thought that you bring up a good point that summer league isn't quite as fluid, because it's speed dating, man. You get 3 days of practice and you're playing games.
Mm-hmm.
So if you noticed, even in that first Brooklyn game at the California Classic, Darius was out there left hanging a lot of times because guys timing coming off cuts to get open on the wings to take the pass from him. It was either congested or slow to happen, or he's getting pushed out near midcourt because things just aren't firing. They're not in sync yet.
Right.
And that puts the point guard, him, at a disadvantage because in the meantime and in between time, guys are hounding him defensively, very handsy, very physical with him, beating him up. So that put him at a natural disadvantage. That happens to a lot of guys in summer league. It's difficult. I think the bigger and stronger you are athletically, it helps you out. My prime illustration of that is Caleb Wilson, who was, to me, the star of summer league. I thought he was the best player in summer league. And it's interesting, Kenny, I was speaking with Chris Johnson, who is his trainer in LA. He works out a lot of the clutch guys. And he told me 3 weeks before the draft, I called him, "Hey man, what's up?" He goes, "Mark, Caleb Wilson should be the first pick in the draft." I'm like, "Really?" I'm sorry, I know he's your guy, but are you just gassing him or what? He goes, No. Wait till you watch him shoot. You're going to think that Hubert Davis had the reins on him.
That's what it looked like. That's certainly what it looked like, because I said, I didn't see all this in Carolina. And this guy hitting 7 threes in his first game.
Hey, and then I had a flashback. I'm like, yeah, Dean Smith held Michael Jordan back. So, yeah, I mean, it fits the North Carolina MO a little bit.
Yeah.
But I thought the way that, his polish offensively was breathtaking to me. His ability to shoot, going, 7 and 9, 6 and 9 on the first night, and shot pretty consistently throughout summer league. And then his ability to take it to the basket and finish was scary. So, Chicago got a good one there. I'm trying to think about other standouts in summer league. Dallas had a guy that was pretty good. Conversely, I thought Wagler struggled in summer league, at least too much for a guy who was picked 5th. That's just me.
Yeah.
Physically not up to it, and those are the guys that I think struggle in summer league. You've got to be sturdy to handle a lot of the handsiness and pushing that happens in the summertime that might not be called.
Especially in those situations like with all these rookies where they've just been kind of running around, working out, interviewing, and all this other stuff for 2-3 months, and now you're thrown into a game. 2 weeks after
hadn't played since March.
It's got to be a lot for guys like that. So I just
Yeah.
always find it interesting, how the summer league overreactions and all this other stuff. I think this class is actually going to be one of the best in recent memory. I think
Man,
we're
frightening.
going 10, 12 deep with like really, really good to all-star level players in this draft. I'm excited to see these guys.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of that, that Iverson class, 96, I think it was. And then, the top part anyway of the, 03 draft class, which was pretty impressive. So, yeah man. Yeah, I'm happy for Darius to get out there and play. And, he's by the time he gets settled in and, joins Keegan and some of the other guys. I was speaking with Keegan the other day and, 235, 7% body fat. He's on Muscle Watch, man. So, and he's been in Chicago playing ones and going against Max Strus every day, who's a pretty good defender. And so he's on his way back to Sacramento soon. And the Kings are gonna. Hey, man, I'm gonna shoot for the moon. I'm gonna shoot for the stars and hope we land close to the moon this year.
There we go. I like that.
Yeah.
Mark,
it was nice to see Zach down there with the guys too, spending a little bit of time.
So hold that thought, because I want to talk to you about that real quick. We got my man Mark Jones, Kings play-by-play announcer, just overall basketball legend, announcing legend here on D-Lo and KC. And you talked about Zach LaVine being there. You talked about Domantas Sabonis being there earlier, or we saw Domantas Sabonis earlier on. I think it was Sunday. He was there. Keegan Murray was there. A lot of the Kings brass was there. What were the vibes that you got from everybody just being there, being around guys like Scott Perry, Doug Christie, Zach LaVine? What was the vibes that you got having all those guys in one place?
Yeah, in some of the conversations, Kenny, that I had with the guys, it's like they realize the situation, right? They realize where the Kings are in the big picture with respect to the salary cap, the roster, the rebuild. They take it for what it is. But I think what's lost sometimes is the fact that these guys are proud professionals, man. Like they're not trying to go out there and not be the best version of themselves.
Right.
They're just not, because whether it's for team reasons, for other reasons, they want to be the best version of themselves. So, everybody's going to be a year into it. Doug will have another year under his belt. And I think that if the Kings can settle in with Darius at the point guard spot and have Domas come back healthy, Keegan come back healthy, and Zach be a good version of Zach, it's no reason why those first 20, 25 games of the season can't look promising. A chance to maybe steal some games before teams around the league discover who they really are, so to speak. That's Hubie Brown always taught me that's usually when it happens, but I think in like being around the guys for the week in Vegas, they're proud professionals, man. They don't want to go out there and look like scrubs. They want to keep their value up for selfish reasons, if nothing else, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Domas has been an all-star, and Zach is a player that's highly regarded in terms of his talent around the league.
Yeah.
DeMar's not with us anymore. So that's one less piece that has been solved, at least in the big picture. So we'll see, man. We'll see. But I think there's a feeling for Doug of being empowered a little bit more, having been through it a year. And, who's to say that the roster might not change, too, by the time training camp rolls around,
For sure. Mark, I'm going to get you out of here on two things. One basketball question, one non-basketball question. The basketball one is, we talked about you down there in Dade County. 305.
Man, it's 97 in the shade, man.
Oh, man, I already know. It's crazy out there. Look, Mark, do what you need to do. But go ahead and break the story here. What's going on with LeBron? What's going on with LeBron, man? Break the news right here, man.
Hey, man.
Where LeBron going?
If you see a 6'8" brother riding his bike down Biscayne Boulevard to the Heat practice facility at 601 Biscayne Boulevard, then you know something's up, because that's what he used to do in his 4 years here at times.
Yeah.
He'd ride his bike here. So if he's looking for happiness, he's the only one that can measure that. We from the outside really don't know how much variable is weighted, how much with him, right? Whether it's staying close to Zuri, who's still in elementary school, high school, a burgeoning volleyball career, volleyball player, and maybe that means Golden State. But if it's something different, maybe happiness is coming back here to Miami and joining Giannis and Bobby Portis and being able to do it with Bam as well. If it's joining a perceived stacked team, maybe it's Philadelphia with Jaylen Brown and Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, who, by the way, this may have gone under the radar a little bit. LeBron, low key, over the last 2 years, has been a really big mentor for Tyrese Maxey. Like a lot of texts, a lot of phone calls. Yeah, man. Yeah. Because they share, they share a trainer up there in Calabasas. So, so that might be a factor too, But I don't know, man. I'm guessing. I love the suspense. I've been through it before. Been through it when he came here to Miami and when he left Miami. I'll know this. If he comes to Miami, the Okeechobee Executive Airport will not let any planes from other states land while he signed, because they let a plane from Cleveland land, and he ended up leaving for Cleveland the last time in 2013-14. Yeah, they lock it down.
I don't know, Mark. I don't know, man.
What do you think? I think Miami's got as good a chance as anyone. If you ask me to rank the four of them, I would say Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Cleveland.
You know what? At the beginning of all this, I said it's going to be the Warriors. And then I was like, nah, it's probably going to be Cleveland. Then Philly jumped in there. And Mark, I've been listening to Pat Riley the last week or so. And the way that he's talking.
He sounds like he knows something, huh?
Yeah, man. Because Pat's not going to go out there and the comments that he made at the press conference talking about waiting on another plane to get here. Yeah. And then he said you did an interview with Dan Le Batard, matter of fact, I think today, and was just kind of talking about, me and LeBron are good, all this other stuff. I just feel, I don't know the man, but I feel like he wouldn't put himself out there in those type of ways to get left at the altar. He didn't have a feeling of something going on.
Yeah, I used to work for the Heat, and one thing about Pat Riley, man, he's swinging for the fence. Always. When you least expect it, he's this far away from landing a big one. And that's how it happens. I was on the steps of Kaseya Arena, as it's called now, back when it was called American Airlines Arena in 2005, when Shaq came out of a big diesel truck with a super soaker and was spraying down all the campers at Heat basketball camp that day. I was down there at the camp, and it happens quickly with Pat Riley. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up coming here. I really wouldn't. And they've got more than enough to fill out the roster and make it happen in the Eastern Conference, which is perceived to be an easier path than trying to go through the West.
Yeah, for sure. Mark, man, I appreciate you giving us your time, man. I know you're out there, like you said, Dade County, 305. It's hot, but it's still sounds like there's some water in the background, so I know you could be dipping in some water.
Hold on here. Here's a look at what we're doing here.
Come on, man. Yeah, man.
What we're doing right here.
Mark is like, what is
For
this
your
guy
viewers.
he can stop talking so I can get into this pool, man? That's what he gonna say, man.
Hey, man, because once the season starts, it's go, go, go. There's no time for play. So
speaking of, I love that you're here with us all the time now. I love that. But I'm gonna miss you, man, on the college football, man.
I appreciate
the 7 o'clock joint in Boulder. Maybe sometimes you're in Georgia Tech. You always get the text from me after the game. Like, hey, Mark,
man.
I love you on the college football.
I appreciate that, man.
Too, man.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to be the full-time voice of the Sacramento Kings, man. It has been, this is going to be year 7 for me. And right off the jump, right off the rip, I felt like it was home, and it continues to be. And, really happy to be and grateful to be the curator of the Sacramento Kings history and culture. So I take it very seriously, and my best days are ahead. You guys haven't seen anything yet, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We can't
yeah,
wait. We can't wait,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
We appreciate you tapping in with us, man, and
yeah.
enjoy the rest of your off season. Because when we get back to here, we're going up out here in
You got it.
Sacramento.
I'll be on the West Side really soon, and you keep up the great work, Kenny. All right.
Thank you, brother.
Do
I
a great
appreciate
job. You got it.
Thank you, man. All right, man.
See you,
Take care.
brother.
Mark
See
Jones, the Louis Vuitton Don, as I like to call him. He is the best. That's my guy. That is my guy right there, man. And we got one of the greats right here in Sacramento as the play-by-play voice for the Sacramento Kings. You're listening to The Marathon, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with D-Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app, live on the iHeart app. And you can watch the show on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, however you see fit. You can tap in with us, man. And it's KC and Friends this week. We just got done talking to my man, Mark Jones. That's some good stuff to say. That's some really good stuff to say. He was there in Vegas watching those guys. Obviously, he called the games at the California Classic. And one of the things that he talked about that I try to keep in mind, and I try to convey to you guys or, anybody I'm talking to and try to remind myself of is Summer League is different. Once again, I don't want to say that it's tougher than the NBA. I'm not saying that. You've got the real deal when you talk about these NBA games. But the helter-skelter nature of Summer League, the not as fluid way that Summer League goes about, not as clean the way that Summer League goes, like Mark Jones had talked about. It does make it difficult in a different sense. You know what I mean? It's not a situation where these guys are better that you're playing in Summer League, but it's chaotic. It can be real chaotic. And having to deal with that for rookies like Darius Acuff or Emmanuel Sharp, having to deal with not being able to have consistent practices night in and night out, day in and day out, that's a obstacle in itself. So I just want people to remember that when they're evaluating some of these guys in Summer League, whether it's Darius Acuff, whether it's Alex Caravan, whether it's Emmanuel Sharp, whether it's Mobo or Dylan Cardwell or Nick Clifford, any of these other guys. It's a different game. It's a different game. And he spoke to that a little bit. And I agree with him. I think Darius Acuff Jr. is the real deal. I saw things in Summer League that I think he has to work on, just like any other 19-year-old kid has to work on. As great as Caleb Wilson was, his free throws were insane. I think he shot 14% from the free throw line. Like, how can somebody that dynamic, that good from distance, shoot that poorly from the free throw line? Now, mind you, they were doing the 1-for-2 situation. So it's 14%. If he had 2 free throws, it might have been closer to 46, 50, 55%, which still isn't good. But I want to keep that in mind. But Caleb Wilson's got things to work on. A.J. DeBonsta didn't shoot well from beyond the arc. Darren Peterson, Keaton Wagler, all these guys have things to work on as 19-year-olds, and Darius Acuff Jr. is no different. But I saw what I needed to see from him. Being able to get to spots, being able to get past defenders, being able to get to the cup and have the opportunity to finish, being able to create for not only himself, but others. I saw those type of things, and he's just going to continue to build on those things and get better and better at those type of things as his NBA career goes along. Watching these guys, though, I said, I need some grades. I need some grades for these guys. So for the rookies that were just drafted by the Kings, your Acuff, your Alex Caravan, your Emmanuel Sharp, I got grades for you guys. For your second-year guys, Dylan Cardwell, Nick Clifford, I didn't put Max in there because Max played 2 games, and the second one was awful. It was awful. But the first one was exactly what I wanted to see. I want to see you rebounding the ball. I want to see you dominating these guys. I want to see you adding the three-point shot to your repertoire. And he did all that. He played 2 games. You take into account that he was out there playing in the World Cup qualifiers. He played basketball, meaningful basketball. He did perfectly fine, right? Like I'm not going to grade Maxime Reynaud on Summer League off those 2 games. Not going to do that. But Cardwell, Nick Clifford, got grades for those guys. Let's go through some of the numbers, some of the things that they were able to do statistically, and then I'll give you my grade for those guys. Darius Acuff Jr., 20.8 points per game, 4.6 assists a night, only 1.6 rebounds. He had a steal a game. He had a little bit more than 3.5 turnovers a game, which was disappointing to see because he takes care of the basketball at a high level traditionally. And for him not to be able to do that in Summer League was disappointing. I don't think that's indicative of what's going to happen in the in the regular season. I think he'll get back to how he was at Arkansas, taking care of the ball that way. But almost 4 turnovers a night. That's we got to clean that up. Shot 35% from the field, 27% from 3-point range, 70% from the free throw line. Like I just told you, I thought he showed a lot, even if it wasn't as efficient as we all hoped it would be or looked for it to be. I thought he showed everything that I need to see for him to be the franchise guy, to be a guy that you put your faith in and put your trust in if you're Scott Perry and Doug Christie. I give him a B, a solid B. The turnovers and the shooting percentage were the 2 things that kept me from giving him an A, because I do need those to be better and I do need those to improve. And once again, I think they will. But outside of that, I mean, he was electric. He was a playmaker. He was able to, for the most part, get wherever he wanted to on the court all summer long. And those are the things that I look at. And he was able to put the ball in the basket, 20 points per game, almost 21 points per game over the 5 Summer League games. It's good. It's good for me. Solid B from Darius Acuff Jr. You look at Nick Clifford, 13.5 points per game, 4.5 rebounds a night, 2.5 assists a night. He got a 1.2 steals per game as well. He shot 43% from the field, 31% from beyond the arc, 75% from the free throw line. I struggle with this one, man, because I'm not a very tough grader. Like I'm not, you got to do this or I'm giving you a D. I'm not giving you a pass and grade. I'm not doing that. Nick was cool. Nick was cool this summer. Because of that, I got to give him a C+. You talk about how I wanted to see him as a second-year player kind of dominate in any of the games the way Maxime Reynaud did. Or you look at Wiley from Washington. You look at some of these other second-year guys that were playing, and they kind of had their way. And it wasn't that Nick played bad. He just didn't play the way that I wanted him to, being the second-year guy who played a bunch of meaningful minutes in meaningful games last year I keep wanting to say this, it sounds disrespectful, but in the real NBA. I wanted to see him go out there and kind of have his way with some of these rookies and undrafted guys and G Leaguers. And he didn't do that. Now, we mentioned on D-Lo and Casey a number of different times, especially at the California Classic, it was a lot of the Darius Acuff show, and he had the ball in his hands. He was the one that was orchestrating the offense, getting the looks, and maybe that took away a little bit from Nick Clifford. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a prisoner of my own expectations of what I wanted to see from him. But I didn't see enough to give him more than a C+. I didn't see that. So I got Nick Clifford at a C+. Jesse, I see you there. You got a feeling towards the grade that I gave Nick?
I think C+ is fair because I almost he wasn't bad or anything.
No.
It's just like you said, maybe it's just our fault for our own expectations. But yeah, he was fine. I was talking this morning with Kyle on the jump, and I don't know if I see him being a starting 2, but can he fill out a role as a role? As a role player here, where he's just 10 points off the bench. I think that works.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, he was fine.
C plus for that. And we'll revisit what you just said in just a second when I give another grade. But I'm going to go to Dylan Cardwell right now. Dylan Cardwell, 8.5 points per game, 8 rebounds a night, almost 3 blocks a night, 2.8. That was pretty good. 51% from the field, 40% from the free throw line. And that seems like he had to hustle to get to 40%. But I look at Dylan Cardwell, and he's about what I expected him to be. So maybe I give him a B minus.
He's about the same for Nick.
That's what I'm about to say. Some people could listen to this and be like, how could Dylan Cardwell and Nick, whatever you think they're great at, should be about the same? I understand that.
But I would have went B minus or C plus for Nick too. So yeah,
okay.
I think it's about the same for Dylan too.
Yeah,
We're on the same page.
So I got him there. Dame, in the way we talked about last week, Dylan Cardwell and who he is, got me thinking about whether or not his spot is solidified, not on the roster, but in the rotation. I thought it was going into Summer League. How he played in Summer League, I didn't expect anything different. I didn't expect him to have this offensive renaissance or show that the bag is there. I just don't think that's ever really who he's going to be.
Do you think he's anything more? It's a harsh way to put it, I guess, weird way to put it, but like anything more than a center who gets anywhere about 10 to 15 minutes per game? That's kind of it. I'd figure, no. Like just kind of as a third center. Precious is going to get his run. Max, of course, going to get time at the 5, of course. Like maybe he'll play at the 4 at times, but Dylan probably maybe about anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes per game probably this season.
Probably.
Where, like he's just kind of filling in for the times where like maybe you got Domas and him out, or Domas and Max out, excuse me.
Yeah, probably. The only thing that gives me pause, and we talked about it, when we were having this discussion about Dylan Cardwell, is, can he be Mitchell Robinson? Mitchell Robinson is a little taller. He's a little wider, a little thicker, probably a little stronger. He's country strong than Dylan Cardwell. So that gives him the edge. It's a little bit of a different player, different archetype. But I look at that, and Mitchell Robinson can't shoot free throws. He's not offensive at all. But in the right setting, I feel like Dylan Cardwell could be that type of player. Is that doing too much?
In the right setting, no, I don't think it is doing too much. He was 20 minutes per game last year. Talking about Dylan Cardwell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think in the right setting and like the right, call it what you want, development plan, like maybe he can get there. But I just wonder if he's going to get the right opportunities this season.
Right. Now, and how you just put it, with those guys playing in front of him, it's hard for me to look at Dylan Cardwell playing more than 10, 15 minutes a night. You know what I mean? Like with how his game is right now. If he was doing, did add to his bag, was able to do a little bit more on the offensive end, yeah, he could push for a little bit more. But if this is what the offense is going to look like from him, I just don't know if we're going to see too much more than 10, 15 minutes a game from Dylan Cardwell. So gave him a B minus. Could have been generous. See, this is why I probably shouldn't have been a teacher. Because after two essays I read, I was I'll just give him a B minus. Like, whatever.
Well, you're better than me. I think I said this during the break only. When I was a TA in 7th grade, shout out the science class there. Like I was like actually trying to grade things for like the first 2 weeks, and after that I was like, this was a mistake. I shouldn't be here. I don't like this. So if you filled out your answers and you got all the lines filled out, like, oh yeah, no, this is an A. Like just as long as you did I wasn't even like really like thoroughly going through it. So if you had that science class 7th grade, like no, you passed.
Shout out to TA Jesse.
Horrible.
The next grade that I have here, the next player I have for a grade here as I hand out Summer League grades, Professor Caraway handing out Summer League grades along with TA Tapia, TA once again fulfilling his TA duties. Here's I hand out the grades. Emmanuel Sharp. Now these numbers are Vegas only, but 15.8 points per game. And I say Vegas only, which means they're probably like, if I added the California Classic, they're probably a little higher than that. But 15.8 points per game, 2.2 rebounds, 1.2 assists. That's not really what you have him there for, though. You have him for something like this. 2.8 steals a game. Almost 3 steals a game.
Yeah, we round up on the station.
Yeah, that's what we do. 40% from the field, 38% from beyond the arc, and here's what I love. 92% from the free throw line. That's what I'm talking about. Manuel Sharp got an A from your boy. He had an A summer league. And this was the guy I was talking about when I said we'll talk about Nick Clifford in a little bit. He outplayed him this summer. And I wonder if he's going to do more of the same when you talk about the regular season and taking that spot. Emmanuel Sharp, right? I'll ask you a question right now. I'm not going to project. I'll ask you a question. Jesse, you're Doug Christie. You're in the fourth quarter. It's a 4-point game, 5 minutes to go. You got to make a sub. You're looking on that bench. You going to Nick Clifford or you want Emmanuel Sharp right now?
I get it. I get where this is going, but I feel like Nick gets that first opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Nick gets that first opportunity.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, we've talked about it on the jump a bunch. Like, Emmanuel Sharp was great in summer league, but again, it was about 6 games from a second round pick. Just let him earn it a little bit more, I think.
I feel you.
Or you let Nick Clifford lose that job. But either way, I think Nick Clifford still deserves that shot. And I mean, again, I'm not going to act like Nick was better than Emmanuel Sharp this summer, but yeah, I think Nick still gets that shot. And if he loses that job, he loses that job. And that's where Emmanuel Sharp steps in.
And see, in Sacramento, like
might call it roster politics, I guess, but
and see, I got to say Sacramento, like Bernie Mac on the Bernie Mac show used to say, America, look what's going on. Sacramento, hear me out. I don't want to have these conversations with Nick Clifford. I like Nick Clifford. I think he's a good basketball player.
I also don't want to jump out the window too much with how Emmanuel Sharp looked like this summer. Like, it is summer league. Like how much do we do with that too?
They're transferable though. That's the thing that it gives. His shooting, catch and shoot, that's transferable. His defense and what he brings to the table on the defensive end, that's transferable. That's something that I look at and I'm like, he's going to do that against Jaden McDaniels. You know what I mean? Like, it may not be as successful because Jaden is really good. But, like, if that's his matchup, if his matchup is Dennis Schroeder, like, he's going to be able to defend that way against him. He's going to be able to, with Keegan Murray and Darius Acuff Jr. and Sabonis and all these other guys, and they're leaving Sharp open, he's going to be able to catch and shoot and do that in the NBA. And that's what I look at with him, and I'm like, damn, where the minutes going to come from? They might come from Nick's spot. And once again, Sacramento, I hate to do that because I love Nick Clifford. I think he can play. I think he's a good basketball player. But there's something about his game compared to the intensity and the tenacity that we've seen from Emmanuel Sharp over the summer that just has me questioning. It just has me questioning. I guess, like Jesse said, He's going to have to take it from Nick. He's going to have to take it from him. I'm not giving it to him first day of training camp or nothing like that. On the depth chart, I got Nick ahead of Emmanuel Sharp. I do out of respect and because I like the guy. But it feels like that's why I'm doing it, if that makes any sense. It feels like that's why I'm doing it, out of respect and because I like the guy.
No, yeah, I'm kind of with you basically because, like, let's say Acuff's dishing out to Nick and he's not consistently knocking down a 3. Like, this defense is going to be fine, I'm sure. But, like, Sharp jumps out there and is, like, knocking it down at a 38% clip. Like, Sharp's going to get those minutes.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it comes down to.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, just
again, yeah, like Nick still gets a chance, and I haven't given up on him. I think he could be a fine role player for this team. Starting 2 guard, we'll see. But,
yeah. See, that's where you lose me. I can't have him starting. I ain't see, not you specifically, but anybody who thinks that for the Sacramento. Nah, I think you need to go scan the waiver wire, and like you did with Dennis Schroeder last year. Like, he may not be the best, but we need a NBA bona fide starting point guard. If you don't want to play Zach LaVine, or if Zach LaVine is gone, or anything else like that, like, nah, Nick starting. That's not the answer. That's not what I want to do.
It's not the answer, but I think you do try it out if Zach LaVine is elsewhere. Like, if Zach LaVine's here, he's the starting 2 guard. Like, that's it. But I think you do give Nick Clifford that shot. I don't know if he stays as the starting 2 guard. Like I said, I'd go the other way and say he probably ends up being a solid backup or solid role player for this team.
Yeah.
Off the bench. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. We were talking about it this morning. The guys you drafted last year, Dylan, Max, and Nick, they had fine years. Max had a great year. He was all rookie second team. Dylan, for an undrafted player, like, that's exactly what you want to do. Have the year you did. And Nick had flashes, showed flashes at times. So overall, had a decent floor, I think, when he was playing. Those aren't necessarily going to be the guys that you're building around, though.
Agreed.
They're just the first ones who got here.
I was I was gonna make a Columbus reference, but I don't like Columbus.
Yeah, no, you get it though. You get it. And I'm not saying they're bad players, but again, like we talk about building culture and this, and that. Beam Boys were great, but Darius Acuff's running mate is probably not here. Darius Acuff's running mate is not here.
He's
I'm
not
sorry.
here.
Yeah, he's
No,
not. A lot of the guys that you're gonna build this out with are still not here.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah. Manuel Sharp gets I'll give you a spoiler alert. I got 2 more players. Gets my only A. Emmanuel Sharp, he gets my only A.
I think that's fair.
This whole grade process. The next one was Alex Caravan. Once again, Vegas only because that's the only time he played. 8.4 points per game, 3.8 rebounds, 1.2 assists, shot 38% from the field, 33% from beyond the arc. Had to hustle to get up there. And this, I love this. Even though it was only on 2 attempts, 100% from the free throw line. So I like that a lot. Alex Caravan, I wanted to give him an incomplete because even what he was able to do in Vegas, he's still coming off the ankle injury. I don't think we saw the best of who Alex Caravan could be. Like Mark Jones talked about the speed dating aspect of Summer League. You combine that with an injury. That's just asking a lot. But I didn't give him an incomplete. I gave him a C, just a solid C, because of the last 2 games he had. He stepped up, was able to be productive in that game against Boston and did some really good things against Charlotte as well. And one of the things that I really liked about his game, especially in those I'll even say the last 3, because I think he did it against Washington as well, is he got on the boards. And that tells me he's the type of player that probably looked within himself a little bit, said the shot isn't falling, but what do I have to do to contribute and be a part of this this team trying to play better? And he probably looked at it and said, I need to do a better job of getting on the boards. I'm 6'8". The jumper's not falling, but let me get on these boards and see what I can do. And he did that. I don't know if the numbers really bear it out. Like I said, he only averaged four rebounds a game in Vegas. But just the eye test, him being active on the boards and not sulking or, worrying about the fact that his shot wasn't going. He did some other things out there to be productive and to stay active. And that's what I liked from what I saw from him. So I gave him a C. He could have got an incomplete, but I gave Alex Caravan a C.
Yeah, shout out Alex. Picked himself up those last 2 games. You saw a little bit of the Malik Thomas and Trayvon Brazil murmurs after the summer leagues they've had so far. Oh, you passed on those guys for Alex. But no, Alex picked himself up the last couple of games. So, yeah, I think he had a couple good ones, couple bad ones. But, I think he did enough so far.
Once again, just like T.A. Tapia, like, all right, man, C. Did you show up?
You get a C. Yeah, he showed up. He gets a C.
Because some people might be like, oh, he get a D because he was so bad in those other games. But I said, look, man.
He was, but you know what? I give him credit for picking himself up. Like I said, he finished strong. On the jump, we didn't do grades. We went stock up, stock down. I went stock up on Alex.
Okay.
I did that with a game to spare, so he really helped me out with that last one.
You put in the grade early.
Yes, I was like, 5 or 7 from 3. Like, that's pretty good. That's enough for me.
That was pretty ambitious, man. Because it was at that point, it was only one good game.
Yeah, against the Hornets, it's sports radio so stupid. Against the Hornets, he's playing well. I was like, oh yeah, feel a lot better, but my stock up thing.
Shout out to Alex Caravan. Stock up, and he got a C, man. So
nice.
Think of him. The last one, the wild card, Jonathan Mobo. I liked what he did. Once again, Vegas only. 11.5 points per game, 8.8 rebounds a game, almost 9 rebounds a night. A block and a half from Mobo, 44% from the field, 50% from 3. I only think he shot 2, and 70% from the free throw line. This guy gets a B from me, and he's got a chance to be on the big club's roster. Whether they do it as a 2-way or however they got to do it. But I liked what I saw from him. And you look at his prototype, 6'8", 6'9", athletic. He's physical, showing you that by what he's able to do on the boards. He can score in a number of different ways from the forward position. I don't know, man. I gave him a B, and this is a guy that I want to see. This is a guy that I want to see on that roster come training camp. Like I said, whether you do it as a 2-way guy or however you do, Scott Perry's got to figure that out. But he stood out to me, and he's a guy that earned a spot. I give him a B for the summer, and he might have earned himself a roster spot.
I think they got one more roster spot left, I think,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
yeah.
So shout
And
out
with the
Jonathan.
roster spots, sorry about this. With the roster spots, it's if you do a two-way, that counts as a roster spot, correct?
I believe so. Yeah. Because it's just he's just on a two-way. He can only play a certain amount of games. But yeah, I'm with you on a B. I think he was out of the guys. I mean, we were focused on the second-year players and Acuff and them, but Mogbo definitely played well.
Yeah.
Also, Charismatic has it right here in the chatty house. 916-909-1320 if you want to hit us up there.
Yes.
If Kyle was great, if Kyle was here, everyone would be getting an F. If Kyle was here, we'd all be expelled. Everyone would have got expelled. Okay, what do they call it? Continuation school. That's what we'd be going to. Like, yeah, we don't. It'd be over.
Oh no! So Kyle was stocked down on everybody.
Not everybody, but he's not happy with what he saw in the summer league. I'll tell you that much. Man is not happy, and fair enough to him. Like, he's got his reasons, yeah, but yeah, not happy with what he saw so far.
Damn, you guys got to graduate in the summer.
Kyle would be a real teacher now. Kyle would be a real ass teacher. Like me and Ken, like, yeah, no, like C+, B-. I'm like, yeah, you know what? If you did your work, sure, you passed. Shout out Alex Caravan. Kyle's like, no, this is strict. This is Harvard.
He said, you guys got to go to summer school just to have your credit for the next year. I'm not even grading you till you go to summer school.
Yeah, Kyle's like, I see so much potential in you guys. You guys are just not fulfilling it at all.
Shout out Kyle Madson. That's my guy right there, man. Well,
course.
Look, I didn't give any D's or any F's. I don't think anybody deserved one. But yeah, Darius Acuff got a B+.
How would you grade the Kings as a whole? I guess the Kings team.
C.
See?
No.
Because I don't think we saw anything we wanted to. Besides Emmanuel Sharp, like Acuff had flashes, but again, it wasn't the most efficient thing. Neek, we had expectations. Those weren't met. Max was an incomplete. Dylan was about the same as Neek. Like, is it just a C for the Sacramento Kings as a whole? That game against the Nets was disgusting.
It was.
There was a couple of gross games in here.
It was. They didn't even get a chance to have the record for fewest points in a quarter, though. That's the crazy thing about it.
I think that was Kyle's larger issue, too. Like, as a team, there was just no rhyme or reason, really.
So here's what we'll do, because I got to answer to that. We'll step out. I'll answer the grade that I have for the Kings overall in summer school. We'll revisit the other grades, but the grades that I have overall for the Sacramento Kings after this summer. We got my man Mark Haynes. He's going to pull up on us. We'll talk a little bit more Kings basketball with him. We got Connor Sutton. We'll go back to the World Cup, talk about the big picture of soccer in America plus Sacramento Republic as well. And then, Jesse, what is it? I'm sitting here like on the turnbuckle, like Stone Cold, looking at my watch. It's July 20th. It's 3:28. LeBron still don't have a team.
Yeah, now you're wasting everyone's time, LeBron. Let's get this moving.
We'll talk about it all, man. It's D-Lo and KC. It's KC and Friends as well on ESPN 1320. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Jesse, Mark is just on the phone. He was going to be on the video, but he's just on the phone. Okay. You gotta waste my money. Hold on one second, guys. And you guys, all you guys in the chat, this is why people turn off the comments when we have guests. Y'all don't know how to act.
No, hey, no, I get it. Look, I'm not even gonna name names about what we're talking about. I get it.
Hey
There's
man,
times when
look,
Chatty
man.
else is wild out. Like, no, I get this one.
Hey, man, y'all wild, man. Let people just do what they do, man. Come on now. Oh man, y'all crazy for that, man. Come on now.
We're gonna expense a little side table.
Oh man, the Miami cam is what they call it. That 305 cam. Am I reading this about 2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah. Get my Fritos. Y'all are something else, man. Bro, what? Hold on, man. I gotta hold on. I need to do some quick math. That's how I'm gonna be. Hold on, no. My bad. Dog, come on, man, with the 305 cams. Chill, relax. Back here on D-Lo and KC. It's your boy KC, man. We just we vibing out here. It's the middle of the summer. It's actually the best time of year. July 20th. We're in the 20s when you talk about July. It only goes up from here. Man. So for those of you who didn't catch that, my birthday is Wednesday. And it used to be obviously this big old celebration. When you get older, it's just, I want to say it's another day, like you're grateful and all this other stuff. But my wife asked me, what you want to do for your birthday? I don't know. Like we have a dinner, cake and ice cream, see my family. Like there's nothing needed. It's okay. Maybe I'll feel different at 45. Excuse me. Maybe I'll feel different at 50, but 43.
What was is there like things you like to do? Like maybe, all right, we're just family 3-point contest in the backyard.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It's not like
I get like going out at this point. Like, oh, I'm not trying to go get turned up today or whatever for my birthday. Like that's fine. But like I don't know.
No, it's good, and it's Wednesday. You know what I mean? It's not Friday or Saturday. It's on Wednesday. I got to work all week. Just kind of here. Like we talked about earlier, I didn't spend 3 of the last 4 weekends in Las Vegas. Kind of not really needing to go out and turn up on the weekend or nothing like that. I don't know. I'm not against it. I don't know, but yeah, it's just.
So yeah, my birthday is New Year's Eve, so I can still get some mileage.
Oh yeah,
like that's a party as long as I want it to be, I guess. But
it's absolutely
yeah,
for sure. So that's what's going on with that. We got Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer. He's going to be joining us to talk more about the Sacramento Kings in about 30 minutes or so. But Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, because I know we're not gonna get to this. Shout out Ryan Clark was laid off today. Pop's throwing it in the chat. Did you see how that happened?
I didn't see how that. I saw that through the chat, and with the chat, I don't listen to anything
So
they
you
say
know,
at
like
this
how,
point, so I
like-
wasn't sure. But no, I didn't see how it happened.
We have fun like around the trade deadline. It's like, oh yeah, this guy might get traded during the game. Blah
Yeah.
blah blah. Like, oh yeah, that happened to Harrison Barnes once. That was actually the tweet I
Did,
saw.
yes.
Kind of. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what happened to Ryan. He was on NFL Live today, and they cut him mid-show.
So,
Like he got pulled from the show mid-show.
oh my gosh.
Yes, like that. No, he
Do
didn't
we have a
finish the
clip?
show. I don't know if it happened. Like they probably told him like during a break, but I think it was Andrew Marchand who put out a tweet just talking about like, yeah, he was supposed to be. Real quick, Andrew Marchand. Our story's being updated. Clark was on NFL Live today, but was told during the program that he was being let go, according to sources. He did not finish the program. ESPN was expected to inform him tomorrow morning when it is anticipated the network inform more employees of the layoffs. So that's kind of what's going
Wow.
on. But yeah, they cut him mid-show.
That's foul.
Yeah, you can't.
That is
You
foul.
can't. You can't do that.
Who?
If you're an executive or making the decisions, like you got to lay people off. That sucks. So be it. But like you got to do that at a proper time.
Absolutely. That is awful. That is awful. Like, who comes to the conclusion that, oh man, he's on NFL Live right now.
Yeah, go get Ryan.
Go get him off.
Yeah, no, that's insane.
That is insane. There was a time when I was coaching a travel basketball team, and I guess I was kind of hired or whatever. I guess I don't know. Like my son wasn't playing. It was a bunch of kids that I knew from before, and these parents got me to be the coach, right? Like they asked me to be the coach. Didn't really work out the way maybe they wanted to or whatever. And I went to the start of a tournament. Like the tournament started on Saturday, and I was there. I was in the building. I was coaching, and there was another guy who was my assistant coach, and I coached the first game. I think we win, and one of the parents, and I it's all good with everybody now. Like I still talk to this lady to this day. Like she's good people. I trained her son after this whole thing went down, and it's all good. That's my homie. That's love. But she, after the first game, she pulls me to the side and she goes, yeah, I don't know what happened with like the other parents or like the other coaches. They were, because one of the two parents were also assistant coaches. They just kind of let things go. She's like, I don't know what happened, but yeah, we kind of made the decision to have that guy be the head coach. And I'm sitting there, and she says, I'm sitting there, I'm watching the first game. I'm like, WTF. Like they didn't tell him. They didn't tell him he's not supposed to be coaching, talking about me. And I was like, nah, nobody told me. She's like, I guess I have to be the one to do it. I hate to do it this way, but yeah, he's going to be the coach moving forward. And it was like, it stung. It hurt a little bit at the time. But that's like the same thing. So we had another game that day, 2 more that weekend. And I was the assistant after that mid-tournament.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot.
Yeah, and then the guy who was supposed to tell me was the coach. Didn't say, like, just kept it moving. But she was like, I can't believe they didn't tell you. Like, they were supposed to tell you on Wednesday that this is the direction we were going to go. I say all that saying, I wonder if that executive still should have handled it a different way. But if that executive was like, yo, why didn't they tell Ryan on Friday? Like, nobody told him yet. He's not supposed to be here. And
yeah, maybe that's what happened. Because again, I don't get how you let the guy you either fire him before, lay him off before, you lay him off after the show. Like to tell him during, somebody messed up clearly.
That is terrible.
It's probably that. Yeah, it's probably like, yeah, he can't be working right now. We laid him off. Nobody just told him.
Right. Yeah, that's terrible, man. Shout out to Ryan Clark, man. I like what he does in the media space just in general. Whether it's the NFL breakdown on ESPN or the stuff with the pivot, the interviews that he does. A lot of people, have their gripes about him, but I like Ryan Clark. I think he does a really good job. So, and I know he's gonna find work somewhere else, and if not, he's already created something.
Podcast is already pretty successful too. I think probably can just build that up.
That was when I learned that I don't know if I want Brandon Ayuk as a 49er anymore after that pivot interview. That was like 3 years ago. And I said, what the hell is this?
Yeah. I don't know if that guy's playing football again.
Nah, pretty sure he's not. We'll get to
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk later on in the show. Like I said, Mark Haynes from the Sacramento Observer, he's going to join us to talk more about the Sacramento Kings and their summer league and what they've got moving forward. But before we went to break, I gave out my grades individually for some of the rookies and second-year players for the Sacramento Kings. Darius Acuff gave him a B+. Neat Clifford gave him a C+. Dylan Cardwell gave him a B-. Emmanuel Sharp got an A, the only A that I gave out. Alex Caravan got a C. I think it was a straight C, but I might have. Should be a C-.
We can hit him with a C-.
Yeah, he got a 71%, bro. He got a C. He got
Still
a C-.
passed the class, Alex. Way to go, pal.
They got a C- for the summer. And my man Jonathan Mobo, he was a surprise for me. I gave him a B on the summer league. But you asked the question, Jesse, before we went to break. What does the Sacramento Kings organization get as a grade for summer league as a whole? And before I give my grade, I'll ask you and anybody who's listening, I'd like to hear what you guys think about the Kings Summer League as a whole, these players, the grades that I gave for the players. Hit me up on the Mojo's Talking Text line, 916-909-1320. You could get a text in or you can call in. I want to hear your voice. I want to hear what you got to say, 916-909-1320, and give me your grades and your thoughts as well. But I'll answer the question with the question. What were you looking to see from the Kings this summer league?
I don't know if anything from them as a whole, but I guess it's kind of the same with Nick. See him dominate a little bit more. I guess not. I don't know if dominate's the right word, but just kind of stand out a bit, I guess would be it.
Does I'm thinking of Maxine when you said Nick, but I'll ask you the question about Max. Is it fair for Max to get the pass for that second game because of what he did with the qualifiers and then in the first game?
Yeah, I think it's fair. Max, I didn't do stock up or stock down for Max. To me, he was an incomplete as well. Like he had a good first game, had a good second game, but I don't think the second game can be an incomplete for the Kings. Like that's part of I think the overall game. Like we can't toss that out for them as a whole. Like that game where Max has 7 turnovers, rips his jersey, him and Acuff were not great as far as getting into their sets and all. And like just playing kind of sloppy, and everyone else. It wasn't just those two guys. It was everyone else involved. Like that. Like I can't throw that game out for the Kings.
Right. So to answer your question with the grade that I give him, I give the Kings a B- as a whole. I think it was a little bit more than average because you didn't find something in Darius Acuff Jr., but you had something confirmed, I believe, in Darius Acuff Jr. Like you got a really good basketball player at 7. You found something in Emmanuel Sharp, and that's a second-round guy that you found something in. Jonathan Mobo, depending on how you feel about him, maybe you found a player that you can fit on your roster. You did go 3-0 in the California Classic. Vegas wasn't as good as what you wanted. But combining all those things, like I said, finding 2 players, winning some games while you were there, both in Sacramento and in Las Vegas, I think that's good enough for a B.
Yeah, I think I go C-.
Woo!
Yeah, we're going way different here.
Why you give him a C-?
I wanted to go D+ at one point. I think I go C- just again, maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the teacher who had too high of expectations for these students. And again, this is all just summer league. This is not writing the book on anybody. But I think just the expectations weren't met. I wanted to see a little bit more from the guys. Again, that Nets game, it can be an incomplete for Max, but for the Kings as a whole, like they looked horrible.
So let me ask.
Wanted to see a little bit more from them. So I'd go C-.
Let me ask you a question on that one though.
Yeah.
Who did you want to see more from?
Nick, I like Dylan is kind of not he is who he is, but like I don't know if he's going to develop outside of his current skill set. But like just the second year guys didn't really stand out. And even if Max is an incomplete, like to me like they just never really they didn't set themselves apart maybe the way that you wanted to.
So here's what I think. And I would love.
And I think they carry the most weight on this grade too. Like, Acuff is fine. Manuel Sharp of course was an A, but I think that's probably where a lot of this grade is weighed out.
Here's what I think, and you can tap into the jump starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow and hear what Kyle Madson probably has to think about this. Kyle, will be joining me on Friday for the weekly hit. So maybe we'll talk about it then as well.
Real quick, Kyle's in the group chat right now talking about how how the turntables. No, okay, again, you would have kicked all these kids out of school. I gave them a C-.
So here's what I think after talking to Jesse and the assumption of how I feel Kyle feels. I think all of this comes down to Nick Clifford. That's where the grade comes from. Because if you look at Darius Acuff and you're like, he was fine. Like, I think everybody all three of us would agree, would at least come to a consensus of a B grade, B plus grade. That's fine. Emmanuel Sharp gets an A. Alex Caravan almost gets an incomplete because of the injury. Maxime Reynal, incomplete because he came there, played for 2 days, had a good game, had a bad game. Dylan Cardwell, I think in our heart of hearts, I don't know if anybody expected him to like go crazy in Summer League. So I think Dylan Cardwell is about what everyone would think. The only one that there was like expectations that probably weren't met is Nick Clifford. And he has totally destroyed. He has totally tanked in this group project. He has totally tanked the Sacramento Kings summer grade.
I don't hate that.
At least from Jesse, because I gave him a B. I gave the Kings a B.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a joke where there's a curve and maybe Nick just kind of outscored. Like that wouldn't work here again. But like again, you get the point.
He didn't show up. He didn't participate in the project.
Yeah, we needed 4 people here. We got 3. Again, but Nick was fine. He wasn't even bad. That's not even the thing. I don't know.
But I say Nick because he's probably the one that had real expectations.
Yes, but like, yeah, and I don't want to put too much on results. I think it's just maybe it's just the Nets game put too much of a bad taste in my mouth.
Nets game was nasty. Celtics game wasn't that much better.
That's
either.
the thing. Like, yeah, there was just times where it's like, okay, they're not even really competing right now. And like,
but they had a good second half against the Celtics.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I'll stick with a C- right now.
You guys are tough, man. Kyle and Jesse, man, these guys are tough, bro. Remind me not to sign up for their class in the
I feel like I'm not catalog. I feel like I'm not tough. It's just again, just don't. You got to give me something. Again, look at no. It was the Nets and Celtics games.
There's one person who didn't give you anything.
It was the Nets and Celtics games. Like you still got a C-. Again, you do enough work. You pass. I just wanted to see a little bit more.
And mind you, what Jesse is saying, what I've said about Nick is like he was good. He was good. Like he didn't. But I think one of the reasons why I felt how I felt about Nick and playing time and all this stuff moving forward is I was hoping he would do more. And I think that is the consensus from all three of us when it comes to Nick Clifford. We were hoping, maybe in some cases expecting for him to do more.
That's all it is.
And he didn't. And it kind of tanked. It tanked their grade with Jesse and Kyle.
Yeah, yeah. He tanked the grade a little bit. So, we got to see.
So Acuff and Emmanuel Sharp and Mobo and Dylan Cardwell, they're in the group chat like talking to Nick like, bro.
But no, that's not fair though. It's not just Nick because again, Max, even though he gets an incomplete himself, like his game goes into the record as far as like the turnovers, how he played in that Nets one. Like that still counts, I guess, for the group project.
Well, he should get a grade then because the 20 and 11 with what do you have like 3 threes?
Then he gets a C too because he's incomplete. If it's incomplete, it's a C to me. I can't give you a B.
Should raise it up though.
It's a C- there. It's a C-. It's a C- because the second game was just so bad.
Nah, I understand. The reason why I asked that is my expectations probably weren't where others were for the summer league.
No, I was keyed on Nick Clifford. I wanted to see him. Like that was my focus this summer. Because again, like I think you're out on the idea of him being a starting 2, even if Zach isn't here. For me, at least, I just like to see it just so I know he's not or he is, and probably right. He's probably not going to be, but again, I'd still give him that opportunity. Even with the summer league left a lot on the table, at least for us. Like I'm still focused on Nick and seeing what he can do this season.
And then
he's kind of the one. I don't know what his role is or kind of who he's shaping out to be as a player. Like he's got tools, he does good things. I don't know if he does one thing necessarily great, but it's just all right. Like I don't know, just kind of where do you fit in here? What do they have as far as like how do the Kings view you?
Right.
Because I don't know. Do we view him as a backup point guard?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So
I view him, and I don't know if the Kings do, but I view him as a backup shooting guard. He absolutely should be in the rotation. He
Yeah.
should get minutes. He
Yeah,
should
yeah.
get those opportunities. But it's almost like the cousin of how people see Keegan and how I see Keegan. And, because with that, people were like, oh, man, Keegan, two-way player. I'm telling you, just stop having him guard everybody. And then he could average 22 points. I said, no, Keegan, I don't believe he can. He's a good basketball player who I want on the team, but he's about who I think he's going to be, and I'm okay with that. I like that. I like Keegan Murray how he is.
Yeah, he can guard the opposing team's best player, shoot about 37% from three, 35 maybe, and we're all good.
I like
about
Keegan.
15 points.
KC, you be hating on Keegan all the time. No, I'm not. I said I like the guy. I like him, but my expectations of what I see of him isn't what others are, and I think that's what this Neek thing is. Where I like Neek. I want to see him get more run and get more opportunity. I think he's a backup two guard. No, man, he should be not. This isn't you or anybody, but he should be starting. He could be starting if you just give him a good runway. He could. No, he can't start. And if he starts, you're in trouble in a real way. But that don't mean I don't like Neek Clifford.
I think with the second year guys, it's just like with last year being the rookie year and all, like it was just everything was just so bare. There wasn't really much going on for the Kings. It was, I'll call it them this all the time, is the island of misfit toys. It's just a bunch of guys thrown together, no real goal in mind. It's just, all right, we're playing basketball games 1 through 82.
Yeah.
Like Neek went for 30 one game, had a couple of 20s and all, and I mean did some good things. But like when you see Maxime Reynaud tear up the last couple of months against tanking teams, and like we don't have to take away from Max too much, but like we can also call it what it was.
Right.
Like I think you get excited, but again, you kind of zoom out. It's like, oh yeah, there wasn't really much. Like that's kind of all we had to cling on to.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Again, not trying to trash these guys or whatever, just more Max. I got a little bit more hope as far as potentially being a starting five, but like Neek, again, I think that's probably a role player right there.
Yeah, and you need role players on your team.
Of course,
to be a good team. So that's not a bad thing. My final grade was a B though. I gave the Kings a B, and I can even admit that's probably being generous. It probably, if I'm gonna do that, it should be a B minus. So I'll put them at a B minus. I'll say that because it should be close to a C.
We'll call it a 79.7. We round it up. They got a B minus. I used to eat off of those back then.
Oh man, come on! I needed to just let me get
the round up rule, that's real. All right, that is real.
Absolutely real.
Yes, I'm wrong. That's not a 79.6. That's a B minus.
I got a B minus.
Yes, don't disrespect me, Mom.
And look, at that point, you don't even tell. I got a B.
You don't even tell me to be
minus.
Yeah,
I got a B.
I got to scratch it out. It's a B right there.
I got a B in that class. What you talk about?
At least we're not hiding the progress reports.
Well, so once again,
Mom, I'm the only kid in school. Yeah, I didn't get one. I'm sorry. It's kind of weird, right?
Once again, Jesse, I don't know if you were able to do this one because these poor kids nowadays, we know everything that's going on. We get text message notifications, we get calls, we get all this other stuff. There is no voicemail machine. See what you know about that, Jesse? The voicemail machine.
See, they weren't leaving. We were just sending stuff home, mail and all.
So I
was able to beat the mail, get to the mail at times before the parents.
We absolutely had mail, and I would absolutely intercept that like I was prime time in Atlanta and put that in my drawer somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I dispose of that in a heartbeat when the progress report came that wasn't favorable to me. But when this was an experiment here, not an experiment, but it was the early stages. When you would miss class, they would call you. They would call the house and they would say, your student was marked absent from this period, this period, this period. What I would have to do is I would have to get home and once again, there's a voicemail recorder.
Yeah.
So like if it called her phone right now, it'd just be on her phone. Like there's nothing I could do about it. No. I would go home. I'd have to unplug that voice recorder because the deleted messages would still stay on there. The little tape that was in there, it would still, no, I'm getting rid of all the evidence. I'm hard resetting this voicemail machine. Unplug it, count to 15, plug it back in, unplug it again, just to make sure.
I respect that.
And then plug that thing in and so you go in there and check. You have no new messages.
You missed school days. You were braver than I, though. My mom put the fear of God in me.
But I wouldn't even miss school days. I just would like, they had 2 lunches.
Oh, I got you. Okay,
Yeah.
so you missed. Oh, that's fair.
I
That's
missed
fair.
fourth
That's
period
fair.
or something like that.
That's fair. That's fine.
Yeah,
Let's having a little extra lunch.
That's
it.
all. That's
It's a
all.
little
it
extra
is.
lunch. That's
You
fine.
know, they were calling me out on the hoop court in second lunch. So I was like, all right,
Yeah.
bet I'll be there. I know I got first lunch, but I'll be there.
I can
Don't worry
miss. I
about
can
it.
miss social studies for one day.
Biology, Mr. Warren's class. That's what it was on my sophomore year for fourth period. But yeah, I had to unplug that, get rid of all the evidence. Who knows? Somebody might have called and told her she had $5 million waiting for her. Sorry, that voicemail's gone. Couldn't leave any evidence of any voicemail. So that's how we do it. I was saying that earlier because we were talking about kids on their phone in class nowadays. And Jesse was like, that's just ridiculous. When I was in high school, I pulled a phone out.
You used to have to sneak it with some respect.
Yeah, but Jesse was saying I'd sneak out, sneak the phone out a little bit, make the little text message, hey, I'm in class, all this other stuff, then get back into it. And I said, Jesse, there was no text messages when I was in high school, okay? There was none. There was no. I don't even know what we would bring the phone out for.
Did you have to hide anything, or were you just it's just time to study and do school? I guess there was nothing. You guys just had to go to school.
There wasn't no iPad.
Let me get this textbook out and do my work. Got to be a good kid because there's nothing else to do.
There wasn't no. I mean, we had laptops. I'm not that old, but I wasn't walking around with a laptop.
Oh, yeah. Kyron brings up. Were you passing notes? I guess that was it. Yeah,
oh,
Bobby Hill, you guys were passing notes.
Yeah, you were passing notes.
That was it. That was it. That was your text message.
In the form of the football, the paper football type thing. You pass that note around. You do that. But yeah, there wasn't no. I didn't. Let me text my girl real quick. Like I didn't get my first text message till 2003.
Well, yeah, you didn't get your first text message, but again, the passing notes, that was your text message. That was it. That was your version.
It was. Though we couldn't have phones either. I had the phone. I don't know what I was doing with the phone. I don't know. I guess I was just like Zach Morris.
It just wasn't a thought, I guess. Yeah, it just wasn't a thought to bring your phone out during class.
No.
Until they put, like, I was talking about this morning on the Jump with Kyle, like, back in high school, is either for soccer fans, you were a Madrid fan, Real Madrid, or a Barcelona fan. So like El Clasico, that's the game when they play each other. That's in Spain. That's going to be about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock during school. Like, I'm sorry. Shout out Mrs. Adair. That was our English teacher. Like, we're watching the game during English class.
See,
you guys didn't have those opportunities.
No, we weren't. No. There was no iPad. There was no streaming on the phone, bro.
No.
Like, it's just. Maybe listen to it, maybe, but even the headphones was like obvious.
I can watch TV on this phone. Like, yeah.
It's all bad. I'm Unk status, y'all. I'm on Unk status, man. And another guy who's also on Unk status, and I say this affectionately because he's my guy, Mark Haynes, the Sacramento Observer. He's going to join me right here on D-Lo and KC when we return on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. I'm on Unk status, y'all.
Shout out to my dad in the chat and Twitch. Talking about, oh yeah, no, you were the smart one. I think my dad probably saw about 3 report cards in his lifetime. Dad, you were the sports dad. We were hiding from bomb.
Nowadays with Reese, the parent view, we got up to the minute grades on our app. We got
it was enough for my dad to be like, yeah, I got a good grade. We did good. Oh, that's good. Good job, son. Yes, Bobby Hill. I know what an overhead projector is.
Only because he saw Al Davis.
That's not true. I was there. I was there for like you forget, like you going to high school in 2000. When did you graduate high school?
01.
So, okay, like I got the leftover, like 02 to 05. Those are the leftover years of the projectors. Like that's when I was in kindergarten, first grade, second grade. So I got the leftovers of that. Like I was in the transition period of old school technology to new school. Like I know about a pager. I never had a pager, but my dad had one. I know about Hollywood Video.
Damn, bro. Hollywood Video. I remember when they.
See, yeah, we didn't go to Blockbuster either. We went to Hollywood Video.
That was that new. I still went to Blockbuster. But I remember when Hollywood Video was open on Florin Road next to the Bel Air. I was like, yo, this place is crazy, bro. It's next level. Blockbuster could never. And then it ended up being the same. I would go to both.
I don't remember this exactly, but it's like I think it costs you extra to make a call after 9 o'clock. See, I know about that. See, give me some respect. Give me some respect. All right.
No, it's the opposite. It's the other way around.
See, the other way we
Calls were free after 9.
Oh, calls were free after. All right. Yeah. Point being, like, I was around. Wasn't for me, but I didn't know what you guys were dealing with at times.
Somebody would call at like 8:45. Hey, let me hit you back in 15 minutes, bro.
See, Stephen Brown, don't disrespect me. Yes, I did. You little expo marker or whatever. You got to erase it after. Like, I know about it. I'm grown. I'm like you guys.
Dog, you were texting in class. You're not like us.
You guys forget my early years, my kindergarten years. Those still count.
I'll never forget. Excuse me, guys.
I'm essentially like LeBron. Like, I played against Gary Payton, and then I also played against his son.
I'll never forget. I had this phone, and I always saw this envelope on the screen. I was like, I had that envelope on there for so long, I didn't even pay attention to it. And then my cousin Sheena, she was like, "Did you see that? I don't even know if she said text message or whatever, but she might have said text. You see that text message I sent you?" I said, "What is that?" She's like, "On your phone, do you see like an envelope on there?" I said, "Yeah, I don't even know what that is. Go into settings, go to messages, and look what I said." And it was just like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I was like, "This thing has been on here for months. How do you even do this?" And now, "Oh, Jesse, don't know about this. You had to hit 3 times maybe for the letter that you wanted."
Yeah, no, I gotta hit the number. What is it? 2, so I can get to the. I gotta hit 2 twice to get to B or C. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah. See, no, I had that. I would say chalkboards were kind of phased out. I guess I don't remember ever using a chalkboard. Like, they were around, but we never.
Yeah, how old are you, buddy?
Oh yeah,
How old are
Dr.
you?
David. Yeah, what are you, Gen X?
I think I stopped seeing chalkboards after the 3rd grade.
All right, cool. Yeah, because I was like, I don't really remember those. I think those were like they were there, but no one used them.
Oh man, Dr. David.
Kyle R, yes, we use LimeWire. My dad more so, but like I was
Oh, yeah, I'm
around
about
when
to
he
say
was
you-
loading up burning the CDs and all.
Yeah, but you didn't really know what was happening.
No, I didn't. But again, I was there.
Your dad putting a virus on a computer every 3 months because of LimeWire.
We still got a Rolodex at my dad's house. This guy,
Ooh.
yeah. There's like Little Caesars is on there. I got the Little Caesars number in Modesto.
Oh my gosh, Jimmy, that's crazy. Chalkboard till 2008. I guess Mr. Withrow had a chalkboard in 01. But even I was like, "Hey, what are we doing here? Can we get some whiteboards in here?" I was like, "Stephen Brown, can we get some whiteboards in there?" Did they? Yeah, I'm about to say, did they ever roll out the TV for you? Like, "Oh, we're watching something today." We're coming back in a second, guys. Back here on D-Lo and KC. It's your boy KC riding solo. Well, I got my man Jesse Tapia. You know the vibes.
What are you doing with him?
That's my guy. He rolling with me as well. And Jesse, this reminds me, we're going to pull back the curtain just a little bit. This week, a bunch of new instrumentals for you.
Nice.
What are we doing? I got Sexy Red on here. I got a bunch of new instrumentals coming.
Yeah, new season of D-Lo and Casey.
Almost died, but you're right. And we were talking on the break about old school, and before I went to commercial about Unk Status. This is my brother in Unk Statusness from the Sacramento Observer, my main man Mark Haynes. What's up, Unk? What's up, big dog?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's going on, man? Hey, I'm wearing that unk status, you know what I mean, to the fullest, man. I let it show in my beard. I'm embracing it.
At least you still got the hair on your head. I lost that a long time ago. All I got is the beard hair. That's it.
Hey, that's all I hope is I could be like, you know, like Cuttino Mobley. How he had the whole head of hair and all gray. That's what I'm aiming for, but we'll see.
No, Cuttino looks smooth with it. He absolutely looks smooth with it. Yeah, that's the goal. That is the goal, man. Mark, how you doing, man? Everything good?
Man, yeah, everything good, man. You know, enjoying this weird weather we got out here in Sacramento. I don't know if it's gonna rain or if it want to be hot or
I kind of like
it's
it.
just nasty, but it's all right, man. It's all right.
I kind of like it. One of the facts about me that we've talked about on this show a number of different times is I am all for East Coast humidity and overcastness as opposed to the West Coast sun shining, dry heat of 107 degrees. Like, nah, man, give me 85 overcast with like 80% humidity. I'm okay with that.
You know, and I like it dark. I like it dark. I don't really rock with the humidity, but I'm loving, you know, fall is my favorite time of the year.
Gotcha.
Like I like, you know, Seattle and Portland and all that stuff or whatever. I like rainy weather, but I can't stand heat anywhere. Like everybody be ready to pop out in the summer, but not me. I'm in the house. People got to drag me out the house.
That's a nice segue because you were in a lot of heat, at least last weekend when you were in Las Vegas for the NBA Summer League, and you combine that with the California Classic where I saw you as well. Then you saw these Sacramento Kings and these young Kings, these young rookies and second-year players play in Summer League. Just overall, what's your assessment of what you saw from some of the young guys for the Kings during Summer League?
Yeah, I think I like what I seen. Especially from you know, let's start with the two rookies, Darius Acuff and Manuel Sharp. I actually missed Alex Caravan, except I seen the one game where he had the 3 points or whatever, but I missed when he had 21. So I can't speak on him too much or whatever. I got to see more of them. But when it came to Acuff and Sharp, you know, I like seeing. So with Acuff, I know people were concerned with, you know, the way he shot the ball or whatever, or maybe he wasn't as impactful at times that, you know, throughout, especially in Las Vegas or whatever. But I liked what I seen because I think Summer League is a time where, you know, there is no real wins and losses outside of, you know, going out there and figuring out what you can do on a basketball court.
Right.
And I thought things changed for him. I think his aggressiveness when they played Washington, when Maxime Reynaud, when he showed up, I think he started to kind of defer to Max, and that took away from, you know, his game, and that's something, you know, that we're gonna have to look at during the regular season when you know he's sitting there and he looks to the left and he sees Zach LaVine and Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis, guys, Malik Monk, guys that's going to shoot the rock, guys that's going to want the ball, and being a young point guard, he's going to have to figure out how to, because I think this is his team, and he's going to have to figure out how to maneuver with those guys, meanwhile still being the man. And I think he struggled with that when Max showed up. You know, Max, I think he had a 20 and 10 double in that game, and it was kind of like, you know, it looked like a switch changed in him. But when it comes to Sharp, I really like that no matter who is out there, no matter who he's on the court with, he's the exact same player.
Yeah.
You know, he's playing defense. He's tenacious. He's shooting the rock anytime you get a open look. He kind of remind me, you correct me if I'm wrong, but he kind of remind me of a more defensive-minded Eddie House. Because he comes in and he's letting it go. He's letting it go, you know. Small guard, but that's kind of who he remind me of. And he may be a guy, you know, that if he's shooting it well, you know, that's definitely get him time on the court. but he may be a guy that you throw in like, Eddie House would come in 4 minutes a game, and that's it. It's not, you're not looking for long spurts from him, but you're looking for quick bursts. And I think Sharp is, as long as he's able to shoot it, I think he's going to be able to provide that type of spark for the Kings.
Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer here as we're going over some of the things that we saw from the Sacramento Kings team that they had out there at the California Classic and in the Las Vegas Summer League. And I want to go back to something that you said about Darius Acuff Jr. You talked about this being his team and to a certain degree this being his franchise now. Is there a concern by you that moniker and that title and maybe even that pressure is being put on him too early? 19-year-old kid, like a true 19-year-old kid in his rookie season and being looked at as the franchise already. Is that a concern that that's something that they might put on him a little too early?
Absolutely. I'll say that. I think, when he had his introductory press conference, like we've seen, Keegan be drafted. We've seen, Devin Carter's and, the last, few years, Meek Clifford last year. It wasn't as big as, with Darius Acuff. From the draft party to the introduction, like everything is big and grand. And, it's a lot of pressure. It's definitely pressure. A 19-year-old kid or whatever, who knows how he feels about it or whatever. I know he a lot of times when he gets those questions, he goes to, just talking about basketball. It's basketball. We just hooping, blah, blah, blah. And if he really believes that, I think he'll be fine. But if he's saying it because it's the right thing to say and it sounds good to, you don't want to be 19 talking about this is my franchise and da-da-da-da-da.
Right.
So he's saying all the right things, but I really wonder how he really feels because this is a lot of pressure. This is, way more pressure than I've ever had in life as far as having to be successful in sports. But I'm curious to see how he handles it. And that's where, depending on what type of veterans Zach LaVine and Sabonis and Keegan, those guys could be to him. Yeah. Because I do think and believe that right now, this is his team year one. But it's gonna be a lot of up and downs, a lot of growing pains. I think back to Damian Lillard. When Dame was a rookie, he came in with LaMarcus Aldridge, who, it was his team at that point. But when Dame got there, they knew, the keys were being handed over. And, Dame ended up winning Rookie of the Year and all, but it was time. I remember talking to my brother after, a few games. You'll watch Dame, and he'll have 20 and 6. And you're looking at it, it's like, but he could have easily had, 30 and 8. You know what I'm saying? But he's still deferring. He's deferring. And then once he finally got in his mind that, like, nah, this is my team, I have to take over this team. LA still go get his, but I have to be me. And that's when Dame, ascended in the superstar level.
Yeah, for sure, man. I could see that happening with a guy like Domantas Sabonis and Darius Acuff Jr. and just playing his role and doing what he can until he's ready and it's his time to take over on a consistent basis. So I'm interested to see what kind of rookie season we'll get from Darius Acuff Jr. I think he's the absolute truth. One more thing about him. You were in Vegas. You were in all the circles. You were in all the circles of NBA writers and players throughout the weekend. Did you get a sense of how everybody else is looking at Darius Acuff Jr. and what they feel about him as a basketball player around the league, whether it's the players or the reporters?
Yeah, this is the one time, man, I could honestly say everybody, probably 95% of the people I spoke to, whether it's, agents, whether it's players or other reporters, everybody says the Kings got them one. This is the pick. This is the one that fits the best. He's going to be really good. Talked to John Wall. He had high things to say about Darius Acuff, and this is the one I like. We always, every time the Kings draft somebody or whatever, it's always questions: is he too small, and or I just don't know about this guy.
Right.
This guy, everybody has good things to say about him. I haven't, although, everybody brings up defense or whatnot. But in a league that barely plays defense, I don't know how big of a problem that really is going to be. But outside of that, that's the only thing you hear semi-negative about Darius A. Cuff Jr.
Yeah.
And when we talk about size, you remember me, you, and Chris was looking at him on that first game.
Yeah.
He came out and did the post game interview with no shoes on.
Yeah.
So he's every bit of 6'2".
Yeah.
For sure.
So the funny thing.
I like it.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Mark. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I like everything about him, and everybody I spoke to, they love the dude too.
Yeah. No, I was going to talk about that moment after the first game in Vegas when they played the Clippers. I'm with Mark Haynes here, the Sacramento Observer, here on D-Lo and KC, and we before that week, I was like, man, this guy, he's a small guy, man. He's not very tall and all this other stuff, because I looked at him on the court and saw him before one of the games at the California Classic. And he came out after that Vegas game, and your brother Chris was like, yeah, I'm 6'2". I'm looking him in the eye. He ain't got no shoes on. And I was like, I guess he is a little taller than I thought. Maybe I was just surprised by seeing him for the first time out there with around all these other basketball players that he looked small, but he is a legit 6'2", when you get a couple more looks at him.
Yeah, no, I was the same. When I'm looking at him, like you look at him from a distance, he looks small. He looks really small. Outside of, he's big for a 19-year-old as far as muscles and concerned. But he looks short. He looks short until you like really get up on him, and that was my first time, standing next to him. I'm touching 6 foot. I'm not, and that might be with the hair.
Right.
So
look, you get those New Balances on. You get those New Balances on. Yeah, you get those. Yeah.
But I'm touching it, and I'm like, yeah, this guy, he's a legit 6'2". Because I'm one of the guys too that, I had to eat crow after the Knicks won the finals. I was like, you can't win with a small guard, and so I'm shutting up on that tip. But he's not a small guard. I would say he's normal. He's normal size. He's definitely not small.
Yeah, man. I'm excited to see what he can bring to the table. There were a couple other guys that played over the summer that I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table as well. And obviously, we talked about him a little bit, but Emmanuel Sharp. I mean, I gave out individual grades earlier on the show, Mark. I don't know if you got a chance to check it out, but he was the only A that I gave out. And I love Darius A. Cuff Jr., but his turnovers and his shooting percentage, I had him at a B+. A couple of the other guys had a C, all this other stuff. But Emmanuel Sharp, he got an A from me. And I can't wait to see what he can do with the big club, man, because I think what he was able to do in Summer League, it transitions to regular NBA basketball. Yep. What were your thoughts about Emmanuel Sharp this summer?
Nah, you hit it on the nail, man. That, like, everything he did out there, obviously, he was scoring, anywhere from, 15 to 17 points or whatever. You're not looking for that, but the way he did it, the way he played, like you said, it fits the NBA style game. It fits a need that the Sacramento Kings were looking for all last season. A guy that can, defend, a guy that can shoot, and a guy that could, get up and down the court. Those are things he did throughout the summer league. I can't really remember watching him and seeing, oh, he made a mistake here, or that's, bad basketball. It's like, no, he's just a guy that plays really good basketball, and the Kings need every bit of that.
Yeah, for sure. Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer. A couple more questions before I let you go. I know you're a busy man, so I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us here on D-Lo and KC. The Kings as a whole, building this roster out, there's been a lot of discussion about needing a backup point guard. There's some people who think they need Clifford, and I think some people in that organization who think Nick Clifford can play some time at backup point guard. There are guys like myself who I look at Malik Monk, and I think Malik Monk can serve as that backup point. There are some people who believe that person's not in the building. You got to go get somebody. when it comes specifically to the backup point guard position and who's going to spell Darius Acuff and also probably kind of teach him the ropes about being a point guard in this league, what do you think the Kings should do with that? Do they have that guy on the roster, or do they need to go get that guy?
So I'm with you on, I think Malik can be that backup point guard. But I would, when I'm looking at the roster, like, I don't think the Kings should go out and get a backup point guard, but maybe find a veteran point guard that can play that mentor role, who he's going to play, very seldom. He's not going to play much. He's there to mentor and guide Darius Acuff Jr.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's what I think would be the most useful, because, end of the day, I still don't think this team as constructed is going to win a lot of games. So when you look into, like, what type of improvement to the roster are we going to make with bringing in somebody who, let's say happened like last year, get you out of the top 5 pick, if the season is going that way. So I'm more of I want to see somebody who's more of like a player coach that get picked up, somebody for a minimum or whatever, and but just a solid point guard who could kind of help show Darius Acuff Jr. the ropes.
I told the guys this last week, and maybe I was prisoner of the moment. Maybe I fell for the heartfelt story that it was, but I would kind of love for them to bring Victor Oladipo into camp at the very least. I think that's a guy who's been through a lot of stuff. He's not your prototypical point guard, but he's a guard. And to be honest with you, when you talk about Darius Acuff being a scoring guard, that's what Victor Oladipo was in his time. He was probably about 6'4" or so he wasn't the tallest guy. But when you just being able to navigate being a professional, being an NBA guy, the ups and downs of the NBA, what he had to go through with his injuries and being able to fight back, just even get out of being an NBA player as a man in this game.
Yes.
I think a guy like that would do wonders being in the locker room with Darius Acuff.
No, absolutely. I like that too. And Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong, they were at that workout.
Yeah.
And so I would definitely like to see him get another shot at, because like you said, he's a pro's pro, and he's a guy that, you can throw out there, and, he can give you, minutes here and there or whatever, but even more so for Acuff to, talk to him, because like in this rookie season, no matter how good it is, he's going to have a lot of bad times, and it's going to be ups and downs, and just getting used to, the NBA schedule and taking care of your body. And, you think about the injuries that Oladipo went through or whatever. Obviously, players after injuries and stuff, they start, paying more and more attention, to taking care of their body. Right. And even him giving them knowledge on that and what I did that I probably shouldn't have did, what you should be doing, and this is, this and that. That's what I want for Darius Acuff, because I feel like there's guys like, we look at Ja Morant, in his situation in Memphis before being traded. Like, he's never really had a vet. He just was a good player. He was just a good athlete, and it was his organization from the start. He got to do whatever he want. He made some mistakes, and I think him getting in Portland and being with Dame Lillard or whatever is going to be the first time that he has that vet. So I don't want to see that happen for Acuff. Not that he's, has the attitude or character that Ja has, but just from an NBA standpoint, I want a good veteran, a good vet around him. I want that to happen for him early.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good point to make about Ja. He never really had that and had to learn a lot of this stuff about the NBA on his own, man. So, and it didn't always go as according to plan with Ja Morant. And I think we're talking about, you just used this as an example, but I think we're talking about two different type of personalities when we talk about Acuff Jr. and Ja Morant, but still you want somebody to help him, guide him through his early part of his NBA career. So That's a great point that you made about that. Mark, hey man, I talked to Russell, man. He's still waiting for you to get on that court, man. He's still waiting for you to get on that court on Sundays, West Sac. He said, "Where you at?"
Hey man, yeah, I just started like training my son and stuff, and I'm doing little things with him. We've been in the gym getting it in, and whenever I have to demonstrate, I'm so nervous. I'm like, this is the absolute worst time to pull something or strain something. Russ gonna be waiting on that call for a while.
I can dig it, man. We got to talk again, man, throughout this summer, man, and keep doing your great work over at the Sacramento Observer, man.
Yes, sir, man. I appreciate you having me. And tell D-Lo next time on, man. It's always just me and you. I feel like he avoiding.
Nah, see, I don't think that's the case, but it is. We all got to get together, man. We got to make sure we all locked in together when we out here. He ain't avoiding you, though. He ain't avoiding you.
Tell him I put on a chain. I put on some drip. I can blend in with y'all. I can't do what y'all do, but I can blend in a little.
I hear you. I'm gonna relay the message, man, for sure.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Bro.
No problem, man. You take care, man. That's Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer. Some real good stuff there, man. Real good stuff about Darius Acuff Jr. and what he has to look forward to being here in Sacramento, being a guy with the franchise kind of put on his back. And, I like to hear from you guys whenever you get the opportunity, because I want to hear what you guys got to say. As a matter of fact, the opportunity might be right now. I'm just saying 916-909-1320. But a guy like Victor Oladipo, when I bring that up, a guy like him who has obviously gone through a lot of stuff injury-wise. His better days as a player are way, way, way past him. And he's just trying to get back on a comeback trail, and you're not expecting anything from him when it comes to on-court production if you bring him in. But his knowledge and his mentorship that he could bring to Darius Acuff Jr. or, any of the other young kings, is that worth a roster spot? A lot of people, when we talked about this before, they were like, nah, I need that roster spot to go to Mobo or to go to somebody else. So we got people that can actually play. And when you're where the Sacramento Kings are, where winning isn't necessarily on the forefront this year, would it serve a good purpose to have a guy like Victor Oladipo who might not be able to help you with winning this year, but could help you with developing this young franchise player that you have down the road, and drop jewels on him, nightly, and just be in his corner and help him along, especially when the guy's 19 years old? I like to hear from you guys when we come back. 916-909-1320. You can either call or you can go to the Mojo's text line, talking text line, or you can come into the chat if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter. Tell me what you think. A guy like Victor Oladipo, would that be a worthwhile roster spot if you're the Sacramento Kings, if he's brought in to help out a guy like Darius Acuff? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about LeBron James. We'll try to get into some football as well, because Brandon Ayuk's still wilding. We got a lot to get to. Plus, we got Connor Sutton coming at 5 o'clock to talk a little soccer here in America. So we got a lot going on. It's D-Lo and KC. KC and Friends right here on ESPN 1320. Be right back, guys. Right back. All right, I'm back. Football. Jesse, I'm seeing Lazy and is that Terry? Oh, Jesse on the phone. Jesse working. Lazy and Sam. My guy. Okay, I think I got a second. Hold on, guys. Yeah. No, not charismatic. I think we're coming back. I'll answer in a second. Yeah. Okay. Back here on D-Lo and KC on this Monday edition of D-Lo and KC. It's beautiful Monday afternoon. Vibes are great. People don't usually say that on Monday, but vibes are great. This is a great day. I should be tired. Spent the last 10 days damn near in Las Vegas, but no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready to go. World Cup finished. We're going to talk to Connor Sutton about that and the prospects of soccer or football moving forward here in America, plus the Sacramento Republic. We got that going on. The NBA Summer League ended and the Warriors won. But, this is going to be a tough for me. This is going to be a tough situation for me because obviously, I don't like the Warriors. But my boy Yaxel looked like he looked like he that dude. That's my boy Yaxel. He's doing his thing. Summer League MVP, go blue. And he showed it. He showed out. He showed out in Summer League. And I gotta do a little research because I didn't really get a chance to tap in the way I wanted to. But I heard he was talking that talk a little bit. He was talking a little greasy out there in Summer League. So, it's just what we do in Ann Arbor. When we win, we got to let them know what time it is. So shout out.
They played the Grizzlies, I think. What was it in the Summer League final?
Yeah.
I think he said the lights got too bright for the Grizzlies and they cheesed up. It's essentially what he said.
Yeah. Didn't say that. Yeah. Didn't he say it got a little tight?
Yeah, it gets a little tight and they couldn't handle the pressure and we could, basically is what he said. That's crazy Summer League, but hey, I'll respect it.
Yeah, so full for that one, bro. You're full for that one. But yeah, Summer League MVP. Warriors won the Summer League. And no congrats to them. No, not going to congrats. They're not getting congratulations. Ain't happening. Before we went to break, I asked the question to my producer, Jesse, to anybody that's out there in the city of Sacramento, to the Chatty House. The thought of bringing somebody in to mentor Darius Acuff for maybe the first year or two of his NBA career, even if that person probably isn't going to play much, is really just there as a personal coach damn near, and would be taking a roster spot away from somebody that maybe you want to take a real look at. The guy that I was thinking about when I mentioned this is Victor Oladipo, who's been out of the league for a couple years, was one of the NBA's bright young stars years ago, dealt with some horrific injuries, and it just really just ended his career. Well, last week, he had a personal workout for NBA executives, NBA scouts out in Vegas. By all accounts, it was a really good workout. He did some really good things out there, but just him getting back into the fold of things and trying to make a comeback was something that was great to see, and something that I felt great seeing him in that position. And Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong were shown in attendance at that workout. I asked the question, would bringing in a guy like Victor Oladipo, even though in the charismatic, I saw you in the chat earlier, they are a little different. I think Darius Acuff is more of a point guard and Victor Oladipo is a combo guard, but their knack for scoring is kind of similar. But just being a young guy who went through some stuff in this league and has the knowledge to be able to navigate through some things. And really, to be honest with you, went through some stuff in life, being able to navigate through that. Having that type of person in the locker room with a guy like Darius Acuff can be invaluable. And I wanted to know from all of you guys out there listening, do you feel the same way? Or do you think that roster spot could be more effective with a Mobo, a guy that you could potentially get more production out of? So wanted to hear what you guys got to say. Tap in with me, 916-909-1320 on the phone lines. And the first person to do that was my guy, Leezy Scorsese. What's up, man? How you doing, big dog?
Yo, what's up? Hey, KC, Jesse from the Jump. What's up with it, guys? How's it calling today?
I'm glad you. I didn't know that was the new name, Jesse from the Jump.
Hey, branding, Jesse from the Jump, man. Let the people know.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you, Leezy. I hear you.
KC, first things first, man. Hey, air horns, man. It's a big week for us, man. Your birthday's this week. My birthday this week. We turned up, man. It's our week, man. Air horns for the July.
What day is your birthday, Leezy?
July 21st, man. Tomorrow.
Oh, man, come on. Yeah, look, we'll get you tomorrow, but go ahead, man. Come on, man. Big ups, cancer season. You know the vibes.
Yes, sir. Hey, okay, no.
Real quick, Leezy, before you get started, we ain't got to go in on this because I want you to answer the question. Yeah. But you see the way my boy Pat Riley is talking. I'm gonna need a personal apology if he pulls this off and gets LeBron in South Beach. I'm telling you, my boy Pat, we're gonna talk about it in a little bit. But my boy Pat, he's starting to leave some breadcrumbs. He's feeling a little confident, and if he pulls this off, Lisa, you're the first person I'm calling.
Hey, and you know me, Casey, I'm going to show up. I'm going to show up and show out. It's not going down, brother. Pat Riley talks all this talk, and then he don't do nothing. He'll get Dwayne Dedman. He'll get Terry Rozier. We run out bums like Duncan Robinson.
Don't do that.
Man,
don't do that. That's disrespectful.
One of the best players Jimmy had was Caleb Martin. Like, who is Pat Riley out here getting? I am not worried about that, man. But, hey, if I'm LeBron, I'm going to keep it real, Casey. If I was LeBron, I would go to Miami because you're playing with Giannis and Davion and Wiggins who can play defense, and Bam, and you're living in Miami. It'd be cool. But, a certain person at the top ruined it. So we'll see how that goes.
That's just disrespectful. What you got to say about Victor Oladipo, Darius Acuff? Because you're being disrespectful right now.
Well, okay. About Victor Oladipo, man, I get what you're saying, Casey. I get where you're coming from. It's good to give your young players, some veterans to be around. But, brother, we're coming off a season where we already did that. We had veterans here, and I don't know how much of an impact that had on players. Like, how much was Sabonis helping Max? How much did Russ help Clifford, even though we know they have a pretty good relationship? Like, I get where you're coming from, but I also feel like there's enough people here that Acuff already has a good support system. He has a player coach.
Who, like Zach LaVine?
Leandro Barbosa, babies in the community. There's plenty of people he can reach out to if he really needs that veteran. I don't think the Kings need to waste another spot getting an older player. I think we need to keep getting young and build young guys up.
Okay, Leezy. I hear you. Just wanted to hear what everybody got to say about that. I would say they already did that last year, and that's what he said. they already did that last year with Max and Neek and all this other stuff. With all due respect, Max and Neek aren't Darius Acuff Jr. Okay, they're not. This is different. This is franchise right here. This is a blue chipper right here, and you want to make sure that this guy's right. And they didn't have a guy like Darius Acuff Jr. that you're putting all this pressure on. There's no real pressure on Max and Neek. Nobody calling them to franchise. Nobody telling them to lead us to the promised land and how to deal with that. So, like I said, with all due respect to those guys, because I really like them and they're good ball players and they can help, this is a different situation. And I don't know. I know a lot of people are a guy, Good Kid, Dad City, saying Malik Monk. I think Malik is good, but Malik has been known in the past to be a little erratic, but maybe he's on a different time right now because he's a father now, and that changed his outlook a little bit, and maybe he can help in that respect. But I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I want to hear what you guys got to say, and I want to hear what Sam has to say. What do you think about a guy like Victor Oladipo coming in and mentoring Darius Acuff? Sam, what you think? Sam?
Damn, we lost him.
Sam.
Appreciate you, Sam.
That was great insight by my man, Sam. I really couldn't have said it any better.
Real quick, Sam was going to call and he's going to give the Kings an F.
He had a grade.
For the Summer League grade, he was going to give him an F. Was not happy with. He said I was giving Max and Nick too much credit.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so.
Sam, if you're listening, call back. I'd like to hear this. He had a grade for the Kings, and he was not grading them in a positive light.
Appreciate you, Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Appreciate you. Was it our Sam? Was he?
Yeah, it was our Sam.
Oh, okay, yeah. He probably hit jackpot somewhere.
Probably.
Probably hit jackpot. He's like, I'm not dealing with these guys anymore. It's all good, or at least today. Big shout out to Sam. But Jesse, what do you think about the prospects of Victor Oladipo coming in to just be a mentor, kind of? Do you think that's a wasted roster spot for this particular group of Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, honestly.
Okay.
I'd like salute to Victor. Hope he finds a spot. I don't know if that spot needs to necessarily be here in Sacramento. I mean, for the sake of let's get a voice in the room, I guess, if that's the plan they want to go with, then fine. But I'd rather just give a spot like that to Jonathan Mogbo or someone else, or just keep it open.
Understandable.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily what you need right now. I'm all for the locker room presence, the culture guys and all, but I think you can figure that out elsewhere for the Kings.
I understand. Everybody crushing my Victor Oladipo dreams left and right. Now, honestly, I will once again admit, get a little emotional sometimes. Get a little emotional. And you see these stories and, it gets a little dusty in the room. That didn't really happen with Victor Oladipo. But I really, really love to see him, first of all, taking a shot to get back out there in the NBA. And then afterwards, when he broke down in tears after the workout, you just felt the moment. It was like, oh, man, I like to see him get something done. And with all due respect to the Kings and the organization and the players and all this other stuff, we're not winning this year. So, what would it hurt? Kings ain't winning nothing this year. So why not bring a guy like Victor Oladipo in there? That was my thought process, but I understand what you guys were saying. I think we got Sam back on the line after he's cashed in all his chips. And boy, oh boy, he's bringing one of those money sacks, that Dr. Scrooge, not Scrooge, but Scrooge McScrooge. I don't know. And one of those, the DuckTales. He's bringing one of those out of Sky River Casino right now, but he took the time to call back. Sam, what's going on, man?
Well, I'll tell you, I gave 3 A's to start with. I gave 1 A to Sky River Casino. I gave 1 A to Sharp, and I gave 1 A to that other guy, Mogo, whatever his name is.
Okay, Mogbo.
Yeah, they came out of nowhere. They were unexpected. So I give them that. Number 2, I'm going to give the Kings probably a near an F performance because anytime you score 4 points in a quarter, that is really, really bad.
That's a good point.
And then the other ones is I was very disappointed in Renault and Neek. I would have a hard time giving them a D because their expectation was a lot more in Summer League than they showed. And Acuff, I'm going to go with Westbrook. I want to go with a Hall of Famer. I think a Hall of Famer, he's hard-nosed. He can shoot. He can play defense. I think that's your guy to show, at least for the first year, Acuff, what is all about to reach that Hall of Fame status in the future. So that's where I'm going to go with it.
Okay, I appreciate it, Sam, man. Big ups to Stan once again. He did give an A to Sky River Casino. Big ups to my people over at Sky River Casino, and also big ups to my people at SR Prime. One of my favorite places to go when I'm at Sky River Casino. Give me some nice steak, have me some nice little wine, little champagne and campaigning. Sky River Casino. Sky's the limit. That's my place right there. But I understand that. I don't think Westbrook would qualify. I think Westbrook would want to play too much. I think he'd want to have too many minutes to be the mentor that I'm looking for. Not that he wouldn't be a mentor, because I think he would. He'd be excellent for Darius Acuff Jr. But for the Sacramento Kings, I think he'd want to play a little too much, and that might mess some things up. So I like the thought, but I wouldn't go there. Let's go back to the phone lines, man. And Charismatic is on the line, and I think he has some thoughts about bringing in a guy like Victor Oladipo to mentor or help mentor Darius Acuff Jr. Charismatic, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, KC? I just real quick, I don't dislike the Oladipo take. I just want to say that first and foremost. I see where you're going with it, and I don't think it would be a mistake necessarily if they made that move. But for me, I think I'm with Jesse. I think I would probably save the roster spot, and I would just kind of look to Malik to be that guy. And the reason that I say that is a couple reasons. One, Malik's a vet, but he's still like young enough where he can kind of like, vibe with the young dudes. Like he still has that, he still has that sort of young vibe to him, to where I think he kind of fits the mold of both. Also, he has the history of playing for Coach Cal, same as Acuff. So they both share that little bit of history. And I also think the fact that, obviously anything can happen, but Malik will likely be here for multiple years with Acuff. You bring in a guy like Oladipo or somebody like that, it's probably just a 1-year thing, and then boom, he's gone. So it's like, what did you really get from him? But with a guy like Malik, he'll be here this year, probably through the season, and he'll likely be here next year as well. So he can get a couple more years of mentorship as well. So that's it. I'll let y'all rock. Have a good one.
And I appreciate you, Charismatic. I feel you on everything you're saying. I got you. And one of the things that I'm also thinking about when Jesse brought it up, and even Charismatic and Leezy talking about, using that roster spot on somebody else, somebody that might be more productive and can help you out when trying to build out a roster, is Darius Acuff Jr. comes from good stock. His dad was a former college player. He understands the game. And, when you talk to Darius Acuff Jr., you can tell that he's been raised right by Darius Acuff Sr. And I think you having those type of guys in your corner is a good thing. His godfather, his uncle, I believe, Rashad Phillips, big time ball player out in Detroit. He comes from good stock. He's a coach right now and a trainer and all this other stuff. He knows the ins and outs of the game, being a point guard and being a professional, and he can help them out there. Scott Perry can do the same thing. Doug Christie can do the same thing. And then you talk about B.J. Armstrong, who, if you're not comfortable with his dad or his uncle or godfather or anybody talking to him, B.J. Armstrong been in this league. B.J. Armstrong knows what it means to be a guard, a young guard in this league, and some of the things that he had to go through. And he hasn't been away from the game because of him being an agent. He's been close to the game, so he understands the way it has changed a little bit. Maybe the lifestyle has changed a little bit. So if you wanted to make the argument that, no, we want to do this in-house as opposed to going out and getting a Victor Oladipo, the argument would be there's a lot of good people around him, a lot of good people, sound people with great advice, with great life experiences to help Darius Acuff along the way. Does it matter if B.J. Armstrong is not in the locker room every day, as opposed to being at practice, every day or something like that, or games or pre and post and all this other stuff? Do you need that extra bus ride, plane trip time? He'd probably be on a plane too. But does it matter that B.J. Armstrong isn't in the locker room as opposed to somebody like Victor Oladipo, who's there all the time? And as we talk about this, there's only so much a guy like Victor Oladipo or Russell Westbrook can do and can teach them. They're not going to be with them 24/7 a day. They're not going to They're not going to be with them all hours of the day. They're going to drop their little their jewels in there to help Darius Acuff and like, oh, I noticed this, think about this, or if you're in this situation, think about this. And maybe that's something that a BJ Armstrong can do by himself and doesn't need to bring somebody else in there. So, like I said, maybe I got caught up in the story. The Victor Oladipo story was so good. Like, that would be great if the story had a Sacramento Kings chapter to it. That would be great, but maybe that's all there was. I think you guys have convinced me. We don't need to go get Victor Oladipo. Thank you, guys. I've been talked off the ledge. Yeah, Darius Acuff Jr., he's got the mentorship that he needs. You know who has the mentorship that he needs? That's LeBron James. LeBron James on July 20th, and we can pretty much call this day a wrap. I don't think it's happening at 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. Pacific. He's gone another day and has not decided where he's going to play basketball. And I'm just impatient. I can't lie to you. I'm impatient. I want to know. I want this over at this point. But like we mentioned last week, we kind of knew this wasn't going to happen. He wasn't going to do it during the World Cup. He wasn't going to do it the day after the World Cup, because those are the headlines going on right there. You're going to let that marinate, let that sit a little bit. And now I predict tomorrow we will find out where LeBron James is playing. And at this point, I know I've said a number of different times, I'd be shocked if he didn't go to the Warriors. Then I said, at this point, I'd be shocked if he didn't go back to Cleveland. I'm telling you right now, I have no idea where LeBron James is going.
If I told you he wasn't retiring this season, do you think he'd still go to Cleveland? Like, would you put Cleveland at the top of the list?
If he wasn't retiring after this season?
Yeah, if it's not the final season.
No. I don't think, we talked about this, I don't think he wants to go to Cleveland.
He shouldn't. He shouldn't. I'm sorry, but yeah, like we already did that.
I don't think he wants. I think it's a great story. I love the story of him finishing it in Cleveland, but I don't think he wants to do that. Like, I think he will. Not a prediction.
You already returned. You already got them the title. Like, it's already perfectly written. Why? I know why, because of course you finish out your career in Cleveland and all. But again, like, I don't know. We've already been there, done that.
I think it's a great story, but I think he's looking at like that, kind of how you are. Like, I've already done this.
Yes.
Like, I think he's got love for Cleveland, obviously, but I don't want to go to Cleveland. Like, I don't want to. I will go to Cleveland if that presents the best option, and of all my other options that are around, and I got to do that, I will. But I don't think he wants to go to Cleveland. I think. Well, now I'll tell you guys why it's changing a little bit. I think he wants to go to play for the Warriors, but it's problematic because he knows I'm not going to win there. Like, I'm not, like, my days of winning a championship is over. It's over if I go to the Warriors. If I go to Cleveland, I got a shot. Plus, I'm going home. Cleveland's kind of probably the easiest, safest situation. If I go to Philly, I got a shot to win. But how does that really look basketball-wise and as a basketball fit? Shout out to Mark Jones. He dropped that jewel earlier that I didn't really know that LeBron has mentored Tyrese Maxey in the past. So that's another layer that goes on to that. But after this weekend, I think he might go to Miami. I don't know. I'm not predicting. But I'm thinking Miami has a real shot. Couple of reasons for that. Number one, I've had a couple of people, different people, just two, that I trust. I know, but they're, we just talk and just share information from time to time. Tell me it's Miami. They say, yo, they're preparing, the league is preparing for it to be Miami. Okay. I'm not, this ain't a prediction by me. I don't know where he's going, nothing like that. That's just influencing my thought process and how I'm thinking. That's the only reason I'm giving that information. Okay. And then, like I told Leezy, and Jesse, I don't know if you picked up on this either, but I don't know, man. Pat Riley's talking like he knows something. Pat Riley who is one of the GOATs when it comes to being an NBA executive and just an the coach, Pat Riley, everything, like just in this game, in this league, one of the all-time greatest to ever do what he does. He came out at that Giannis press conference and he said, I'm waiting for one more plane to land. Why would somebody like Pat Riley, somebody with the prestige of Pat Riley, with probably the ego of Pat Riley, why would he put himself out there like that to look some type of way if it didn't happen? Now, I don't think Pat Riley knows. I don't think he knows where LeBron is going. LeBron is going to end up. But I think he feels comfortable and confident in the pitch that he's given to LeBron James. He also did an interview with Dan Le Batard. I believe it was today. I saw the post today, and it was the first time I saw it, so it might have been this morning, might have been relatively, close to this morning. But he's in there and he's talking and he's like, me and LeBron, we worked on some things. We've patched some stuff up. He even said it was the right decision for him to leave when he did. I was a little upset. So publicly going out there and I don't want to say bowing at the throne of LeBron, but just publicly saying, hey, I understand, Bron. You made the right decision before. I understand. There's just little breadcrumbs here and there. And I just got a feeling, man. I got a feeling Pat Riley going to do it again. He's going to do it again. That's a place where LeBron can go where he's comfortable. He's got a home there. He can go and win. He can have a good time. I don't know, man. I think Miami might get him. Either way, a West Sac Kings fan, I'm not going to put this on the board because you never know with LeBron James. But either way, my prediction is we will find out tomorrow. Tomorrow. We will find out where LeBron James is playing basketball. And wouldn't that be great on Leezy's birthday for Pat Riley to get it done once again?
Yeah, Leezy, you better apologize. Also, I heard him during that call when he dropped a "we" when he was talking about.
No, he did. I got that.
We heard that. I can clip it, play it back. We heard that, Leezy.
I got that too, man. So yeah, I think LeBron makes his decision tomorrow, man. And I really don't know where he's going. I say that I have no clue. He is confused me enough at this point. I don't know. It's like at the baseball game where they have the ball inside of the three hats and they mix them up.
Oh yeah, that one's a scam.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what LeBron's doing.
It's a scam. Just sometimes I lose.
LeBron's done that to me, so I have no idea. But I do know that Connor Sutton is joining us next, and we're going to talk a little bit more World Cup, put a bow on the World Cup, and figure out what this means for soccer in America. And of course, we got to see what's going on with the Sacramento Republic, man. Connor Sutton coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Sorry, guys, got to get some more Fritos. Aleezy, I don't know why you're asking me that. I don't know why you're asking me that, because I don't think you're going to Cleveland. I said Miami. Maybe that's an old post, but yeah. The two things that get Leezy fired up the most in this world is Pat Riley and Jalen Hurts disrespect.
No, Leezy, you're all good. That's actually perfect. Oh, charismatic. No more promotion relegation in the Mexican League. That's what that is.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Generally, it's a bad thing because
again, it's just promotion relegation brings more competition, different mentalities and all. Keeps teams on their toes. Whereas if you have just the same, I don't know, they got like 20 to 25 teams, something like that, 20 teams. I don't remember. However many teams it is, just everyone's just kind of stuck there.
I hope we see, because he is a mentor for the RSA Cuff and he's got the Reebok deal and everything. I hope we see AI at a couple Kings games. That'd be fire. Allen Iverson at the Kings game is fire. Connor, my man.
What's happening?
What's up, man? We're in a commercial break right now. We got a little time. So,
how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I just spent just telling the audience earlier, I spent the final of 3 of the last 4 weeks or so in Las Vegas. So, yeah,
wow.
A little burnt out. A little burnt out.
I'm sure.
I still love Las Vegas. I have a good time. I can go there every weekend and have a good time.
It's a good, that's a long time to be there though.
It is. I mean, they were broken up. I went to a show one weekend, went to go see Jeezy. Then we were there for like 5 days. That was the longest period of time for Summer League. And then this past weekend, from like Friday to Sunday, I was there for my kids' basketball tournament. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah, I spent a little time out there, man. It was good times, though. Good times.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, appreciate you having me on your solo today.
Yeah, Dame on vacation, man. So it's just
good for him. It's a good time to go on vacation too.
It is a good time because the last with the World Cup ended, that's the last bit of sports stuff going on for a couple of weeks. Although LeBron's got to decide, baseball's back up, WNBA now too. So there are some things going on, and the Sac Republic going on too as well. So there's some things going on.
There's some things, yeah, some things. Not a lot of leading topics, but some B blocks.
This is the time of year when it's like, who is the greatest number 15 of all time? Those are the subjects.
That's funny.
I remember one time, like this was a long time ago, somebody did that. Some radio show did that for like, they didn't do every number, but it was like almost like 1 to like 50 over the course of the summer. And it was actually like good conversation and radio and stuff like that. You got to like the number 33 and it's like, okay, is it Larry Bird or is it Kareem? Let me tell you why it's this person. All, like through all sports though, not just NBA.
Oh, and so it's across sports. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was perfect for this time of year. It was a nice little content.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, Connor. Yes, indeed. Back here on D-Lo and KC. It's just your boy KC today, but I am honored to have my guy, Connor Sutton of the Sac Republic, in the building with me today because we just got done with what, Connor, I believe, I'm a novice. You know, I'm a casual when it comes to soccer or football, however you want to say it. But that was the best World Cup I've ever seen. That was fantastic from start to finish. Games, storylines, drama, all that other stuff. What was your takeaway from the World Cup? And am I on point with saying it's one of, if not the best World Cup in recent memory?
It has to be. Thanks for having me on. It has to be. So many unbelievable storylines. Having it in America, or North America, Canada, and Mexico involved, it was just next level. Getting to see the host countries play in front of their fans. It was incredible. The storylines, I don't know about you. Some of my favorite stuff was the Scottish fans basically drinking the alcohol out of Boston. And now, like, the Patriots are going to try to go play a game in Scotland. Like, what is going on? Norway, everybody's all into what Norway was able to do with their Viking row. So it was awesome. And then obviously on the pitch was just incredible. The amount of comebacks. All the stars pretty much showed up. It's not like none of the stars showed up and you're asking why this guy didn't play well. It was incredible. A lot of drama. Probably yesterday's match was probably the least amount of drama we've had in a game. Granted, it was still close and it went to extra time, almost went to PKs, but for the most part, it was pretty obvious that Spain was dominating. But still, all in all, just an unbelievable tournament. There were very few games that weren't fun to watch.
Yeah.
Multiple comebacks. So there's just so much happening around it. And you know how like it felt big too, Casey. It felt really, really big. The storylines were not just in the game. It was around the game. It was the Blaugen red card, the government getting involved, all kinds of craziness going on. And that all became conversation about people from Europe loving ranch. Like what is going on, man? So it was incredible. And it filled a nice little lull in the summer. I'll be honest, I'm missing games already. I was, woke up today excited, like, oh, what's happening next? That's right, it's over. It's been like a month, and now it's over. It's so it's a little bit of a bummer in that capacity.
Yeah, man. I think it was people from England coming over and discovering Waffle House was hilarious. I enjoyed it. They was like, wow, what is this? This is crazy. I think they discovered Wendy's. That was really cool as well. But yeah, like somebody had talked about when the USA and Mexico both got eliminated. They were like, it's so different with the World Cup as opposed to like what we're used to with our seasons and the teams that we root for, because you lose in the NBA, you lose in the USL, and man, that's terrible. I'm down. Get them next year. Like we're back at it. There's no next year in the World Cup. There's like next World Cup, which is 4 years from now, which could mean you have a completely different roster. If you're, Portugal or Argentina, like you probably saw the last of these guys. There's so much potential finality in some of these losses that you can feel it in the games. Like the stakes are just bigger because, the other side of it, the downside of it is so dramatic. That really jumped off the page on every game, it felt like.
Yeah, especially the elimination games. It's like, a couple guys, this may be their last World Cup. You kind of saw Messi and Ronaldo kind of go through that. And then you see a lot of guys who like they may never be back in the World Cup ever again, meaning they made the roster, they were on a fringe on the roster, they may never be back. Some of these countries haven't been in the World Cup for a lot of years. So there's just so much of it adds to the drama, as you said. It also makes it so, as much as the way US went out was frustrating and where they really didn't show up in that match and didn't compete, for the most part, every team is competing in those matches at their supreme level. They're putting everything on the line. This is the world stage. For most of these players, it's the biggest tournament, biggest game they'll ever play in, unless you get to maybe a Champions League final compared to like a World Cup quarterfinal. But in terms of audience, these are the biggest matches you're ever going to be in. If you can play really well in the World Cup, guess what? You're going to get a better contract. You might get sold to a better team and move up a division or to a different country. So it matters for so many different reasons. It changes the game. Like Matt Freese for US. I was thinking going into that Belgium game, our guy Todd Donovan, who was our former GM, who's the GM at NYCFC, I was like, oh man, he's going to have to, it's going to be, and that's where Freese plays. He's going to have a hard time. What is he going to do with them this time? And then he goes out and makes a really bad mistake. And now only everybody is thinking about is that bad mistake. And that just shows like the World Cup just amplifies everything, whether it's good or bad. It just amplifies everything because that's what people remember. They're going to remember that moment more than they're going to remember any of the good moments. Right. And that's how it is kind of across the tournament. And that's why you love it. But that's also why you in those certain situations, you're like, yeah, but it was that big of a deal. Well, that's what people were going to remember. And that's kind of what happens in the World Cup.
Yeah, for sure, man. We got my man Connor Sutton of the Sacramento Republic talking a little soccer with me. Soccer in America, and obviously almost every World Cup, but it's really amplified because it was here in the States. This one is the question is how does America build on what we just saw in the World Cup and get the game of soccer to grow in this country. And I'm gonna tell you a quick story that I told people earlier. Lamine Yamal, right? He's a guy, my son, who's 13, who plays basketball, plays football, plays baseball. He doesn't watch soccer. Like, I know you don't watch soccer. I have a hard enough time trying to get you to sit down and watch a basketball game. So I know you're not watching EPL or La Liga. Okay. Right. I know you're not doing that. But as I got introduced to some of these players, I would tell, and he would watch the World Cup every now and then, and he would say stuff like, oh yeah, man, I'm going for England. They got my boy Jude over there. Jude. Like, bro, you You don't watch soccer. How do you know who Jude is? And then he was like, oh, yeah, my boy Yamal, that's my dog. I know he going to go to work on. Like, how do you know Yamal? Like, how do you know these people? And you get social media and you get the clips and all this other stuff. And I feel like I'm asking you, is the future of the sport of soccer in this country, and I don't mean this is a bad thing, more so in line with the stars of the game as opposed to following a team and, you know, being a fan of the EPL or USL or La Liga or MLS or anything else like that? Is it, hey, I know who Jude is, so every time I know he's on TV, I'm watching, or I know who Lamine Yamal is, I'm watching? Is that kind of the future of the sport as far as fandom in this country?
It's a good question. I think there's two versions you could talk about here. I think people are still going to follow their local club. They're still going to be fans of their local club, but it's not different to where, I mean, Messi's a great example of going to Inter Miami. It's like, well, everybody's watching Inter Miami games. If Erling Haaland, who a bunch of people discovered in this tournament, who's been unbelievable for Man City for many years, who's also hilarious, comes to America, like, people are going to want to watch that guy no matter where he goes just because of his personality. So I think stardom in soccer is growing in a real way, where it's not just because for a while there was kind of Messi, Ronaldo, and then a bunch of just kind of less, not as popular players. I think the level of popularity among the top stars is growing, and it's growing to a larger group. So I think there's going to be people who are just watching the game to watch stars, and there's going to be people who also follow their local club, and that's kind of what they do and what they think about is through their local team. So I think it's a little bit of both, but I would say the star growing piece is the part that's growing the fastest.
Yeah.
If Robert Lewandowski, who just signed with Chicago Fire, who played in Germany for many, many years, top player, he's a little bit at the end of his career, but there are going to be people who watch Chicago Fire because of him. Thomas Mueller was the same way for Vancouver. So I do think there's more of that happening. And I think Messi, I've said this to you, I don't know, since he's signed, I guess. Him coming to America was a really big deal for obvious reasons. He's the most popular athlete on the planet. What was really important, Casey, is that he was still the best player in this tournament, and he's playing soccer in America. Like, that really matters. So, and I think what that's going to deter is people saying, well, the top players can't play in America because they won't be ready to play on the world stage. Well, he just disproved that. Now, Messi may be a unicorn in that way, but I think the big thing is, and you've heard rumors of like, oh, will Christian Pulisic come over and play in MLS now? Well, maybe Ronaldo will come play in MLS now. And we've seen, you see a lot of rumors coming about. And I think that's only going to continue because people know that there's a lot of money in soccer and MLS and in America. There's a lot of people who are willing to watch. So I do think that we might see even more of that leading after this World Cup, seeing, like, I think there was probably a little bit of a stigma around the world of like, America's not really a soccer country, right? Well, if you look at the World Cup, you're like, that's actually not the case. The Seattle fans in Seattle were unbelievable. LA and Santa Clara, they were good. So I do think it's going to really matter kind of what stars come in next to play in America. And then, what's funny is what I've been saying leading up into this World Cup for American players, this is the first time we have players who are playing at top level teams around the world, where previously we were MLS dependent.
Right.
Now, I think that flips going into 2028, where the talent is getting better in MLS. It's a top 5-ish league in the world. And now do we see more players coming to the MLS and playing for America, and they're doubling their stardom in the US. Like, if Blaugen or Pulisic came and played in MLS right now, they would be right below Messi in terms of stardom. And so we'll see that could be a huge difference. So your question's right. I don't have an answer, but there's just this has changed a lot of thinking about how soccer can grow in America in terms of where athletes come and now play in MLS.
Yeah, I have this discussion all the time with the actual football watchers in the chat, and Jesse, he always, and right, I concede to his knowledge. He's like, nope, it's not going to happen. They're not coming to America. And I understand why, but I wonder if the being on the stage of the World Cup in America and seeing little stuff like, you see the final last night and you got Jay-Z, Beyonce, Pharrell, Drake, Travis Scott, all these other guys at the games, and what we've seen throughout the tournament of these stars being at the games. And stars like to be around stars, right? And you're like, oh man, if you're a Jude, if you're Yamal. Like I said, I don't think they're leaving those teams to come to America right now. But at some point, if they're like, man, I could, and New York is offering me to play there for X amount of dollars, and I'm, rubbing shoulders with the biggest stars in the world on a nightly basis. I wonder if being here for this World Cup and seeing how that could play out, just getting a little glimpse of how that could play out if somebody came over here and played, has an effect on some of these big time stars in the sport.
I guarantee you it is, because I bet a lot of these GMs are probably looking and saying like, hey, of MLS teams, like, hey, how can I bring over some of these guys who just had a great time playing in America and try to use that stardom? Now it's just a question of, can you spend those transfer dollars? MLS has some designated player rules that are not the same as they are at other levels across the world that make it a little harder. But listen, soccer is already a major thing in America. We got to see that. Some of the viewership numbers on Fox and in Telemundo were incredible. I mean, unbelievable viewership. So I think the real question is how does that World Cup, I mean, obviously only every 4 years, how does that translate back into everyday soccer in club, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the things that's going to be interesting to see is how much people who are like, hey, I haven't watched the World Cup, I haven't watched a game in 4 years. Maybe now I'll go to a Sac Republic game, or I'll go to a San Jose Earthquake game or LA Galaxy game. Because I'm a real big believer in going to a live soccer game is just a different experience than watching it on TV, and you get that vibe. And so I think there's going to be a lot of people that watch the games are like, yeah, I want to go check that out. They go check out a local game. That's what happened to me personally. Is I was not really a soccer fan until I started to get involved with the Republic, started going to games. I'm like, oh man, I absolutely love this game. And I think that's only going to continue. And it's going to be interesting to see how much youth soccer starts to impact in the U.S. But I also think there's a lot of guys who I just like financially, if you play for the U.S. men's national team and you are a star, you are going to be better off than if you are a star in, I'm trying to think, like anything below like Portugal, Argentina, some of the top 5-6 teams. Yeah. Financially, you're going to get with being able to get sponsorship deals. Like look at Pulisic. He was on like every single commercial. Yeah. There's more ways. And I guarantee you Blaugen is going to be on that in the World Cup in 4 years. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how much that part changes. So I'm really interested to see that on how does U.S. capitalize? And do they do a good job of keeping Pochettino, who I think they should keep?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. We're talking to my man, Connor Sutton of the Sacramento Republic. And you can also see him in some Sac State football games. You see him everywhere. If it's happening, Connor Sutton is there, man. That's my guy. And we're just talking a little soccer right now. And when you talk about the next 4 years and the growth of soccer in this country, I'm a little older now. I'm a lot older, actually. But I feel like this World Cup in America is going to do, I don't think it'll ever be the top 4, nothing like that. But it'll do what the people thought it was going to do in 94. Like, remember the talk after 94, oh, it's going to change everything. And it didn't. It had a little bit of effect, but it wasn't really like it was. I do think this one, when we talk about the world being a little smaller because of social media and people like my son knowing these guys without even watching the games, I do think the star making and the interest that happened in 2026 in America is going to be what people thought it was going to be after 94.
I think you're right. I'm obviously biased. We're opening up a 20,000 seat stadium in 2028. So we are obviously betting on the fact that soccer is going to continue to grow. We're also building a world-class stadium to capitalize on that. I think what's going to be a really good early test is seeing MLS they put their games behind a paywall for a couple of years, which was probably not the best idea in terms of growth. I think they've corrected that, fixed that. I think what's going to be very interesting to see is what does the Copa America viewership look like? Do people care about these tournaments that aren't the World Cup that U.S. men's national team are involved in that are important? It's basically the Euros for North and South America. Mm-hmm. I think that's going to be interesting. And the other reality is the U.S. men's national team going into this tournament for their friendlies didn't really play a lot of the guys we got to see. So I feel like that's a big piece of these are now stars. We want to see them play. We need to see them play and show up in these tournaments. And I want to see them have a great opportunity in some of these non-World Cup tournaments that we'll have in the next few years. In the Gold Cup. Like we've won that, but we need to consistently be a dominant force in North and South America, and we just haven't been. Anytime we play a top tier team like Belgium apparently has our number. I mean, we looked like we were completely outclassed, and they just had significantly more talent around the field. Plus, we just kind of didn't show up. But I think that's going to be interesting to see in terms of growth. How much do those matter?
Yeah, for sure. And we always got to bring it home, man. We got to talk about the Sac Republic. And like you mentioned, the stadium is, things are going on. First of all, before what do we have any update on the stadium? Like, where are we at now? I'm big on every day. When I go to work, I drive on 5 and I drive past downtown, and I've seen the Kaiser campus going up. That it feels like every day they add another level to the Kaiser campus. Like, that thing's going up quick. And I always try to see what's going on behind those apartments with the stadium, but I can't because I'm driving and I can't see. So what's some of the updates going on with the new Sac Republic Stadium?
Yeah, there's a lot happening. It may not be happening vertical yet, but there is a lot happening. We're putting in a lot of the infrastructure currently because we are helping build some of the roads in that area, part of the EIFD infrastructure project. But there's a lot happening, and I know you're not seeing it's come out of the ground yet, but once you do, it's going to move incredibly fast. The one thing that I tell people, because I think it's just jarring to me, is like, this stadium is going to be 12 stories tall. So it is going to be large. Like, I think about the Gold One Center, it's pretty big, but it's like half of it's kind of underground. So it's not as tall in stature, where this stadium will be 12 stories tall, and it's going to be massive. So it's going to go up very similar to your experience with the Kaiser. When it starts, it's going to happen fast. It's coming here in the next few months, but we're doing a lot of the important things. We're still on schedule. Everything is moving. We're going to open our experience center here downstairs at our office on 428 J Street pretty soon. So we have suites on sale. I don't know if you've seen some of those suite renderings. I know you have. That's what you're trying to end up. Yeah. So yeah, we're super excited. There's been a lot of just exciting movement on it. And listen, it's going to be a world-class stadium. Not to take shots at other soccer stadiums within a 200-mile radius, if you feel me. But we took many tours of that stadium, and it is going to significantly be better than that one. And it's going to be a top-tier stadium in soccer beyond league. So we're so fired up. Like, there's so many things that are happening on a daily basis. It's not starting to move upwards yet, but a lot of really, really positive movement is going on.
I love it, man. I love it. The foundation is being
foundation
down there. I love that. And then when we talk about the team in general, man, they've been playing, and obviously everybody's attention has been towards the World Cup, but they've been playing right now, and kind of a up and down season, about 500 right now. I think the last time I checked, they were 6th in the Western Conference. But we're starting to get to that second half of the season. And tell me if I'm seeing this correctly. I was looking at the schedule because I'm mapping out some of the games that I want to go to. Got a lot of home games coming up, which means they probably haven't been home too much at the first part of the season.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a home game since July 8th. We don't play at home till August 1st. So we've had two big stretches where we've been on the road in May and in July. And listen, early on in the season, we had a lot of injuries, so they've slowly been getting back. The best part of this team for the last 5 years has been our back line, and this year we've had a lot of injuries to our back line. That takes time to build back that confidence. Now we understand where we got Jared Timmer coming back, Freddie Kleeman, hopefully we coming back soon, Lee Desmond, who's been our best center back for 5 years now with the club. So that's kind of the foundation. Listen, we played 2 less or 3 less games than most teams ahead of us. I think we got a point this weekend. Before that, we were in 5th place in the Western Conference. We feel like we're in a good spot. We haven't totally found our groove in the attack. Coach Neil Collins is doing a lot of tinkering, trying to find exactly what is going to work in the second half of the season. But historically with Neil Collins' teams, they get better as the season goes on. I expect that to continue, especially if we go to Oakland this weekend, which is a big rivalry game. We typically always play really well in Oakland. And so it's a good opportunity to see kind of where we line up with them. But we have a lot of home games down the stretch, as you mentioned. The team always plays better at home. Yeah. Those are going to be big sellout matches where we expect the place to be full. The guys kind of ride off of that. And then the goal is to get to the top 1 or 2 or 3 of the Western Conference and then have host the first few rounds of playoffs. And then from there, who knows what's going to happen. So it's been an interesting year in terms of depth. We've had some injuries in and out of the midfield early on, injuries in the back line, trying to find out exactly what we want to do up top. So it's been an interesting season where we haven't seen the same starting 11 that we've seen in years past, game after game after game, with injuries making, specific subs into that starting 11. So that part has been different. And I actually think it's going to benefit it because a lot of these guys are now showing up when they come in off the bench in the 60th minute. These are guys who have gotten a lot of starts. So it's not like guys are coming off the bench feeling cold. Everybody's ready to play when they come in. So I actually think some of these injuries, guys getting a lot of minutes, I actually think it's going to benefit the team later into the season, especially into knockout games going to playoffs.
Yeah, I love it. Another edition of the Hella Cup this week. And don't you guys have some buses going down there?
Oh yeah, we do. We got a lot of visiting supporters groups. I will say the last game in Oakland earlier in the year, it was Sacramento fans were louder than Oakland fans. So I'm not going to say
that's what we do. That's what we do.
I'm just saying. Yeah, just saying.
No doubt. Well, I'm definitely now that my life is settled down a little bit, I'm definitely going to get out there. I love my Saturday night matches, the 8:00 start, I like to get out there. So I'm going to definitely get out there probably in August and in September and into the playoffs, man. I'm locked in as always, Connor, as always.
Let's go. I'm excited, man. Yeah, let me know. We got to have you out.
For sure, man. Connor Sutton, Sac Republic, just one of my guys, man. One of my soccer aficionados, man. I appreciate you coming on the show, big dog.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
All right, take care. Yeah, man. Connor Sutton of the Republic. Talking a little soccer too, a little World Cup soccer. I'm very interested to see what soccer does in this country moving forward. I really am, because there were, for a casual like myself, there were stars that were, I don't want to say were made in this World Cup because they were already stars. But when you talk about Holland, who's my boy, like I really got introduced to Holland in this World Cup. I'm going to see what he's going to be doing moving forward. Obviously, Lamine Yamal, I'm going to be tapped into what he's doing. Obviously, Jude. And then you got the regulars like Mbappe, who I'm always looking, Messi, who's out here in America right now, and what he's doing. But this was a star-making World Cup in this country. And I know I'll be following some of these players and what they do moving forward. And I wonder if everybody else will, and how that's going to catapult the sport in this country. That's always the question. That's always the question after a big Gold Cup tournament or World Cup or whatever. Does it catapult soccer in this country? Only time will tell. But I think they might have actually got something here. And it's the star power of some of these young stars out there. So we've got one more segment on the way. When we come back, there was a lot going on all over the world of sports and in New York City. All right. The world champion sinners were out there choke slamming people left and right. It was popping. It was popping in the Big Apple. We'll get into it all. It's D-Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, charismatic. Everybody that I saw like on the World Cup preview of like, who to watch for and stuff like that, they all showed up. Zabo, why? Bro, you and Jesse, like, why do you guys do this? Why do you do this to my boy?
It's not doing it. It's true. He didn't show up. I think I saw something. He was liking some Instagram post about some corruption against Argentina, or Argentina being corrupt. He's a hater, man.
Oh, he said that.
Yeah, he didn't say it. He liked the post about it. Yeah.
Oh man. But I gotta go right now. So hold that thought. Don't you move. I'm bad for you. Baby, calling my name, baby. Who is Bumley FC? See, now y'all deep in the weeds, bro. I'm not watching.
Don't do that to Burnley, but no, I'm not really too tapped in with Burnley FC.
Oh, Burnley. I don't have my glasses on. That's too deep in the weeds, bro. It's too deep in the weeds. Back here on this Monday edition of D-Lo and KC. Great show. Vibes has been up today. Shout out to my man Jesse Tapia doing his thing. Shout out to Mark Jones. Shout out to Mark Haynes. Shout out to Connor Sutton. KC and Friends has been enjoyable today. I've enjoyed it. And what would KC and Friends be without hearing from one of my good friends, my guy, family, TC. TC, what's up, man?
Man, what's up with my brother, man? Hey, D-Lo, I know you listen. What's up, bro? You know you my family. I love y'all, bro. So to God.
We love you too, TC. What up, boy?
What's up, Jesse, bro? Hey, listen. So, hey, when I called in earlier on the jump, right? So, hold on. Let me start like this. I was wrong. I got pushed in the bushes, right? I did. I got pushed in the bushes, and I was wrong. I was wrong about Caravan. He's a dog. We need him. That dude's a baller. And I was wrong about Cam Boozer. I thought he was going to be moving slow, but after watching that dude, bro, he's going to be a double-double machine. Dude's going to average 20 and 10. A-Cuff, I'm not worried about it. There was a conversation about the mentality of the team. And I said, man, I'm not even worried about that. Listen, when I seen Doug Christie and A-Cuff sit down on the sideline, KC, that's all I needed to see.
Okay.
When I seen a one-on-one action and that man getting at him and acknowledging what Doug had to say, that's all I had to say. And I'm standing on my business. Sharp is starting over Clifford. Nothing against Clifford, nothing against him. But Sharp brings more to the table at that starting position. Neat can come off the bench and we can work it from there. That's all I got. I love
hold on. Where's Zach LaVine? What do you mean? Like neither one of these guys starting over Zach LaVine.
I know. Listen, Zach LaVine. I told you, Zach is coming off the bench. Right. I'm not just listen. I'm not starting. Listen, I'm just not starting Zach because media saying start Zach. I'm not starting Zach because there's $90 million on the bench. He's a high play player. I'm not doing any of that, Zach. If you're gonna be here, bro, you're gonna adjust around us. You're gonna adjust around the lineup. If not, then bro, you can go home. That's where I'm standing at as a successful. And Perry knows that. Perry's a smart man. Y'all gonna see what I'm talking about, bro, when the season starts. I love y'all, bro. Peace.
This guy, hey, he's the GOAT, man.
Yeah,
He's the GOAT.
maybe he knows. I think TC's in for a rude awakening game one. Honestly, until Zach LaVine maybe says otherwise, but
And so the crazy thing about that is he says he's got Sharp starting and
Yes.
Neek backing him up. And when is Zach LaVine playing?
whenever Doug Christie sees damn fit. See, like TC said, you're with us. We're not with you. You're with us.
TC pushed Zach LaVine in the bushes just now.
He said he knows too. Scott Perry knows. He said Scott Perry knows what's going on.
Oh man,
I know it's
shout
not
out
everyone's
TC.
favorite, but Zach LaVine's going to start game one.
He's gonna
probably going to start as many games as he's able to.
If he's on this roster, yeah, he's starting.
As long as he's healthy and they're not tanking at the end of the season, unless something just completely blows up, he's going to be the starting 2 guard.
Yeah, and I think if you get down to that point, I think at the end of the season and he's still here, they can't trade for him. I think he's a buyout candidate at that point. Like at that point, you just kind of buy him out. You're not.
Basically, he's starting until he's not here.
That's it. He's starting. And I know people in my beloved city of Sacramento and surrounding areas and Kings fans all over the place don't necessarily want to hear this or believe this. Zach LaVine's still a good basketball player. Like he's not this just flat out bum that people make him out to be just because he makes a lot of money. Like he's a solid basketball player.
He's the best option. I think you could probably throw next to Acuff. And again, it's not our favorite option,
Right.
but like if Acuff's getting blitzed, is Keegan going to create a bucket? I don't think so. That's not Domas's game. I don't think that's Nick Clifford as well. So you just need someone else who can help create. Like if they're blitzing Acuff when they're with the ball in their hands and all.
Yeah, and
it's going to be disgusting defensively. Like I don't disagree there with anyone,
Yeah.
but I mean we're not necessarily searching for wins here. We're just trying to help out Darius's game.
And as much as I gave Emmanuel Sharp on our grades earlier, I gave him an A. He was the only A of the rookie class or the second year guys for this past summer league. That's asking a lot to say all of a sudden he's a starting 2 guard in this league. He's a second round pick. Like
We are just going off of a handful of summer league games.
yeah. I'm not.
He
gonna
played
say-
well, but he needs to do it a lot more.
Right. He may end up being like a Josh Hart type guy. I could see him being that. But day one, I mean, that's Zach LaVine's job. So I hear you, TC. I see what you're saying. I just don't think it's attainable. I just don't. And like I said earlier in the show, as bullish as I am on Emmanuel Sharp and what I think that he can do and what he can provide and how his skills are transferable to the NBA, I feel all that. I'm not going back on that at all. Out of respect to this guy who has played in the real NBA a number of different times and had good games and been able to show promise in the real NBA, I don't have Emmanuel Sharp on the depth chart over Nick Clifford. I don't have that. He's going to have to beat Nick Clifford out. Like Nick Clifford he's going to start with pole position. No flag needed. Don't look at me like that, Jesse. Don't look. No, bro. It's a sports term,
Yeah,
bro.
it's NASCAR. Go ahead. Don't say it again. Let it slide this once.
I think he's going to start out on the depth chart ahead of Emmanuel Sharp, and that's how it should be. That's how it should be with the respect for Nick Clifford, even though he's only a second-year guy. It's not like he's a 10-year vet. But I would start off the depth chart that way. And, yeah,
Doug may have to lean on the vets more than we want him to as well this season.
Yeah.
We're talking about keeping jobs. And, again, I don't know necessarily what the parameters are for Doug Christie needing to keep his job beyond this season. But it comes down to, like, I guess some wins and losses. Like I'm sure he's going to have to depend on the vets rather than, all right, let's develop the young guys and identity,
Well, here's the other thing about
identity matters, but you want to do that with the vets that are on this team as well, I guess.
No, for sure. Here's the ugly truth about developing the young guys, that type of mindset outside of Darius Acuff, and I'll even put Maxime Renaud on there, who I think will be playing anyway. Man, the young guys might not be good enough. What do we like? You talk about developing the young guys. Like you can only develop them so much to the point where they've exhausted the possibilities of what they could be in this league. Like, it might not be good enough.
And I am kind of just talking about, all right, Nate, Max, like, obviously, like, you're playing with purpose and all, but more like you're going to get NBA minutes. We're less worried about wins and losses. We're going to see where the chips fall.
Right. If I'm Doug Christie, I'm just throwing out a name. I'm not saying this person. I'm just throwing out a name. Why am I developing Alex Caravan, who's not good enough, and then I'm going to end up losing my job? Like, what am I developing? You guys hear me when I say this. They could try to develop me, right? Just put KC out there. Let him develop. Let him learn on the fly. If I'm not good enough to play in the NBA at a high level, I'm just not good enough. You can develop me all you want. You can run me, play 40 minutes a night. Play me in the fourth quarter all you want. If I'm not good enough, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And that's what they have to decipher. Once again, I use Alex Caravan's name as an example. I'm not saying that about any of those second-year guys because I see situations where all those guys can be helpful in an NBA game with the real NBA team. When you talk about Dylan, when you talk about Neek, when you talk about Manuel Sharp, when you talk about Dylan Cardwell, when you talk about Alex Caravan, all those guys in the right setting could be helpful if they got the right people around them. So I'm not talking about them specifically. But Doug Christie is going to have to evaluate like they almost did to a certain degree with Devin Carter. Like at some point they stopped trying to develop Devin Carter because it's like this guy, he's not part of the future. He's not part of what we're doing. We're not even exactly sure if he's good enough to be a part of what we're trying to do moving forward. And they stopped the development of Devin Carter. There's going to come a time this year where I think it would be best for Doug, maybe even best for the franchise, to stop the development of player X. Like we've seen enough. What are we developing at this point? It's not in his cards to be on this team and what we're looking for. Not that he's not an NBA player or not that he can't be good somewhere else, but what in this situation, what we're trying to build, it's just not good enough. And I wonder who that is. I wonder if that happened with Keon Ellis. You know, because I'm still of the belief Keon Ellis can help out a team and be really good for a team, a good team. But did they stop trying to develop him at some point because they're like, this just isn't, he's not as good as people are trying to say he is. He's not going to be what people want him to be or what the previous regime hoped he would be. He's just not that. And when people thought they were crazy, but in all fairness, once again, this is talking from somebody who I am a believer in Keon Ellis. He didn't play a whole lot in Cleveland. When it got to playoff time and winning time and all this other stuff, he wasn't getting a whole lot of tick. So maybe that's how the league viewed him. I don't know if we talked about this on the show. He did sign a 2-year, $9 million deal, I believe, with the Brooklyn Nets last week. So good for him.
Was it 2 years, 18, $9 million per? I'll double check. Maybe it was.
I thought it was 9 total, but if it's 9 per, that would be perfect. I love that for Keon because I'm still a believer.
Yeah, 2 years, 18 million.
Okay, good. 9 million. Come on now. I like that. I'm a believer in Keon Ellis, but he just didn't get the playing time in Sacramento or in Cleveland that a lot of people thought he should be getting.
What did we expect Keon Ellis to eventually become here?
I thought he could be an all defensive guard.
Okay.
All defensive team guard. That would mean he's getting a bunch of minutes. He's probably starting in some situations. I thought he could be that.
Yeah, because I don't know, because I look at a guy like Keon, and we can tie this in with the guys here, but like we just talk so much. Oh, he can be this, he can be that. He probably is who he is like right now. Like Doug coached him, Mike Brown coached him, Kenny Atkinson coached him. Now he's with Jordy. Maybe we're doing that. Maybe it works out here, but again, maybe he just is that situational role player.
Yeah.
And again, it's like I'm going off our expectations because like we can want to see Nate Clifford start at the 2, but I don't know, is that necessarily benefiting him completely? Where like we kind of look at him, he's probably a backup 2 or 3, like kind of slot him into that role now, get him familiar. Like this is who you are in the league and move it forward that way. I feel like that's the most beneficial way to go about all this. But I mean, the Kings can think differently too. Like if they think Nick is a potential starting 2 guard, then yeah, you have to start him at some point and figure that out. But
just if you think he's a backup point guard, don't do that, Kings. I don't care what you guys think. Don't do that. That's not the answer. He's not a point guard.
Kind of don't have a choice though. It feels like.
Put
It's either that or Malik.
Sabonis as the backup point guard. Put Malik as the backup point guard. Put Victor Oladipo as the backup point guard to bring this thing full circle. Do not put Nick Clifford there. Once again, to your point of always talking about putting guys in a bad position or a position that doesn't help them succeed, that would not be. I just don't like it. I'm not going to speak from absolutes and speak matter of factly about it. I just don't look at him as you wouldn't get the best out of Nick Clifford if you had him wasting minutes as a backup.
It's kind of like the Devin Carter thing too. Like that didn't work. But you know, like didn't work. Just didn't work or whatever. But like when you're trying him out as the backup point guard, we know he's not that. So like how much is that even really helping him? That's not development. You're just hoping, throwing stuff at the wall, hoping it sticks.
Right. I like what you said, and I agree with it. And whether you have Zach LaVine here or not, if you look at Nick Clifford as being a nice third guard off the bench, fourth guard off the bench, a backup, don't set him up for failure by having him start when that's not who you believe. Like you think you would need something better than that at that position. So if you have Zach LaVine here, yes, you start him. If you don't have Zach LaVine, then go get you a Caleb Martin and have him start at the 2. Don't miscast Nick Clifford. I think to our conversation last week about what development is and all this other stuff, I think part of that is not like, even if you're a team like the Kings, not putting too much on a Nick Clifford just because you don't have anybody else there. If you look at him and saying he's a nice third guard, a backup 2 guard, put him there. Don't put him out there in the starters where he's going to look unimpressive, maybe lose some of his confidence and just have some things go spiraling. Put him in a position to succeed.
Yeah, then 3 seasons down after you're like, oh yeah, no, we finally got our starting 2 guard. Nick, you ready to be the backup 2 or 3? It's like you haven't even had him in that spot. You've just been moving him around and around. Like, how ready is he going to be at that point? Whereas, nope, we expect him to be this, so we're going to put him there, and that's what it is. Yeah. If we need to find someone else to play the 2, then we'll do that. But Nick is going to be one of our guys backups off the bench. He's going to be a contributor, and that's kind of what we're going to develop him at. Like, I feel like that's more beneficial than, hey, you're playing 30 minutes tonight, kid.
Yeah,
do what you do.
I agree 100%. So, got plenty of time all week to talk about the Kings, Sacramento. This is Sacramento week on D-Lo and KC. We're going to celebrate everything Sacramento. Like I said, we were talking to my man Connor Sutton earlier, getting a taste of what's going on with the Republic and the new stadium being built. So we got that going on. I got some other surprises going on as the week progresses. We're just going to continue to have a good time. But do you think, Jesse, we're going to have as much of a good time this week as Karl Anthony Towns had on Saturday Night Main Event?
Nah, salute Cap, breaking up fights, choke slamming people.
Yo, I have to go back and watch that because I haven't watched it and seen the segment. I saw clips. They were playing it on SportsCenter. I want to sit down and watch the actual segment because then Tyrese Halliburton comes in there. He directs the attention to him and distracts Roman Reigns, but then Seth Rollins comes, who I didn't even know was out. I didn't know he was hurt or out. It says the return. Was it the return of Seth Rollins? What was that?
I have no clue, to be honest. I think you, at this point in D-Lo and KC's history, like July 20, 2026, you're more tapped in than me and Damien are. I remember who it was on the jump asking in the chat house earlier, but like, oh, blah, blah, blah about the wrestling. I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know. And then also, what's going on? All right, man. Look, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. You know, I'll concede that. What's up with your boy Tom Brady, bro? Like, why?
I don't know how
why
that
are we
happened.
doing this? Why? If you guys didn't see it, he slapped up Logan Paul at a press conference. That's also where Cat was at. Where Cat maybe didn't know it was a work and was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Cat looked a little concerned in the face. So Tom Brady slaps up Logan Paul, and then yesterday they're at the World Cup final, and he's flipping the bird to Logan Paul, and they're talking. They got like this feud going on.
Yeah, doing the passive aggressive, like, oh, F you, no F you, doing the whole flip off thing.
And I'm like, Tom, why are we doing this, sir? You're the greatest of all time, at least at the quarterback position.
Well,
why are you messing with Logan Paul?
We did get the TMZ tweet today. He's in talks with the WWE.
Oh, If we did, bro, that.
No, we did. Like that happened.
We know it happened. Wait, what?
No. Oh, I thought you meant the tweet. No, that tweet happened. We're gonna get a match. This is obvious. We're gonna get Logan Paul versus Tom Brady at WrestleMania, probably. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, this is exactly what's happening. We've watched enough wrestling. That's exactly what's going on.
Right.
The casuals might not understand it, but yeah, they're setting up an angle. And this is kind of the WWE's thing. We're gonna bring in as many celebrities as we can and crossover nonsense, whatever keyword you want to throw on it, buzzword, whatever, it doesn't matter.
This is so stupid. What happened with Kat and Jalen Brunson and Tyrese Halliburton was not stupid. That was actually pretty good. This is stupid. If Tom Brady gets in an actual match with Logan Paul, oh my gosh,
It'd be like
bro.
Tom Brady and Jacob Fatu versus Logan Paul and insert, I don't know, another celebrity or wrestler, I guess.
It's so ridiculous. I would watch, but it would be so ridiculous. Tom, don't do this. It would be like Michael Jordan getting into a feud with, you'll like this, Jesse, Jey Uso.
Oh, yeah. Who'd want to see that?
You'd be like, Mike, what are you doing? Stop.
Yeah, you belong with someone much better than that.
Who's better, Jey Uso or Logan Paul?
Don't make me answer that question. I know who's a better wrestler, and it's not the guy who's been doing it his whole life.
Shout out to my
answer. Yeah, don't make me answer it.
Shout out to my boy Jey Uso, man.
I know who's more over. Jey Uso's more over. Yeah, yeah.
Logan, fantastic though.
He
Logan
is.
can
What I'm
wrestle.
saying. Yeah.
Logan
Don't ask
is
me who the better wrestler is.
Yeah, man. I saw a lot of stuff over Fanatics Fest, and one day when I don't have, I'm not gonna like go crazy to go to this, but I do want to go to Fanatics Fest one time. Fanatics Fest one time. It's like saying Nick Kurtz. You got to say Fanatics Fest.
You gonna go to Michael Rubin's? What is it? The all white party he's got?
No, we'll leave that to Dame. He's, he can go to the all white party. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of celebs be at the all white party though, but nah, I'm cool. They got, if we go as a group, if we go as a show, we have to come down the ramp.
Like, what do you mean? Like, what does
Like
that
that's what they do. That's one of the things you do at Fanatics.
mean? Oh, for
Fest.
real? I'm
Yeah.
not there. All right, then.
Yeah, you get the music playing. in the
Oh, okay, I got
background.
you. I was stuck on Michael Rubin's parties. I think
Oh,
the
no.
ramp there. I was like, that's
No,
weird.
that would be now.
Yeah,
what
I
I
was
said is kind of crazy.
Yeah. I was like, wait, huh? Like, chill out. It's not that serious. Oh, yes, we can do our own entrance at the Fanatics Fest. It's like they're doing entrances at the white party.
Yeah, man. We got to do it. We got to do it. Trae Young. I do like Trae Young's forever battle with the city of New York. He came out there after Trae Young didn't play a game last year, damn near. Is on the Wizards now. We'll probably never see the Knicks in any type of playoff format or meaningful format.
Regular season's kind of boring now. All right, Trey.
Goes out there. You see when he ripped up Jalen Brunson's jersey?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he did. He was had the entrance, and he comes down there and he brings out the 11 New York jersey and rips it up. Like, Trey, I love it, but you're not a factor anymore with New York, and they just won a championship.
Maybe it can create. Well, it's you can still make it work though. It's Trae Young versus New York, so it'll still play with the Wizards and all. It still plays. I think
it can for sure. And he did something. Oh, once again, he's being aggressive towards the city of New York, and brother,
I get it. We need to better his
involved.
PR. It's not been a good couple of years.
You're not involved. You haven't played, and they just won a title.
That's a good point.
So because the other one, I don't know if you saw this, he was in the car where he was being chauffeured, and on his iPad, he was watching video of him going to work at the Garden. And he was just kind of smirking and laughing, like it was like almost like a Raw promo or something like that. And Trey, I get it, but
no, you brought up a great point. They did just win a title, and you just got traded after the Hawks had one of their best years in a while. So
there's champagne all over the streets of Manhattan still.
Yes.
All right, Trey.
I'm not attacking the Knicks as a Celtics fan. Like, that'd be ridiculous.
All right, Trey, man. We gonna figure this out, man. One promo at a time with Trae Young. But shout out to my boy Cat. Shout out to Jalen Brunson. I got to go watch that whole segment because it looked epic. Cat out here choke slamming people. So yeah, I'm tapped in. I'm tapped in for sure. And I appreciate all of you for being tapped in today. We've got a nice show set up for tomorrow. And I'm gonna drop one of the bombs right now. Kyle Draper will be on the show tomorrow on D-Lo and KC. Make sure you tap in with us. Peace out to y'all. Jesse, my producer. Kyle Madson, 7 a.m. on the jump. Y'all check him out, ESPN 1320. I'm out. Tap in to see that boy Drapes. That's right, TC. That was who was playing in the background. Jacquees. All right, y'all. I'm up out of here. Appreciate y'all being in here, man, all day. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.